In front of a building with tall columns, Monica opened her eyes, and at first everything seemed very white. Then she made out a temple in front of her, and remembered having seen it on television. At that moment, Monica understood that she had died for the second time, and this time in a strange place. The girl looked at her hands and saw that she was in the body of a child, realizing that her last death was different. A man with long gray hair and a beard approached Monica and began to explain the situation to her a little. The man revealed that she was a candidate for regression, and that to return, she must accept her true form. And then the man noticed that Monica had 4 stars and understood that her death was tragic. Monica began to remember that she used to live in another world, not with this name, and that her home was Earth. The girl was an excellent gamer and streamer, with a large number of subscribers. Although she didn't show her face on screen, she was popular thanks to her voice. Her life was going quite well, with decent income, until she suffered a heart attack right after a broadcast. Every time Monica thinks about it, she cannot understand how something like that could have happened. But now she finds herself in another world, the Senta Empire, and there she has become the second princess. Her mother died long ago in the war, and her father took care of her, although he himself frequently fell ill. Monica also had a very sweet and beautiful sister, Linda, and initially she was happy to start a new life. Monica's older sister was much more beautiful than her, and she loved the little one. But unfortunately, she died at the age of 3 from an illness, and shortly after, a rebellion broke out. Her father, who was already very ill, also died, and her uncle Theodore usurped the throne. The uncle was a terrible person. He once even locked Monica in an icy room. Furthermore, he assigned her a governess who often beat her, and only the nanny helped her. But time passed, and when the princess turned 16, Uncle Theodore passed away due to an illness. Monica had no one else and had to be empress, ruling over incompetence until she died. And then, upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in that strange place in the body of a child. A bearded man took Monica to 4 other little ones sitting on a rug, in front of a veiled woman on a throne. To the 4, that woman, who was a goddess, named them candidates for regression and promised them special gifts. The most innocent child would be given the best family. To the second, a slightly worse family. The third would get a really bad family. And the last one, they would not give any chance to return. Monica started crying immediately, as she didn't want to live in another family, thinking it would be difficult. The little girl remembered how she suffered in her second life, for being born into a horrible family. Absolutely everyone was mean and cruel. And in the end, she herself was sentenced to death. The other little ones also started crying, and the goddess figured out how to solve this problem of returning. The woman decided that they would all stay there if no one wanted to be born into a bad family. But now only Monica must return, thus sacrificing herself for the good of her friends. The girl remembered the old man's words, "The black star is her past life," and she understood that the others were dying for the first time. None of those little ones, besides her, had stars, and that's why Monica wasn't despairing about having to live another life. However, she was a little worried about the words about sacrifice, but she accepted anyway, and she began to say goodbye to her friends. Because Monica accepted the sacrifice, the goddess decided to give her one more gift, and she offered her 3 small bags. Of these, the girl had to choose only 2, and she chose one that smelled sweet and another that was prettier. The first bag opened immediately, and a crown appeared on Monica's head. That meant she would enter a good family. And the second bag she had to look at later. And the goddess told her that it was time for the little one. A child's laughter always cheered her up, especially that of this little girl who was from another world. The goddess adored Monica. She was reborn very well and even thought about making her successor. She began to rock the little girl in her arms until she fell asleep to the sound of the beautiful woman's voice. The next instant, Monica saw herself as a princess in the room of a beautiful palace, with a nanny attending to her. The little girl vomited, and the nanny Rose became very worried, but she noticed something that terrified her. Monica was in the same family as her second life, and now she thought the goddess had deceived her. The princess couldn't believe she would have to relive that horrible life again. Now she would have to go through everything again and become a puppet empress with a tragic end. The girl cried, knowing there was nothing good in that family, and the nanny asked her what was worrying her. A little later, Monica looked in the mirror and noticed that her face was different, not like in her previous life. And then she realized that she had become her sister, with pink hair and bright green eyes. Only now did Monica notice that her sister and she had different eye colors. But she didn't care, because now the princess was the prettiest and most adorable child in the whole world. Monica becoming her sister meant she wouldn't be a puppet, like last time. But when the nanny called her by name, Monica realized she was still the same, and that she was actually still the timid younger sister. In her first life, the girl had the same personality. She was quiet and nobody knew she streamed. Nanny Rose noticed that the princess started looking at herself in every mirror and found it amusing. Monica tried to answer the nanny, but for some reason, her lips didn't move as they should, and she couldn't say all the words. However, the princess managed to make the nanny understand that she was interested in her sister and where she was now. This surprised Rose greatly, since Monica hadn't had a sister for 2 years. Because Linda had died from an illness, the princess found it curious that her sister's name also matched, but she still couldn't understand why she looked like Linda. While the nanny feared she had said too much, the girl remembered that her soul was from another world. Monica thought that the body would survive with her soul inside, but without her, it would die forever. This time, Linda was her younger sister, but she died again, saddening the princess. The nanny noticed her sadness and tried to cheer her up with a piece of cotton candy. After tasting the sweet, Monica calmed down instantly and suddenly realized she was a child. Rose, meanwhile, never stopped admiring the little one, calling her greatest treasure. The princess couldn't believe it. Only the nanny managed to make her laugh, the rest didn't. Everyone loved her older sister, but Monica wished she wouldn't be hated in this life. She decided to be brave like her sister, and upon thinking about it, she winked at herself. Rose, upon seeing it, screamed and called all the maids to witness the moment. They ran very fast, thinking something serious had happened, judging by the nanny's screams. And Monica then understood that, due to a simple wink from her, everyone instantly became euphoric. The princess wondered if she could live like her sister, who always seemed to smile on the inside. Now she herself was a cute and adorable child, whom everyone adored, especially the nanny. Suddenly, deep in the room, the princess noticed a glow, and in it, a message. User Monica fulfilled the conditions. The girl told the nanny about that glow, pointing towards it with her hand, but she didn't see anything. And then, Monica noticed that the color of the glow was the same as the little bag the goddess had given her. Next, in the glow, the princess read that an interdimensional streamer chat had opened. Then a general channel opened, into which the staff entered, consisting of 3 maids, Emmy, Becky, and Faith. Emmy wrote that the princess was very cute, and that she would love for her to be her younger sister. This chat was identical to the streamers in Monica's first life, and for the compliments, she received 30 interest points. Everything was a déjà vu of her previous life. 3 people in the chat and the room, but now she wasn't earning money from it. So the princess wanted more cotton candy, but Rose objected. She didn't want to ruin her appetite before dinner. But the little one convinced her nanny with her tender little eyes, and she gave her another piece. Afterwards, Monica read that the goddess was impressed by her quick adaptation, and her skills had improved. Upon opening the concept, the princess read that she had been blessed by the goddess, but she still had to make many people fall in love with her. Monica supposed that now she would have to behave like a child, increasingly so. Suddenly, another maid rushed into the room and announced they had an emergency. At that instant, a carriage stopped in front of the entrance, and a young man stepped out of it. The girl knew they had a guest. The maids guessed it was the princess's guest, but they didn't know who he was or why he was visiting a child. Meanwhile, a man was heading to her room, and soon everyone saw it was Brad Willow. The princess didn't understand why he had come, but she did notice his attractive face, although he also had a cold gaze and very striking red hair, in addition to very broad shoulders. Brad Willow was the military commander of this empire and the ruler of the northern region's lands. Monica's deceased mother was this man's half-sister, therefore, he was her uncle. And if she hadn't died in the second life due to a poisonous dragon, there wouldn't have been a rebellion. Many strange and horrible monsters appeared in the lands Willow governed, and only the dukes who inherited dragon blood could govern those lands. And the duke, who killed one of the strongest dragons, could not return alive due to severe injuries. In the past life, they barely saw each other, but Monica, in any case, felt pity for the death of her relative. Brad arrived this time to take the princess to the temple on the way to the suppression, although he didn't want to do it. Monica understood that her uncle planned to subjugate Rex, one of the most powerful dragons. That time, the duke suffered serious injuries and agonized for a long time, dying in the battle with the next dragon. But the princess remembered that this was in the emperor's plans, although he pretended not to know anything about the duke's intentions. And suddenly, the girl once again desired a piece of cotton candy, but she knew she couldn't get distracted by that now. At the temple they were going to take her to, the imperial family had to receive a blessing every year. And if at least one family member failed to appear, the imperial lineage, descendant of the golden beast, would not be blessed. Then the whole family would be cursed and unfortunate. And this time, it was the princess's turn to go to the temple. Suddenly, Brad decided not to take Monica to the temple, but his friend objected that it wasn't worth ruining relations with the family. Furthermore, the emperor is in the northern lands searching for cracks, and the duke must pick up his niece. Monica thought that if it were the uncle she knew, those words wouldn't convince him. In her previous life, Brad ignored her and didn't reply to her distress calls. Nanny Rose intervened, and Monica feared she might get hurt. If that happened, the princess would make him blind. But Brad didn't get angry. He was different from the emperor, who would kill anyone who dared to interrupt. The nanny only suggested that he have dinner with the princess, as he was her guest. Brad had no time, but his friend advised him to stay for a while before leaving. If they left now, the emperor would send them back without hesitation. The country was divided into 3 major powers, the main one being the imperial family. The second was the duke, who symbolizes each season of the year. The third designated power was the imposing wizard tower. Among them, Duke Willow was sovereign of the north, of winter and wild beasts, in addition to being the military chief of the empire. This power supplied coal, magical metals, and a multitude of objects obtained from animal skins. It was treated as a strong and independent nation to trade with. But relations with the imperial family were tense. The current family murdered the previous emperor and usurped the throne, and Monica's mother was the head of that family. Samantha might have been a capable warrior, but she married the girl's father, and he handed power over to his half-brother. The princess's mother died in a war to which her uncle sent her, so the relationship with her family was not good. The power over that land was transmitted by the emperors, generation after generation. And without the son's support, a war could have broken out. During dinner, Rose fed Monica with a small spoon, but at the same time tried to teach her to eat alone. While eating, the princess noticed her uncle's fixed gaze upon her and decided to try talking to him. He was her only living relative. Although in the second life, he hated Monica and ignored her. The girl decided to show him how she ate, and also complained that the nanny almost never gave her sweets. Looking at the princess, Brad decided that she had not inherited the imperial blood. The emperor's children, generation after generation, were born with light hair, but neither she nor her sister were blonde. In the past life, everyone loved Linda, and the princess wished at least one person loved her. Now Monica had a nanny who simply adored this little girl, and the little girl decided to ask her uncle if he loved her, even just a little. But Brad felt nothing for this girl, although Monica thought this was better than in the past life. She approached her uncle and asked him to hug her, but he didn't understand why he should. Brad considered the princess to be as direct and reckless as her sister. But his friend, Knight Greg, decided not to upset the little one and took her in his arms. Monica noticed that everyone was in the chat, except for her uncle. Was he not interested in her at all? Suddenly, the princess burst into tears, and Greg passed her to Brad, and she calmed down instantly. The girl only wanted to be with her uncle. She tried to win his affection in this life. Besides, if he didn't take her to the temple, Monica would have to go with the knights. The princess remembered that in her second life, she avoided that at all costs. She thought they were terrible people. That's why she tried hard to please her uncle so she could go with him. But he saw no reason to take a child. Monica also did not forget that, in her second life, the duke would be fatally wounded while trying to defeat a dragon. But this country was already beginning to corrupt and needed someone who could lift it up. Brad was about to leave when the princess said there was a lot of cotton candy outside, although that meant nothing to him. Then, the little girl expressed her desire to see the dragon Rex, and this immediately disconcerted her uncle. Well, no one knew about the dragon's domain, not even the emperor. And only one thing came to Brad's mind. He supposed that the princess had inherited Willow's hidden blood, and that she was now a prophet. Monica noticed that her uncle joined the conversation, and then became curious to know what prophet meant. In her past life, she had never heard of such a thing, and thought it might be a high-ranking official. Brad remembered another dragon, a fire one named Spike, but no one was supposed to know about him either. Willow hugged the princess tighter, and she even got a little scared, and the nanny decided to take her back. Brad noticed, however, that the girl was very light, despite his youngest son being much heavier. But the Duke hugged her for the first time when she was already 8 years old, which is why she seemed much heavier to him. At that moment, Monica dropped her candy and started whining, but Brad managed to catch it and gave it back to her. The Duke questioned the princess about how she knew about Spike, since everything was a big secret. In the past, the conquest of the fire dragon Spike involved other nations. Monica once heard about the success of the operation, but the emperor used a very harsh plan. The girl admitted to having heard that her uncle had already caught that dragon, but she didn't remember from whom. Now Monica hoped that Brad would take her to the temple, since she had told him everything up to that point. The Duke called his subordinate Hillary and asked her how often the princess contacted the emperor. She only knew it was once a month, and then she supposed that the emperor already knew everything about Brad's plans. Hillary thought there was a leak and someone betrayed them, while Willow didn't understand why the emperor would talk about that in front of Monica. It seemed to the Duke that it was done on purpose, and his desire to know who the traitor was did not cease. Brad swore that he wouldn't live long, and Hillary was preparing to contact headquarters at the first opportunity. Willow was preparing to take the princess to the temple. Greg had to prepare everything, and the nanny take care of the luggage. Rose would go too, but Monica thought it was unthinkable, and oh no, she started whining again. Brad, without hesitation, slipped some candies into her hand, trying to calm her down. And surprisingly, it worked. The Duke, determined to personally protect the princess on her way to the temple, he headed to the carriage. Observing little Monica, Brad decided to take care of her meals as well. She seemed very fragile to him. After 5 days without seeing her uncle, everyone armed themselves and left. The adventure was finally beginning. But even with so many people, the princess felt bored and lonely. Although endless delicacies were offered to her, Monica only thought about how to break her uncle's indifference. If all his subordinates adored her, the chat filled up with people, and everyone expressed their admiration for the little princess. Then she saw a small window that wasn't there when she was streaming. She could read people's thoughts. Suddenly, the girl Helen, wearing a long robe and a large hood, approached and ordered everyone to disperse, addressing the princess. Meanwhile, the emperor was scolding a subordinate for not having completed his previous task. This time, he had to return to the castle only with the princess or pay with his own head. Helen held a magic staff in one hand, and immediately in the other hand, she offered a piece of cake on a plate. She offered this piece of the most delicious strawberry cake to the princess, which she had obtained in the nearby city of York. The others commented that it was a long journey to that city, approximately a day's travel. Then they understood that the girl who approached used magic to get a piece of that cake, but she didn't consider it a crime. The princess thought her mother hadn't given her the blessing of Mana, and the people reminded Helen to treat the little one with respect. Monica looked at the mind-reading window, which worked when someone looked directly at her, and she realized that Helen had misophonia. Now the princess wondered why she called herself a streamer, if she really didn't know how to communicate with people. The cake tasted delicious to the little one, and she looked with gratitude at the girl who had given it to her. She tried to hug Monica, causing the girl to drop the fork with the strawberry, which saddened her greatly. Uncle Brad immediately appeared. He caught the fork midair and handed it back to his little princess. The Duke also believed that after 5 days everyone was tired and needed rest. Although Monica kept asking her subjects to play with her, and although the little one denied it, Brad took her with him so the others could rest a bit. The behavior of the subjects seemed a bit strange to the Duke. He had never noticed them behaving like that before. Seating Monica on a soft armchair, the uncle gave her a plate with a piece of cake so she could finish eating there. After the plate was empty, the princess wished for her uncle to hug her, but he preferred simply sitting next to her. The girl kept asking, and the subjects started asking how he could remain so indifferent. Then, the Duke provided a new carriage and prepared delicious food for everyone. And the mages helped deal with the motion sickness. In her second life, Monica was rarely given food when she went out with the knights. Now she considers the Duke much better than that imperial family and wishes he would always stay by her side. Then Monica noticed her uncle was not in the chat. He only entered and exited, and the little girl thought he had lost interest in her. However, the princess received another treat from Brad, who decided it was time to calculate the total food consumed. The girl found it strange that her uncle suddenly talked about food, let alone the bill. In the shop, Monica decided to listen to the Duke, who asked her if she had seen a certain book in the Emperor's possession. At that moment, Greg approached, took out a crystal, and from it appeared a book with a beautiful cover. Monica understood that it was a personal book, like a biographical dictionary where the imperial family recorded names of prominent people. Taken out, the talents that arose, thanks to the sun's protection, were also recorded there, bestowed by the imperial family. The first emperor was born under the beast's light and received Minerva's blessing, after which his hair turned golden. After that, most children were born blonde and talented, but Monica was completely different. She discovered that talent was detected by the eyes, like her father's, and that the emperor had to complete that book. The princess's uncle's talent was scarce, but she remembered everything from her previous life. Now that Brad repeated his question, Monica admitted to having seen such a book and remembered everything written in it. She herself had written down the names, but afterwards, countless talented people registered in that book were murdered. Monica pondered what she should do now, and if her uncle would take her to the estate. And if he took her, the princess could eat more sweets. So she decided to force the Duke to do it. Monica pointed to the book, saying that the one she saw was a bit darker and huge. Brad offered her more pastries, which she would get if she told him absolutely everything she read in the book. The Duke didn't delude himself, but he needed information. The secret of Spike's submission was leaking. To start, Brad decided to show the princess people, and she had to say if she recognized anyone. The girl longed to live among people who loved and accepted her, and quickly agreed to her uncle's request. He, in turn, promised that for every answer, Monica would receive as many pastries as she wished. Up to 100. Brad agreed, and if her answers exceeded 100, she would receive coupons exchangeable for more pastries. Then, the Duke showed her a portrait of the first man, and she instantly knew he was a subordinate. In her past life, he was the one who tormented and manipulated Monica. The girl admitted to having seen him, but feared her uncle wouldn't believe her. No one believed her in her previous life. But Brad praised the little one and suggested continuing, giving her a cake as a reward for her first answer. Then he brought Greg closer and asked what he thought of that man, although he did it more to test him. Monica understood that her uncle considered her very useful, and everything seemed so strange that she felt a little uneasy. Brad, for his part, didn't see any really important information and thought about what he would do with the princess if he took her to the mansion. Greg reminded the Duke that he was about to do it recently, and also confirmed the truthfulness of the prediction. The Duke thought about continuing to question, but there was nothing left. However, he proceeded with one last question. Extending another little cake to the girl, of which she already had very many, Brad allowed her to answer with total freedom. Before that, she noticed her uncle had a terrible appearance, with a furious look when he stepped away to talk to Greg. Seeing that the princess got scared, the Duke hurried to reassure her, telling her he had that look only because the conversation was very important. And then the uncle asked his niece to look at another person, in whom she recognized the most terrible subordinate. However, this man was very talented when it came to conspiracies, and moreover, he had taken many innocent lives. Monica then repeated fearfully that the subordinate worked well, but as a person, he was very bad. The princess even suggested firing him as soon as possible, but Brad didn't want to hear any more of that. Although the girl was the daughter of the Duke's sister, he didn't have high expectations. Then he thought she was just speaking without thinking. And after that, he started yelling at the princess, trying to find out who the traitor was, which only made the girl burst into tears. She didn't know who he was, only that he was terrifying and dangerous, remembering that her uncle was like that in the past life too. Greg decided to intervene, reminding the Duke that he was the first one to ask, and the princess was the first to talk about Spike. In reality, it was hard to know who the traitor was, or if one even existed, although the Duke didn't entirely agree with that. He thought it was the same ability, since the prophet is a rare power that runs in the willow blood. With this power you can see the future, but this power must also have its corresponding pair. A knight for protection. Brad remembered his apprentice, who trained very hard and awaited his master's return. The last knight for protection was about 200 years ago, and these knights are always born extraordinarily strong. But if they fail to find the prophet, they simply lose control of their power and go mad or die. Greg suggested there was a misunderstanding, and that, if the princess was a prophet, the Duke was cornering her, but it wasn't confirmed yet, and Brad doubted something else. When one of his subordinates addressed him, he thought the princess was innocent. After all, she was nothing more than a little girl. The Duke thought they were crazy. Monica cried, and her subjects wanted to console her. Many believed the girl was innocent, that the Duke was guilty, and that he would regret it. Monica was surprised they supported her, and even earned many points for it. So many points gave her the option of a gift from God himself. She just had to try a little harder. The housekeeper, always on her side, even in the past life, picked Monica up and hugged her, and Helen approached Brad, convinced that everything was just a simple misunderstanding. She proposed using magic to find out the truth, although she knew she could lose all her powers. But Helen didn't care, and if she fainted, the others would carry her. Monica's eyes were swollen from crying so much, and Rose tried to console her with pastries and other delicacies. In the end, Helen did lose her power and her senses, which greatly saddened the princess. Now everyone pitied her, but she hated her uncle, who didn't pity her at all like in her past life. Afterwards, Brad approached the girl, and she was a bit confused, not understanding what he was going to do. Monica even thought he was acting this way because of the wounds he received in the battle against the dragon, but she didn't want him to die. But the princess could no longer contain her childish fear and screamed that she was afraid of the Duke. Greg advised Brad not to stare at the little one so intently, or she would be even more afraid of him. And although the Duke didn't understand what he had done wrong, he needed to reflect on his actions towards the princess. Brad looked at Monica once more, noticing that his children were different, but he decided to be a little kinder. He offered the princess a small box with the most delicious figs, hoping it would help her feel better. To get figs and other delicacies, the uncle used Helen's magic as long as possible. Monica saw that the box looked good, but she hesitated, and Brad thought she feared the food was poisoned. But the next second, the little one was already demanding the box, and upon opening it, she discovered a date cake. Her favorite. Monica couldn't resist delicious food, and her uncle suggested filling an entire cart with those things. The date cake was like an apology to the princess, who instantly held out her raised pinky finger. It was the most insignificant promise the Duke had made in his life, and it even amused him. Then Monica asked Brad to pick her up, and he even found it amusing due to how quickly she changed her mind. But the girl accepted the Duke as her uncle again because he was good to her. Besides, only she could prevent his death. Brad noticed the girl was gaining weight from the sweets and decided not to rent an entire bakery in the next city. But Monica thought he should do it as reconciliation. She loved anyone who fed her. The journey to the temple took 15 days, and by the 8th day, the princess was terribly bored. The subjects tried to entertain her with everything they could think of, with rattles and handmade toys. But Helen barely let anyone approach the girl, fearing the toys might be dangerous and hurt her. In all the time the subjects spent with Monica, she managed to learn their names. Furthermore, they showered her with gifts, and she loved it. In her previous life, she didn't even have a rattle, and the few ones that arrived to her family were for her sister Linda. Now the girl felt wonderful. Meanwhile, someone was going crazy and screaming that he would get married and wanted a son like a bunny. Moreover, that man was beating a tree with his fists. The princess didn't understand why he was doing that. Someone was willing to donate all his blood if Monica decided to turn into a mosquito. Another didn't want to go to the post because there was no princess, while another dreamed of a granddaughter like Monica. Meanwhile, Helen thought that today she had fought a male mage because he wanted to send his heart to the girl. The mage girl in the chat was particularly active, which the princess found even a bit scary. And then they announced training time, which took place once a day. And many people said goodbye to Monica. They did not skip training, as this squad plans to defeat the dragon Spike. And only during those moments could the girl stay with the nanny. The princess glanced at the chat, which now seemed more like a window with comments, and expressed opinions. Monica wondered if she could communicate with them here, as she also wanted to give them something. At that moment, her level increased, and her rank grew from novice to baroness. Additionally, the princess received a reward. Before, when Monica was streaming, the reward was only silver buttons and gold, but here she obtained the rank of baroness. The girl didn't fully understand what was happening, but felt she lacked sugar and demanded more candies. But the nanny did not give in to her whims and only allowed her to eat one candy before dinner. While they chatted, a dreadful creature watched them from the bushes without them noticing. Then Monica heard a crunch, and the monster prepared to jump from its hiding place with a terrifying roar. Rose hugged the girl tightly, and the monster's roars could even be heard on the training ground. In an instant, the beast fully revealed itself, and the nanny was terrified by the werewolf that was snarling at them. The people immediately returned and prepared to attack the monster with arrows and everything they could find. The battle was ruthless and lasted quite a while, until the Duke managed to approach the monster. Furious, he repeatedly stabbed his sword into the werewolf, giving it no chance to survive. Meanwhile, a carriage took the nanny and the princess away to safety. Far from the monster's reach, Monica no longer feared monsters, after living 2 lives and seeing that humans are worse. They used the princess as a puppet and blinded more lives than any imaginable beast. Just as Monica was thinking this, a werewolf approached the window of her carriage. Extending its claw, Rose hugged the princess tighter, willing to sacrifice herself so that the girl would be safe. But the monster's black claws already reached Monica's head, and with the other paw it smashed the roof. The girl thought it was her end, but the very next instant she was in her uncle's arms. The nanny also survived, and Brad covered the girl's eyes while leading her away from the bloodied body. The princess tried to move his hand away to see, but her uncle strictly prevented her. Then Monica confessed to the Duke that she was scared, but he calmed her down, assuring her that the wolves were dead, and there was no danger. Although in reality, Brad thought the princess was a coward for getting scared at a corpse. But the girl didn't understand how not to fear him, and that set her apart from the Duke's son. Shortly after, the princess asked to be let go, even though she was terrified before. Monica only remembered how Brad got angry with her 3 days ago and thought he was intimidating her again. Even so, he asked the girl not to look at the corpses and said they fought 5 werewolves. Then, Greg arrived and recalled the Sun Empress, who was not yet 7 years old when she caught a werewolf. By the age of 5, she managed to catch 2, and Monica understood they were referring to her mother. According to legend, one of the Willow family was the first to kill a dragon, and since then, their blood mixed with that of dragons. Precisely because of this, it was said that there are no skilled generals or prosecutors. Brad thought the princess also had dragon blood, without suspecting that she could see all his thoughts. Later, when all the bodies of the monsters were removed, the Duke released the princess, and Rose ran to her. She was so happy that everything was over, and above all, that Monica was safe and sound. To celebrate, the nanny allowed her to eat whatever she wanted and offered her a handful of candies. The people, meanwhile, felt the tiredness. Although those werewolves were nothing compared to the dragon, Monica decided to share a candy with Greg, and he instantly felt a childish joy inside. The princess also showered the mages with candies, thanking them for saving her. For Helen, the girl decided to keep the prettiest candy, because she used magic, like the spell of truth. Afterwards, Monica approached Brad and also offered him her favorite candy for rescuing her. The Duke tried to explain to the princess that the feeling of gratitude runs in the Willow blood, and the girl thought he wanted to take her with him. Monica liked that option very much and wished with all her might to stay with those people a little longer, and she immediately expressed her wish out loud, which somewhat confused her uncle. Suddenly, behind him, the princess saw another werewolf, even bigger than the previous ones. It was the king of the werewolves, but the Duke was not scared and finished him off in no time. And upon returning to Monica, he decided to show her what the lycanthrope had in its mouth. Greg brought a small bundle closer, and upon slightly opening the cloth, the princess could distinguish a small creature. It was a desert fox, which immediately began to demand its release in its own way. Monica loved that creature, but nobody understood how that fox got there. The girl asked what kind of animal it was and if it could speak, and her uncle replied that it could only bark. Then, the princess understood that only she could hear the fox's words, and she didn't know if she should confess it. Greg, meanwhile, suggested reporting in the log that they found an object wrapped in red cloth around the lycanthrope, and upon unwrapping it, the object turned out to be alive. And upon examining it, they supposed it was a sacred animal. Monica and the knights watched the cleaning of the area where the infected monster's body lay. This saved creature, which worshipped a god, was capable of purifying the land infected by monsters. Although, in Greg's opinion, this little fox didn't seem sacred at all, and other knights agreed. Moreover, it seemed strange that something disappeared in the Empire was here, as sacred animals only exist in very pure places. Greg suggested reporting to the imperial family, but another knight stopped him just in time. because if the emperor finds out, it will be terrible. It's better to write that the sacred animal was stolen. They began to think what to do in that case, since what they had seen was truly sacred. Brad ordered to first burn the bodies of the werewolves with magic, and then take the fox away. Suddenly, the fox escaped, and 5 knights tried to catch it, with only Greg succeeding in the end. Although it is still small, it was already quite strong, and they had to watch it very carefully. And then Greg remembered that, according to legend, the sacred beast only obeys its master. But few know it, and he began to ask others if they knew how to tame that fox. Monica was fed up watching all that, and decided to leave when she heard the fox asking her to stop. The fox also understood that the princess understood its language, and insisted that the girl turn around. Then Monica had an idea, and asked her uncle if they could let her hold the fox in her arms. But the uncle didn't allow it, and the fox was willing to let her touch its tail if Monica took it in her arms. The girl begged the Duke to let her touch the little fox, even just once, but he was relentless. Monica felt hurt, and Greg noticed that the fox stopped rebelling and the princess stopped crying. Brad reflected and allowed them to place the fox next to the girl so she could touch the animal. The princess extended her little hands towards the fox, and people worried that the animal might bite her. The knights whispered if only the master could touch the animal. One tried to touch it, but the fox jumped into Monica's arms. Cuddled up to her, the fox knew it wasn't mistaken. It felt her divine power. Everyone was amazed that the princess was holding the fox, and it didn't escape. The desert fox explained to her that a god chose her, and Monica pondered it. She supposed it happened upon returning to this world. What a mystery! Meanwhile, the fox groomed itself and even licked her several times. Monica remembered the second bag and opened it, receiving a divine gift. The fox was happy that the princess knew God's messenger. An honor. Then, the girl noticed that the creature heard her thoughts. She was surprised. Then, the fox formally introduced herself as Angela, the divine messenger, and this was her appearance. She was sent to observe sins, but in a short time she would return to the heavens. The fox also told the princess that she looked forward to meeting her, and that she could help her a lot. Meanwhile, the people around didn't understand how the girl had tamed the sacred animal. They even thought they could become masters just by touching it, but they knew it wasn't the case. However, people kept watching how the creature sat peacefully on the princess's lap. Unconsciously, they started getting closer to see better, but this scared the little fox. Angela immediately begged Monica to move them away, as she didn't like humans very much. The princess fulfilled her request and even cried a little, just as Brad Willow approached her. He ordered them to keep silent about what had happened, or they would lose their own eyes. The Duke threatened to cut off ears and gouge out eyes from anyone who dared to gossip before reaching the palace. Meanwhile, the fox asked the princess who that man was. Discovering that it was her uncle, Angela had never seen anyone so strong. She could even feel his power and energy, and if he managed to defeat the fire dragon, he would become the greatest man in the empire. Furthermore, the fox revealed to the princess that by touching her, she had become her owner. Monica loved it, but as a child, she simply enjoyed having such a soft pet. And warm. 2 days later, the group continued on their way, and the fox spent most of its time on the princess's lap. At one point, Monica's legs fell asleep, and Brad decided to take the animal off her. Angela asked her mistress what was happening, and she explained that her legs had fallen asleep while she slept on her lap. Then Monica asked her uncle to hug her, and he, throwing the fox aside, took his niece in his arms. Suddenly, a crunch. The carriage overturned, but miraculously no one was injured. The knight did not hesitate. He offered another carriage to the princess and the lord, as theirs was damaged. Rose, ready for the carriage change, asked the girl to tell her anything that bothered her. Monica wanted to go with her nanny, but the Duke did not give permission for such a request. Usually the wife, direct descendants, or vassals accompany dukes in their carriage. But Brett surprised the girl. He wasn't that indifferent. He allowed the nanny to travel with them. He kept the niece in his arms, as the journey was about to end. Shortly after, a huge and dreamlike palace revealed itself before her eyes. They traveled only 5 days. To celebrate the arrival in the city, the Duke gave Monica a handful of candies. The princess didn't even notice the journey. She only ate and slept throughout the trip. Furthermore, she felt she should say goodbye to the people she had gotten used to. And she unintentionally pulled the fox's tail. Angela realized that the girl liked that man and wished to stay and live with him. Totally determined. Meanwhile, the Duke hugged his niece and reminded her that he would keep his promise. As soon as they arrived in the city, there, Brett planned to stuff the princess with figs, while the fox taught Monica how to use her uncle. How cunning! The girl was also allowed to walk around the city if she wished, as they would stay there for one day. The fox suggested taking Brett along, and the princess instantly began to beg him to accompany her. What insistence! However, the Duke had many matters to attend to, but the girl looked at him with such pleading eyes that he couldn't refuse. But only for a short time. Then everyone thought about their own affairs, Brett about this being their last encounter, and the princess about how to win him over. What a dilemma! After noon, their carriage was already moving through the city streets, and Monica noticed the cold expression on her uncle's face. The girl didn't know how to melt his heart, like cotton candy, and draw him to her side. An almost impossible mission. Monica wished he would take her to the north of the country, but the more she thought about it, the more complicated everything became. Even so, the princess was sure she would succeed if she were with him in the chat window. Like in the old streamer days, in real life, it was much harder to communicate. Monica could speak clearly and confidently when no one was looking at her, but as soon as she met someone's gaze, she immediately started getting shy and stuttering. Monica thought that for this reason, she could now check the chat windows to get along with people in this world. The girl also remembered her second life, where she was not an empress who knew how to communicate well. On the contrary, she was the worst ruler, and her life was so horrible and torturous that she didn't even want to remember it. Looking back, Monica realized that there were no good people there, not even the blacksmiths. And architects were, but the princess especially remembered a young official who was different from the others. And shortly before the rebellion broke out, she was arrested, and there wasn't a single person who treated her well. Back then, even the fortress servants looked at Monica with contempt, and that saddened her greatly. Sitting in the condemned cell, she heard someone talking to the guards about their rudeness towards the empress. The accusations against her seemed ridiculous to her, as she was too young to do something like that on her own. At that moment, Monica could only see his back, which strongly resembled that of a knight. She regretted not having been able to see his face, nor having had the opportunity to thank him, even if only a little. And 10 days later, she was taken to the square for her execution, and everyone around her shouted in unison to kill her. At the last moment, Monica remembered, she doesn't know why, what that official had said. What the young empress regretted most was not being able to make out his face. That man was the last and only one who stood by Monica before her death. But now everything was different, and the princess decided to live in another way. Although she still longed to see that official, Lisa asked what Monica was thinking so intently about, and she confessed that she wanted to stay with her uncle. Angela loved that idea, as she believed her mistress, just like her, should live surrounded by luxury. But the girl didn't have much time left to convince her uncle, and she didn't know what plan to hatch. At that moment, Monica saw a knight calling her towards a shop full of children's toys. The princess had heard of that shop, and now saw it for the first time with her own eyes. She never had toys in her childhood, and now the girl was simply amazed by so much variety. Monica mentioned her desire to visit the shop to her uncle, and he noticed, once again, the difference between her and his son. The girl perfectly perceived his thoughts in the chat, but couldn't gain any advantage from them. The princess couldn't believe that throughout all this time, her uncle hadn't developed an ounce of affection for her. Suddenly, the knight Mike picked her up and suggested they take a walk and explore the city immediately. Then 2 more knights arrived, eager to escort the princess. They decided to settle it by playing rock, paper, scissors. Mike won the first round, but the other 2 kicked up a fuss, shouting that there was cheating, and that they should repeat it. The knight begged the girl to wait a moment while they resolved the dispute, and he returned with the contenders. Meanwhile, the nanny approached Monica, and in her arms, she carried a desert fox. The girl was happy to see her pet, but the animal didn't understand why Monica called it a toy. So, Angela demanded that the princess feed her. She was hungry as a wolf. At that moment, Brad approached, opining that before the walk they should eat something and rest a little. The knights, who were arguing before, agreed with the Duke's decision. They were also hungry. From those conversations, the princess realized that she also had a ravenous hunger. She asked the nanny to feed her. Brad found it very strange that his niece was still hungry after so many treats, but he suggested going to a restaurant, and soon they were already in an establishment with good service. Sitting at the table, the princess thought that during the journey, all the mages and knights had been kind. Class differences didn't matter to them. They ate anything and got along very well with each other. They were also different from those who are always discontented in the imperial palace. Meanwhile, the food was brought, and the princess was about to start eating. When she felt sleepy, the fox also noticed that her mistress was about to fall, and Monica decided to ask for candies, thinking it would help. But her eyes were closing and she began to slump, hitting the fox, making it fall to the ground. Rose reminded the princess that it wasn't time to sleep yet and wanted to refresh her face with a damp cloth. However, the girl's sleepiness was stronger, and the Duke noticed she was tired, and she fell asleep sweating. Those words alarmed the nanny, who even questioned Brad again, and then understood that the princess fell ill. Then, Rose noticed that the girl also had a fever, but that is common in children. The Duke supposed his niece was exhausted from the schedule, and they also ran into werewolves on the way. He immediately called Mike, who was already devouring chicken thighs, and ordered him to bring the doctor. The knight even became worried, and noticed how confused the nanny was because the princess had a fever. The Duke had 3 children, and didn't worry about them as much. He was cold even to his late wife. And now Brett directly shouted at his subordinate for standing paralyzed watching the situation. Mike ran off in search of the doctor, thinking that this was the first time he had seen the Duke so worried about someone. As he ran past the table where other knights were sitting, he shared his assignment with them. And about 10 minutes later, he was already returning with the doctor, considered the best in the entire region. 10 minutes ago, this doctor was sitting alone in his office telling the knight that he didn't do house calls. But Mike insisted and threw a bag of gold coins at the doctor. There was more than necessary. The gold convinced the doctor to go with the knight. He wasn't going to lose such a sum of money. Upon arrival, the doctor knew he was only coming for the money, but he saw the Duke, whom he considered a monster. Brad Willow looked noble, but the doctor had seen many criminals, and none like the Duke. The girl's uncle shouted at the doctor to cure his niece immediately. There was no time to lose. Then he noticed the girl's languid body and began to examine her, starting by taking her pulse. The others hovered over the old man like dark shadows, which made it difficult for him to concentrate. The knight warned him to choose his words carefully, and the doctor determined that the girl was exhausted and asleep. Rose also began to confirm his words, as she knew the princess better than anyone. But Monica's fans were furious. They saw her breathing, exhaling every 3 seconds. The doctor didn't understand why they brought him, if they didn't believe his words, nor how to interpret her labored breathing. Brad asked curiously why the princess was sleeping deeply, soaked in sweat, if she supposedly wasn't sick. Everyone insisted that children sleep like that, but the Duke's son was not like that, and he was sure that the girl was sick. After this, Brad decided to look for a more experienced doctor and asked where the nearest largest city was. Mike informed him that the city of Georgia was nearby, but if they went there, the journey would be quite delayed. However, the Duke didn't care and ordered them to leave for there as soon as possible. The knight was somewhat shocked that his lord changed the schedule for the princess. Furthermore, it seemed to him that Brad was not aware of her condition, and Helen suggested bringing a doctor with a portal. The Duke nodded, and the mage left immediately to complete her task, dragging the knight along with her. Moving a little further away, Helen struck the ground with her staff, and a bluish energy began to accumulate around her. Suddenly, a portal opened, and a strong gust of wind caused even a spoon to fall off the table. The Duke managed to catch the falling spoon just above the princess, so she wouldn't suffer further. Leaning over the sick girl, Brett decided they would stay in that city one more day. He also tasked the knights with finding suitable accommodation, worthy of a princess. Shortly after, they were already in a local inn, and the room looked quite decent. Mike reported that it was the best they could find, but Brett was more concerned about the girl's health. Sweat was pouring off her, and the doctor, meanwhile, said that healing magic would not help. He explained that Monica was very small, and that using magic could have the opposite effect. Brett also ordered the temperature in the room to be raised, and the second squad of mages tried their best. However, that would take time, as a very strong north wind blows in that city. Rose, in a corner, anxiously insisted that the princess was just sleeping, not understanding why nobody believed her. The cunning Angela, also next to her mistress, sensed that the girl wasn't just resting. Meanwhile, the knights muttered that, according to the nanny and the doctor, Monica was fine. There shouldn't be any problems. But Mike preferred to obey the Duke's orders, fearing that the princess was truly sick. All the while, Monica shivered from the fever and cuddled up to keep warm. Furthermore, she dreamed that her parents were by her side, and Monica did not want to return to reality. Fear overwhelmed her, so much so that she began to babble in her sleep, and Brad took her in his arms. Shortly after, Helen brought the most famous female doctor, who was now examining the girl. After a brief examination, Dr. Susie confirmed that the princess was only asleep. The doctor suggested it was due to exhaustion, something that also happens to adults. And since the princess is very small, she finds it hard to endure long trips, which is why she is exhausted. However, in her past life, Monica had an experience so hard that it is difficult to imagine. But now the Duke was convinced by the doctor's words and let her go, and the knights were happy that the princess was well. They wanted to thank Helen for her efforts when they saw that she had fainted again, and they decided to carry her to the sofa. At night, when everyone was asleep, the Duke decided to call everyone together by surprise and announced that he had changed the schedule. First of all, he was giving the knights a day off, since Monica was very tired, and this made them happy. However, Mike had an urgent report for the Duke about his pupil Eddie, and Brad thought that he had caused trouble again. Eddie was the Duke's only apprentice, and now there were rumors that during training, the outer wall of the castle had been torn down again. This time, the destruction was much greater than the previous one, and undoubtedly, it was not due to a storm. Upon leaving, Brad ordered that the boys' power must be under control, with regular training. And then, he ordered Mike to suspend training until the Duke's return. Brad's eldest son, Matthew, was not in the castle, so only the Duke could deal with such power. After that, the knights were allowed to rest and regain strength, thanking the princess again. Someone was especially happy, because in 10 years with the Duke he had never had a day off. Another girl confessed that she was sure the Duke and the princess were connected by blood. The knights also remembered Monica's mother, who would be a legend if she were still alive. Furthermore, they discussed the princess's beauty, comparing her to the previous Duke, and she was more beautiful. Then, they imagined how beautiful Monica would be when grown up, famous throughout the continent. Meanwhile, Brad approached the nanny and told her she could go rest, that he would stay with the princess. But Rose objected, understanding that the Lord was also exhausted and needed to rest more than anyone. But the Duke insisted, and the nanny begged him to take good care of the little princess. Rose noticed that Brad's gaze towards the girl was visibly changing. She hoped it wasn't an illusion, but a good sign. The nanny left the room, and the Duke, watching the little one, wondered again if she was really a prophetess. He didn't understand how a small girl could talk about conquering a dragon if she wasn't a prophetess. However, the more he thought about it, the more time he wasted, and Brad wondered if Monica could hear him, because if she really is a prophetess, the Duke is obliged to take her for her own sake, and for the apprentice Eddie. For some reason, the current emperor usurped the throne and killed everyone else, but he only left this girl. But on the other hand, taking her with him was quite risky, even without a strong reason to do so. Brad also feared that Eddie might die because of the princess, just like what happened to his sister Samantha before. But everything will be useless if Monica is not a prophetess, and it will only cause a confrontation with the imperial family. The North cannot wage war against the current emperor, but this girl is already very valuable to the Duke. The next morning, the little one woke up and began to stretch sweetly, but suddenly, she noticed that the ceiling was different. For an instant, Monica even thought she had reincarnated again and looked around trying to understand what was happening. Immediately, the little one heard the nanny's voice, who was asking her how she had slept and if she had rested well. Then, Rose told the princess that she had fallen asleep unexpectedly the night before, and the Duke prepared quarters for her. The nanny also heard that after a quick breakfast, they would leave the place, as they had to arrive at the temple on time. Monica also discovered that she had slept the entire time in the carriage, and that they made a stop so she could rest well. Also, the little fox Angela spent the whole time near the princess, thus showing all her affection. And immediately, this creature started demanding food because it was very hungry. But Monica didn't understand why the fox was so angry, but she simply thought it was impolite to fall asleep during the meal. And that's why she was so hungry now. The princess wondered why no one else could feed the creature, as if they had forgotten about it. But it wasn't like that. The little fox simply refused the food. It would not accept anything from a common human. Besides, Angela distrusted them and feared someone might poison her. How horrible. However, the princess fully trusted her assistants. They would never do something like that. But the beast remembered the capture attempts. They wanted to sell her, or something even worse. Monica didn't want to argue and decided to feed her pet well, and, by the way, eat herself too. Upon arriving at the restaurant with her nanny, the knights and admirers were already waiting for them. They offered sweets and other treats, baked especially for the little one. Monica saw this abundance and thought the nanny could skip bringing her food. The girl thanked them for the gifts and instantly turned into an angel in their eyes. Then, Brad joined them and noticed everyone was acting strangely since the morning. What was going on? Monica was happy to see her uncle, but he simply looked away from the little girl. The Duke turned to Mike and ordered everything prepared for breakfast, as he would eat alone with the princess. The others felt a bit sad, but at the same time happy that the two would have breakfast alone. And before leaving, Brad ordered everyone to put their gifts in the carriage compartment. It seemed excessive to some knights, but nothing would change if the Duke were a knight like them. Soon a luxurious table was served where Brad, Monica, and her little fox ate delicacies. What a feast! The Duke proposed to the princess to walk around the city after breakfast and even visit the toy store. After hearing that, the girl started gobbling down the food even faster. The nanny couldn't believe it, and soon Brad was already carrying the surprised princess, astonished by so many attendants for a simple walk. They also entered a flower shop, where the girl loved it and it smelled so good. Then they arrived at the toy store, and the employees started playing with her to entertain her. Afterward, continuing on their way, Monica noticed something and begged her nanny to buy it for her. The girl saw a very beautiful knight's helmet, and the princess found it strangely familiar. Rose was surprised, trying to understand why the little one wanted exactly that. But she had her reasons. In her previous life, right before being captured, a soldier threw a helmet like that onto her head. Although Monica didn't see the point at the time, since a blow like that wouldn't kill her anyway. But that helmet also reminded her of the one in the emperor's office, and the princess desired it. The little fox approached Monica, wanting to see too, and asked her mistress to lift her up. Upon seeing the helmet, Angela also looked perplexed. Why would such a small girl want it? That was not normal. The princess insisted with Rose, repeating that she wanted to buy the helmet and that she would wear it. Knight Jack, hearing Monica, asked Hilary if she also wanted a helmet. But the girl thought imitating the princess was not a good idea and asked Jack not to joke. Meanwhile, Mike confessed his concern to the Duke. That helmet belonged to the former Duchess. Brad knew it. Blood doesn't lie. That's why Monica chose that helmet among so many others. The silver helmet with an engraved dragon was the symbolic object of Duchess Samantha. The Duke approached the little girl, who also begged him to buy the helmet, but her decision depended on her. Brad asked her why she chose that helmet, but the princess couldn't tell him about her life story from another life. And instantly, she invented that the helmet simply called to her. That's why she desired to acquire it. After this, the Duke remembered when he and his sister trained when they were young, and she wore that helmet. They both fought diligently, but Samantha was more agile than her brother. And once again, he snatched the sword from her hands. Brad leaned against a tree and suggested to his sister that they rest a bit, as this training had already lasted too long. But the girl only mocked her brother, saying he had no strength and couldn't beat her in a real battle. Then she looked again at Brad's helmet and asked why he had brought it. The boy considered it valuable, since his father had given it to him, but his sister doubted he needed it, because he had no skills. However, Brad thought Samantha said that because she envied him and even offered to share it, since she had a normal helmet. But the girl liked her head protection and felt that it always called to her. Samantha was also sure that her beloved brother might feel the same someday. Brad was distracted from his memories by another request from his niece to buy that helmet. Afterward, they went to a confectionery shop, and the little girl thought it was a wonderful place. The vendor was very kind to them, and Monica wanted a small cake with strawberry, chocolate, and grapes. Rose wasn't sure the little one could eat so much at once, and suggested choosing only 2 little things. That's when Brad intervened and allowed Monica to choose everything she wanted, because he had promised her and would buy everything now. The Duke ordered Mike to pay for everything, and he told the vendor which small cakes to wrap. The princess was happy to get all the sweets, and the vendor was glad about the big sale. Seeing the large amount of money, he thought the Duke was some heir to a huge corporation. While Monica celebrated that her uncle kept his promise, the fox reminded her of her intention to please the Duke. It was the last town they visited before going to the temple, and the princess had to please her uncle as soon as possible. The girl took one of the small cakes and approached Brad, offering him to eat that delicacy together. The fox doubted that feeding him a small cake would help the princess please the duke. But Monica didn't give up and extended a small spoon with a bite of sweet towards his mouth. But Brad instantly grimaced, as if he had been given something disgusting, and threw the plate on the ground. The knights were surprised by his act, and the princess felt hurt that her uncle threw the cake away just like that. She just wanted to invite him to something tasty, and that way, make him like her. It was all she wanted. To the others, it seemed like the duke had thrown the plate on purpose, completely calculated. Furthermore, it showed his contempt for the princess's favor. It was clear it wasn't an accident. Knight Jack lunged for the thrown piece to eat it, but the others understood nothing. He shouted that it was his piece of cake and that he wanted to eat it, while another knight tried to take the fork from him. Meanwhile, the duke handed the princess over to the nanny. The poor girl was about to cry because of what happened. The girl understood that her uncle might not like the cake, but he could simply say so. Monica fought with all her strength not to cry. She didn't want to look pathetic in front of her uncle. Mike considered the duke's action as betrayal, although deep down he believed his lord had only made a mistake. Brad, meanwhile, approached the vendor and asked him to bake another very expensive fig cake. But in that bakery, they only made one cake per day. The man in the cap could do nothing about it. Rose suggested to the princess that she return to her quarters. She herself would take care of preparing the fig cake. In the knight's room, the boys noticed that Helen had disappeared, and there was still a lot left to check before leaving. The young woman, for her part, was plotting something and was already heading down the cobblestone path. A short while later she appeared at the bakery and threw a bag of gold at the vendor for him to fulfill her request. She needed a fig cake, but the baker no longer had figs for today. But Helen didn't believe that was a problem. Instantly, a considerable amount of figs flooded the counter, and the cook could no longer refuse to fulfill the order. The mage ordered him to get to work right away. Ingredients were not lacking, precisely. In another corner of the shop, Brad was glad not to have run into Helen. Thank goodness. Without making a sound, the Duke went out to the street and decided to enjoy the cool night air. He remembered how sad his niece was, hugging her nanny, and wanted to compensate her somehow. Instead of a cake, Brad decided to buy the girl the helmet he had left at the shop. But suddenly, he wondered why he was doing that, realizing it wasn't for the princess. It was that upon seeing the helmet, the Duke remembered old times and his sister. What memories? Brad understood that the princess resembled Samantha. That's why she acted strangely and felt things. A little later, Monica was in her nanny's arms, who told her they were leaving, and she could sleep more. A cool breeze came through the window. A distant neigh was heard, and memories flooded the princess. For an instant, she thought she was reliving her past life, where the nanny thought Monica would be fine without her. Guards in armor separated Rose from the princess, and the girl understood that her nanny wanted to flee, because the only thing people thought about then was how to escape before dawn. As fast as possible. The nanny also managed to escape at first, but they caught her and sentenced her to death. Monica burst into tears, and Rose didn't understand what was wrong with the little one this time. The princess feared that her nanny might try to flee again, but she swore she would never do such a thing. It was decided to leave earlier than planned, so they prepared in silence so as not to wake the girl. Monica understood that she was safe now, and before falling asleep again, she begged her nanny not to abandon her. But she couldn't do that. She couldn't leave the little one, and swore she would be by her side forever. Rose carried the princess in her arms towards the carriage, and suddenly she saw a small cake. Waking up completely, the girl couldn't believe that in front of her was an entire fig cake, her favorite. Meanwhile, Helen was happy that the princess was smiling again, not caring about exhausting her energy for the figs. Monica also wanted to meet the mage, so she asked the knights and the mistress to bring her. Then, the princess saw her uncle walk past. He didn't even look at her. The girl thought Brad was still angry about yesterday, when she was the one who should be upset. However, Monica gathered the courage to take the first step towards reconciliation. But then, Knight Mike approached and conveyed the Duke's wish to travel alone from now on. The princess didn't understand what was wrong with her uncle, so the knight clarified the situation a bit. Due to the change of plans, the Duke and some of his subordinates had already left for where they would subdue the dragon. But Monica was still hurt. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving her and going away. She also thought that her uncle had simply gotten tired of taking care of her, and that's why he decided to abandon her. The girl also recalled the rejected cake, which she now considered just a small, unimportant incident. Monica wanted to reconcile with her uncle and go with him to the north, despite everything, but now she might lose her chance. But even so, the princess now relied on the most elite knights, who were ordered to protect her at the cost of their lives. It was just that Monica still thought her uncle was pretending to be nice to her, only to avoid offending the imperial family. The princess's thoughts became tangled. Now she only thought about the bad things, although she hoped she was wrong. Of course. However, all her plans failed. But she didn't know the reason. If she only wanted to save the Duke for all the heavens. That's why she said the Emperor knew about the dragon's subjugation, and that everything could end very, very badly. For that, the princess even answered all the questions about the Book of Names. But even that didn't work. And Monica thought it was worth forgetting him, because in her past life he didn't help her, and the imperial family doesn't want her now. But the problem persisted that the princess had to return to that family after the blessing at the temple. The girl felt fear, and then the fox promised to protect her if something happened, that she shouldn't worry. Monica was happy to hear her pet say it wouldn't abandon her. She was tired of everyone leaving her already. Meanwhile, the Duke had moved quite far away, and Greg noticed he was worried about the princess. Brad replied by asking the knight if he looked like someone who could be overcome by emotions. Greg assured him he didn't look like it, thinking at the same time that he would have liked to stay longer with the princess. The Duke, meanwhile, felt the candy Monica had given him recently in his trouser pocket, and Greg pulled him out of his thoughts again, thinking that his lord was so serious because he had to stay away from his niece. Then, the knight remembered what impacted him, that the Duke cared about someone like this for the first time. The other knights thought something similar, as they accompanied the Duke only because they drew the longest straw. But Brett knew he had to control his emotions. The dragon Spike was not an easy opponent. Meanwhile, the princess's carriage continued on its way, and Monica decided to share her last candies with the nanny. The girl thought that if she stayed in the imperial family, she wouldn't be able to eat many sweets. That's why she gave them to Rose. The princess already imagined the torment the knights would put her through, who would be with her afterward. 3 days later, they were almost reaching the temple, and Mike was happy that the girl tolerated long trips well now. But the girl suddenly burst into tears, and the knight understood it was because they would have to separate. Helen was also sad about this, but she promised the little one that she would see her again as soon as the dragon conquest ended. Furthermore, the mage promised she would bring a fig cake and a huge one with her. But the princess couldn't get it out of her head that her uncle had abandoned her, just like in the previous life. And she considered him a bad person. Although Monica didn't feel any resentment, because during the time she spent with him, the girl had been happy. The princess will never forget this, especially that moment of reconciliation with the Pinkies. After a brief pause, they were preparing to resume their journey, when Jack and Helen noticed something strange. A carriage was approaching rapidly, and the knights immediately prepared to protect the princess. Behind the carriage, they spotted a man with the talent eye, and the imperial banner waved on the carriage. The knights interrogated the man about his identity, while ordering him to prepare to give his life. And at that moment, Albert appeared, who was none other than the commander of the Imperial Knights. Mike introduced himself to him, explaining that Duke Willow had entrusted him with the protection of the princess. But Albert, for his part, intended to take Monica away, as he had orders to take her into his custody. In her previous life, this commander was the one who tormented the princess the most, and she didn't understand why he was coming for her. There was another commander, who took leadership in the dragon conquest and the direction of the wars. And Albert does all the dirty work and directs the house dogs that work in cover for the emperor. And now this dog, with his infamous reputation, has come to take the princess to the palace. Meanwhile, Mike tried to strike up a conversation with Albert, since he was also supposed to take Monica to the palace. But by order of Duke Willow, the knight first had to take the princess to the temple, and he asked them to let them pass. Mike was also known as the Smiling Devil, and he insinuated with threats to the commander that he was not going to hand Monica over. But Albert did not believe that the Duke's order was above that of the emperor himself, and he was not going to give in. The girl feared having to endure his mockery again, now for trying to get close to her uncle. However, she did not want to fall into his hands, and Albert insisted that there could be a dispute with the imperial family. The commander gave the knights one last chance to retreat, or he would consider what was happening as a mutiny. And suddenly, Mike asked Albert to take that carriage, thinking there had been a misunderstanding. Besides, He said the carriage was equipped with varied magic for the princess's comfort. He wanted the carriage to stay with the girl, for her own good, and Albert accepted the knight's offer. Mike had a bad feeling, but he couldn't do anything and just prayed that the Duke would be there. The knight also saw that the princess seemed on the verge of tears, and he too felt sad about it. But then Helen and Jack started objecting that they couldn't just hand over the girl, and the commander seemed very strange to them. They even proposed following him, but Mike asked them not to act recklessly. The knight reminded his comrades of the Duke's order not to create conflicts within the imperial family, and their objective was the conquest of the dragon. He then decided to join Brad while he thought about how to report what had happened. Meanwhile, Monica read in the chat that the knights promised to return for the princess right after subduing the dragon, and Helen protested more than anyone and wished to find the girl at all costs, and the knights. She would tear off their legs. Then, Monica started remembering them one by one. Jack and Greg, who were very kind. Also Hillary, who always praised the girl's beauty. And the mage Roger, who was like a grandfather to the princess. And Helen and everyone else, because each one promised Monica that they would meet again, even if it is unlikely now. Gradually, the chat participants decreased until only 2 remained, and one of them was Mike. He begged the princess for forgiveness for not being able to protect her, and he was willing to accept any punishment for it. In the end, only one person remained, and Monica burst into tears, while the nanny tried to comfort her. After a while, the cart stopped, as the princess's crying would not cease, and Albert decided to find out what was happening. The commander thought that this girl could not bear the title of princess if she couldn't even tolerate a simple journey. Rose began to object, since Monica was still a very small girl who hadn't even turned 4, but Albert ordered her to shut up, or she would have problems and lose her tongue. Then, the commander grabbed the girl by the neck and pulled her out of the carriage so she would follow on horseback. Because of that grip, Monica had trouble breathing, and the fox prepared to use her magic to protect her mistress. Suddenly, the princess was flooded with memories from her past life, where they also tormented her. She was terrified and prayed for anyone, to help her and the nanny, and save them. Suddenly, Albert saw a fist in front of him, and the next moment, he was already lying on the ground with the others. Uncle Brett came to the princess's rescue again, freed the little one, and then took her in his arms. Monica was a little surprised when she opened her eyes and saw her uncle, who only apologized for being late. Next to him was also a squad of knights, and the girl couldn't believe that in this life, so many people supported her. Commander Albert asked the Duke what he was doing there, and the latter only became enraged in response. For bread, Albert and his subordinates had 2 lives if they dared to treat the princess like that. But the commander did not back down and saw the interference in the emperor's affairs as a declaration of war. The Duke didn't care, but first he decided to teach them manners, and the knights agreed with him. Each one began to choose an opponent and was ready to teach them a lesson, like disobedient puppies. Albert knew that Duke Willow had the most elite knights and mages, and if they were defeated there, they wouldn't be the only ones to suffer. However, the commander told Brad that he would report the incident to the emperor, but this did not frighten the Duke at all. The commander was even willing to retreat this time, but he promised the princess they would see each other again very soon. And he ordered Brad to take good care of his princess, which infuriated the Duke. Albert would not dare to call the girl his own, unless he wanted to lose his miserable tongue. The commander's team retreated, and the knights felt frustrated because they really wanted to take care of them. At that moment, Monica asked her uncle if he would leave again, but he didn't understand why he should. The princess confessed that she had cried a lot because the Duke had abandoned her. Then Brad held out a candy to the girl, adding that he hadn't abandoned her. He was just looking for candies. The knights could barely contain themselves from laughing with joy, and the princess was happy about the candied fig. Monica understood that her uncle had no intention of abandoning her. However, she still felt the pain of that separation. She also didn't understand why they had returned, but she was very happy, like a little girl. The princess fell asleep, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the sky, and then remembered that her uncle had returned. And it wasn't a dream. And the fox was happy that her mistress finally opened her eyes, as she thought she had fainted. The princess also learned that, while she slept for 3 hours, they had already reached the temple during that time. Suddenly, the knights noticed Monica shivering and supposed she was cold. But that was impossible, since the temperature always remains the same in areas near the temple. Moreover, the knights believed that Albert and his team had scared her and were eager to take revenge with interest. Helen proposed tracking those villains with magic and launching meteorites at them, calling it justice, of course. But it was time to enter the temple, and only a few could do so. Meanwhile, they wrapped the princess in a blanket that Helen took out, and now she looked like a ball of wool to the fox. Monica asked her uncle what this place was, and he explained that it was a temple, although she already knew it very well. In her past life, the princess visited this place so often that it now seemed repulsive to her. The Duke, with the girl in his arms, approached the servant of the god, and she immediately began to greet them. She also thanked Brad for bringing the princess here, while the Duke noticed that the priest was not present. He should have received them as soon as they arrived, since the priest is the head of this temple. The servant explained that an urgent matter had arisen, and he was forced to leave the place. The princess didn't understand how it was possible, if she needed his blessing. The Duke, as if reading the girl's mind, asked the servants the same thing in an annoyed tone, but the servant proposed performing the ritual with other local priests, who would do it very well. However, Brett still didn't understand how a priest could leave the temple upon the arrival of the imperial family. The servant tried to explain that the Duke had misunderstood her, and that no one was making fun of them. And then the high priest Harris appeared, who was temporarily acting as the main priest. Monica remembered this priest as a good person, respected by the other servants. He was also the first one murdered by the priests who later joined Theodore. Harris apologized because the priest had abandoned his post for an urgent matter, but that did not calm the Duke. Then the priest asked to speak with Brado alone, and he ordered the knights to take a walk. Then Harris revealed that the priest, for the first time in 1,000 years, heard the divine voice calling his servant. Hearing this, Monica was surprised, as it didn't happen in her previous life, although she was small. And maybe she doesn't remember it, but looking at the Duke, she understood that everything was clear to him and that he was no longer worried. Immediately after, the priest proposed starting the blessing ceremony and ordered the rest to prepare. Brett handed his niece over to a servant, who took the girl to a separate room with a fountain. Monica felt uncomfortable, but she was glad her uncle had come with her after all. Harris, meanwhile, took water from the fountain with his hand and dampened the princess's forehead, then asking her to open her eyes. And as soon as she did, a golden glow appeared above her head, and instantly the temple lit up noticeably. In her second life, Monica also saw that radiance, which meant she had received the blessing. After this, they returned the princess to the Duke and noticed that she felt much more comfortable in his arms. Harris proposed that Brad accompany Monica to the temple again to repeat the ceremony, but the Duke thought that next time they could call the priest from the north for the ritual. The princess couldn't believe what her uncle was saying, but they were already leaving the temple. Upon leaving, the girl saw a statue and recognized the goddess who had reincarnated her. Lisa couldn't believe her mistress had met the very goddess of destiny. She thought it was great, but the girl didn't remember anything good about that meeting. The goddess promised a good family, but it didn't turn out well. Monica worried about her uncle's words and whether she would go with the imperial family. Monica called her uncle Lord, which surprised him, but she didn't want to get attached to someone who would leave her. But the Duke explained to her that he was her uncle, that they were family, and that she should live with her family. Brad was going to take the princess to his duchy. The girl couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. Then Mike arrived with an urgent matter for the Duke, and Brad stepped aside with him to speak privately. First, the knight asked if Willow really planned to take the princess to his family, because if that were the case, then there is a possibility that an all-out war might begin. But that didn't scare the Duke at all, and he was willing to pay that price if necessary. While they talked, Monica ate cookies surrounded by the nanny and knights, but she wanted to know what they were talking about. The girl asked permission to step away, and the fox said she had the chance to scare her uncle. Then, Angela stepped on the princess's foot with her little paw, and instantly a golden glow surrounded her. The fox made Monica's presence unnoticed for 15 seconds, so she could hear the whole conversation. Getting closer, the girl heard that a war could start and that the Duke was willing to pay the consequences. In addition, Brad remembered that the princess is a prophet, and he considers Eddie his ideal partner. And that's when Monica understood that she was just a tool for the Duke on his path to the throne. But right at that moment she tripped, and to top it off, time ran out and her presence was exposed. Mike was stunned by the princess's sudden appearance, while the Duke simply lifted her off the ground. Brad was intrigued as to why she was crying again, and Monica showed him that she had dirtied her cookie. Mike immediately offered to eat everything the princess had soiled, and she was happy that they would take her with them anyway. But seeing her uncle's thoughtful face, Monica no longer wanted to know what was going through his mind. Shortly after, the Duke received a magic message that infuriated him beyond measure. Mike asked what problems had arisen, and he learned that Spike's subjugation was delayed, and they would rehabilitate him. The knights went on alert, because if the dragon's social status was restored, the family would have serious problems. The imperial family chased him again, trying to capture and subdue him, but it turned out to be very complicated. Bread ordered the knights to return, and the princess then asked her uncle if he was going north. When he nodded, the girl was happy, even though she had been a little disappointed in her uncle today. But she will keep waiting for the day he loves her with all his heart, and for now, she must concentrate on the journey. While the knights rode, they sang about the most adorable princess traveling with them. The knights believed that even an ogre could take flight instantly, as soon as he saw Monica's smile. And besides, this girl can conquer a heart with a simple and charming wink of her sweet eyes. The knights sang so much that the Duke got a little tired of listening to them, but Mike explained to him that they were just excited. Nevertheless, amidst all that noise, the princess slept soundly, something Brett even envied a little. However, this time the girl was having nightmares, in which she saw sad scenes from her past life again. Upon opening her eyes, Monica saw a hand reaching out towards her, exactly like in her horrible dream. But in reality, Uncle Brad was just tucking a strand of hair back from her face so it wouldn't bother her eyes. For an instant, the girl instinctively flinched, as at first she thought her uncle was going to hit her, like in her past life. Meanwhile, the man sitting on the throne was already anxiously awaiting the princess's arrival. More time passed, and the Duke's carriage was approaching the Willow Lands. And past the border, the magic of the north would begin. Monica thought it was about snow and cold, which she considered magical. At that moment, Monica sneezed due to the imminent drop in temperature, and Helen immediately conjured a blanket for her. The girl felt much warmer immediately, as if the carriage had underfloor heating, and felt more comfortable. However, during all that time, Uncle Brad hadn't said a word since the princess got scared of his hands. The girl hoped that the memories of the reception at the imperial family would be forgotten. But still, she had to be more cautious, because if the Duke thinks Monica fears him, he will consider her useless. To avoid raising suspicion, the princess decided to act more like a child. She also decided to reveal information little by little to her uncle, in order to remain useful. Monica planned to do this until they lived alone in the north. On another break, the princess wanted to go for a walk, but wrapped in the blanket, she looked like a turtle to her uncle. The girl felt very cold outside and couldn't believe it had gotten so suddenly chilly. Monica was surprised that her nanny didn't feel the cold, and it turned out that Grandma Rose was from the north. They dressed the princess in a fur coat and wrapped her in a scarf. Now she really looked like a turtle. Moreover, the girl noticed her lips weren't moving, and the nanny pulled the scarf down a bit from her face. Brett advised his niece to endure it if she didn't want to get sick and cause trouble for others. And only the fox dared to laugh, saying she had never seen her mistress look more ridiculous. Later, they resumed their journey and decided, to start with, to visit the border town of the Willow Lands. After a while, the princess spotted a high wall with a coat of arms and huge gates. The townspeople were celebrating the Duke's return with joy, while the little princess watched everything with curiosity. There was a lot of snow and winter. It was the place where spring was least in a hurry to arrive. But contrary to what the empire's inhabitants call the north, the place looked very lively. All the people there were tall, like Monica's mother, so she thought that was why she resembled her father. Shortly, the carriage arrived at the castle, the Duke's residence, where they were already preparing to welcome Brett Willow. However, upon seeing the princess, people were surprised, considering her just a useless burden. They thought she wouldn't help the north at all, despite being the daughter of the former Duke. What an injustice! Despite those murmurs, the Duke and his niece planned to rest there for a few days. After this, they must head to the main residence, located in the capital. Already in the carriage, the fox noticed murmurs about her mistress, but she couldn't hear anything yet. Then, Angela touched Monica's ear with her little paw, and she could hear every word for a minute. People were murmuring, not believing she was the princess, thinking she had died in the usurpation, and also that they hadn't locked her up, and that returning to the north is an ominous omen. The fox was furious at such words and wanted to incinerate those people, but Monica stopped her. Then, Angela suggested to the girl that she could get down if she wanted, as the fox always receives favors. Angela receives so much food that she could easily feed her mistress too. Shortly after, they entered the castle, where they were received by the estate manager, Christian Terron. The girl was still trembling in her uncle's arms, feeling even a little uncomfortable because of it. Brett immediately ordered that, to start with, they should eat well after the long journey. Soon, they were seated before an abundant table, and the fox asked the hostess for the largest piece of meat. Meanwhile, in the chat window, messages began to appear about the arrival of new participants. Monica even got a little fed up and wished to disable it for a while, when suddenly a confirmation window appeared. After the princess's approval, notifications were disabled for 30 minutes, and she decided to enjoy the food. Among other things, Monica saw a raspberry cake with huge red berries of a special Nordic variety. The Duke noticed that the princess loved raspberries and ordered all that were available to be brought to her. Christian tried to object, as the fences were prepared for bread, but the Duke simply repeated his order. They were special fences, which common aristocrats cannot taste even after waiting 3 years. The administrator was surprised that the Duke so easily gave the raspberries to the princess. Although she was not a simple child, Monica was the sole survivor, the last descendant of the unfortunate imperial family. In an instant, the fences were with the princess, who deeply thanked her uncle for this gesture. Brad noticed how quickly the plate was emptied and asked her why she didn't say anything if she was so hungry. The princess felt a little ashamed and promised to eat less, just so her uncle wouldn't hate her. But Brad didn't mean that. He just wanted the girl to eat more slowly, or she might get indigestion. After the meal, they took Monica to her room, which she found luxurious, and with a very soft bed. The girl couldn't believe a bed could be so soft, as if she were swimming among clouds. She again remembered many happy moments from the journey and wished time would stop, even for an instant. The princess also wished that only good people remained in the world, and with those thoughts, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Greg convened a meeting, but the Duke still didn't understand why it was necessary. Then, those present began to question Brad. Why did he bring the princess? They are really worried. They were also worried that, to conquer Spike, the Duke would devastate nature, abandon his home, and then simply return. Brad remembered hearing the whispers of his subjects, but now not only those words infuriated him. What also drove him crazy was the assumption that the Emperor probably already knew the plans to conquer Spike. And that meant that among his subordinates, there was definitely a traitor, and possibly more than one. Mike opined that they could go conquer Spike at any time, and the rest of the room started arguing with him. But the knight insisted that the princess's presence was also crucial. The relations with the imperial family depended on it, and the Duke added that his niece, moreover, could be a prophet, which left everyone stunned. In the north, there is no one who forgets the greatness of a prophet, but Brad also clarified that it was only a supposition. Then, the people proposed returning the princess to the desolate castle and observing, because this situation could be dangerous. But the Duke, slamming his fist on the table, shouted that Monica is part of the family, and descendant of the pride and heroine of the North, Samantha Willow. Moreover, Brad demanded that they name a single reason why he should not defend the descendant of the Willow family. Even more so, the Duke feared sending his niece to the imperial family, and he would not regret what he did. Because even now, when it is relatively calm, no one would dare to go against the brave warrior, and the best swordsman in the North, especially not those who remember the Duke from a few years ago, when he acted like a tyrant and a rabid dog. Then Brad threatened that if anyone dared to say anything bad about the princess, it would be considered a personal insult to him. Monica, meanwhile, opened her eyes in bed and couldn't understand where she was. Huge figs and a cake were flying around her, and then these sweets started flying somewhere. The girl flew after them and saw that the cake ended up in some boy's hands. Monica couldn't see who that boy was. She even got a little closer, but still couldn't make out his face. And then this boy devoured the whole cake in one bite, as if swallowing it, horrifying the princess. Then the boy saw Monica, ran towards her, and right there the little girl woke up from a terrible nightmare. She tried to understand what that dream could mean, but couldn't think of absolutely anything. Calm reigned in the room, but inexplicably, everything was so dark as if a ghost were about to appear. Suddenly, the girl noticed a luminous spot appearing on the wall next to the clock, with the silhouette of a person. The princess thought it was a real ghost and got very scared. She screamed and hid under the sheets. In the morning, as always, The nanny was the first to arrive and asked the girl how she had slept. But suddenly, Rose noticed that the girl's face was very swollen and started asking her what had happened. Monica groaned and started telling how she had seen a real ghost during the night who had visited her. At that instant, Brad and Mike entered the room, but immediately understood that the little one had only had a nightmare. But the princess insisted she had experienced something more than just a simple nightmare. The girl even woke up Angela so she could confirm the presence of the ghost. The little fox should have felt the strange energy of the specter, being a divine messenger. But nothing. The creature saw nothing, even with its incredible powers, confirming it was a dream. The nanny approached so fast that she scared her, and Rose promised to hunt all the ghosts. Brad arrived asking about ghosts, and Monica told him everything, absolutely everything. The Duke feigned surprise, suggesting that the princess wouldn't want raspberry cake. Being so scared, upon seeing the delicacy, the girl changed her mind very quickly, insisting it was just a dream. Seeing Monica's veracity, Brad noticed another similarity to his older sister. Mike suggested that the princess had that nightmare because she didn't have friends her age nearby. But the Duke didn't fully understand the night and asked him to explain himself better. Due to the bad weather, Breed will have to stay at the residence for a while. And for that time, Mike decided to assign the princess another child her age, so she wouldn't get too bored. The Duke thought of his sons, but they were not at the residence, and Eddie was studying abroad. Therefore, the knight dared to invite one of the subject's sons, who also needed a friend his age. Mike chose a boy from the Clark clan, and Breed appreciated this choice, knowing their reputation. The next day, afternoon, the knight went to the princess's room, where she was drawing. As usual, he greeted the little girl, and Rose asked why he had come. Then, the knight called a boy named Trevor to come in and show his respect to the princess. This boy explained to Monica his uncle's concern, that she might get bored alone, and invited him as her friend. Mike added that all the Duke's sons were traveling, so he chose the smartest boy. And with manners, Rose was instantly excited by the news, although she thought it would be much more interesting to be with princes. After the introduction, the knight left them alone so they could get to know each other better and become friends. The princess began to observe her new friend carefully, and his face looked very familiar to her. The nanny, at that moment, decided to go get cookies and drinks to celebrate the arrival of the new friend. But then, the girl remembered that she knew him as an adult in her previous life, and immediately shouted for the nanny not to leave. Those Clarks betrayed the North in the past life, and her family had something to do with the death of Monica's uncle. After Trevor concentrated all the power in the North, he trafficked people and raped women, and even the imperial family, humiliated by a mere aristocrat, could do nothing. And now Trevor was in front of the princess, ready to teach her everything necessary, since she is still a child. But Monica only remained silent, recalling the horrible scenes from her previous life. After half an hour, Knight Mike was waiting in the office for the Duke, who was delayed. Suddenly, a maid entered to inform him of a very serious problem. Mike intuited that it was about the princess, and immediately ran to her room. On the way, he saw several maids peeking into the princess's bedroom, not daring to enter. A childish scream came from inside, and an atrocious fear for Monica invaded the knight. But looking through the door, he saw the princess arguing with Trevor, while birds pecked at him. Then Monica, unexpectedly, fiercely bit the boy's hand, as if he were her worst enemy. A little earlier, Trevor had made fun of the girl, implying that she was a symbol of misfortune in the empty castle. He also told her that the Duke took pity on her and brought her, but then abandoned her. And now Trevor would take care of her. Monica remembered that this boy was talkative even in her previous life, and she couldn't understand how a child her age could be so hateful. Meanwhile, Angela was interrogating the princess, asking why she was silent, and did nothing about it. And it was then that Monica realized she was no longer the same as before and that she could defend herself. As soon as Trevor tried to touch her forehead, she immediately pushed his hand away and shouted not to dare touch her with his dirty hands. However, the boy arrogantly stated that the princess was not as adorable as he had imagined, and Monica decided not to let that attitude pass, but to make the boy reflect on his behavior. And since she was just a child, she lunged at Trevor with her fists and hit him on the nose. Trevor still didn't accept that he was wrong, arguing that Monica was angry with him because he treated her like a cute thing. But before he could finish speaking, the princess attacked him again, and the fox decided to help her. Angela helped Monica summon all the nearby animals, and the girl immediately ordered them to fly towards Trevor. This relieved the princess a bit, and she understood that she should have done the same in the past. At that moment, the fox called her again and suggested continuing the attack, to teach that miserable boy a good lesson. Monica agreed that Trevor should not put his hands where they did not belong. And at that moment, she bit his fingers. Mike witnessed this scene upon running in due to the scream of the maid and the princess. Noticing him, she immediately backed away. Trevor only kept mocking, affirming that the rumors about Monica were true, and that now he would indeed make her his toy. The princess did not know what to do, as she did not want her uncle to find out that she had bitten the son of a valuable subject. The girl thought that after this, the Duke would no longer treat her as family, and her story would repeat itself once more. And in her past life, thanks to his connections, Trevor managed to hide his dirty deeds. But now the princess would not tolerate it. While the boy complained that Monica had bitten him and the birds had pecked him, the girl immediately shouted that Trevor was going to hit her. Rose immediately started asking if the girl was okay, while she kept embellishing her story. Mike stood over the boy, interrogating him if the princess was telling the truth, but he suddenly fell down. At that instant, Trevor's father appeared, furious upon seeing the bloody wounds on his son's hands. Mike reported that he had already sent for a doctor, while trying to prove the princess's innocence. But Robert Clark, the boy's father, did not believe that his son, with several decorations, would attack first. Furthermore, the father thought that the knight was simply protecting the princess, and that disappointed him greatly. However, Mike received an order from the Duke to do everything possible to help the princess. Monica was surprised that even in such a confusing situation, this knight stood on her side. Robert still didn't know that the Duke protected that useless girl, and asked when he could meet him personally. Brad should have arrived at his office already, but first decided to stop by to see his niece. The Duke noticed that something was wrong, and Robert was the first to say that the princess had bitten his son. The father feared the boy would lose his hand, and Trevor feigned terrible pain. Brad turned to the children and asked them if what Robert said was true. Monica decided to confess. She admitted that she had been completely wrong. But the Duke addressed Trevor, not her, and repeated his question to him. Robert tried to intervene again, but Brad pointed out the red mark on the princess's forehead. The father recalled everything his lineage had done for the North, but to the Duke it seemed he was talking too much. For Brad, what mattered was that his niece had suffered in all this. The Duke challenged anyone who denied it to step forward, but no one moved. A maid announced the arrival of the doctor, who immediately examined the prince's hand. But the Duke stopped him and ordered that treatment begin with the princess. Brad kicked everyone else out of the room, including the nanny. Robert barely managed to take his son in his arms. After examining her, the Duke took the princess in his arms and asked how she felt. The girl pointed to the bandage on her forehead and confessed that it hurt right there. But then she noticed her uncle's reaction. She thought she should have killed the scoundrel right there for the damage he had caused. Getting a little scared, the princess immediately started saying that it actually didn't hurt her at all. And the Duke calmed down. He caressed his niece and advised her that in the future she should not endure if someone touched her, but also that she should tell him. Monica almost melted upon hearing that her Uncle Brad called her his family again, and she hugged him tightly. Meanwhile, the knights were commenting on the face of Count Clark, which they were now enjoying mocking. At the same time, they didn't stop praising the princess for her resilience and her ability to defend herself. However, the knights were puzzled that there were also birds there, and they thought Monica also had magical powers. The boys asked Helen if she felt magic, but she felt, on the contrary, something sacred. Later, in another meeting, Mike asked the Duke when he planned to return to his main objective. At that moment, the knight was referring to the tradition of holding an offering ceremony for the princess. And then, the Duke agreed to hold the traditional event, since Monica was arriving in the North for the first time. Then he thought for a moment and decided to organize a great party, since the princess was very exhausted during the trip. Moreover, Brad wanted those noble houses hostile to the princess not to be present. But regarding the party, the Duke decided to organize it the weekend of next week, and he ordered everyone to prepare. A week later, Rose was telling the princess in more detail that at today's party, everyone would come to greet her. The girl knew nothing about the northern parties and found it very interesting to listen, because she feared that at this party they would hang her upside down or something even worse. And right there, the nanny took out a beautiful dress and begged the little princess to try it on. Instantly, Monica looked spectacular, and while admiring herself, surprise, she spotted her uncle and Mike. The girl ran to them and started twirling around, showing off her brand new outfit. Brad was delighted and immediately called the seamstress Sarah to order a divine bow for her hair. The girl valued her work, which was not cheap, considering the fabric the Duke chose, but she promised to deliver. Sarah found it a bit strange. No way. The gentleman had never been interested in fashion. The catalog was overflowing with fabric colors, and the Duke ordered 2 sets of each color to be made. Before Friday, the seamstress doubted she could finish on time, but she swore to Brad that she would manage, no matter what. In the blink of an eye, the princess was wearing new bows, and the Duke demanded to call the wardrobe manager. Immediately after, he scribbled something on a piece of paper and asked Mike to deliver the complete list to the stylist. The knight was somewhat surprised because there was everything: a corset, a diadem, and much more. Soon the day of the party arrived, and the palace was teeming with guests, especially knights, and the Duke's elite mages. They all gathered in the courtyard, around the tables, and shortly after, Brad Willow appeared carrying the princess in his arms. The guests were frozen in amazement, and Monica thought it was a silent party because of how quiet everything was. But suddenly everyone cheered up, started greeting her, shouting only the best wishes for her. The girl also took a look at the chat and saw that her streamer status had risen to Baroness. In honor of this, the princess also received an unexpected stroke of luck as a prize, in addition to many other gifts. The last time Monica was lucky, she got the fox Angela, and she was very curious to know what would happen now. The people, meanwhile, were even happier, and everyone asked the girl to wave hello. Mike realized that Monica knew nothing about the party and started asking Rose why she hadn't told her anything. The nanny apologized, so engrossed in the princess's outfit that she had completely forgotten. The princess, upon hearing the conversation, became intrigued about what kind of festivity was so appreciated. Then, the knight decided to explain the essence of the party to the girl, starting with the fact that the North was a desolate place in ancient times. That's why any visit from the outside was an important event, and they always prepared gifts for the guests. And the team whose gift the guest liked the most could spend a special night with them. Over time, this tradition came to be called the offering, and it has been maintained to this day. This party was more for the Northerners, since it was so difficult to reach them, that they thanked every visitor. Today, the princess noticed that even those who were previously filled with anger towards her had suddenly softened. After the first toast, Monica asked if she could choose the guests and received consent. There were so many gifts that at first the girl felt overwhelmed, but everyone wanted the best for her. The princess approached team number 1, full of knights who adored Monica above all else. The second team consisted only of mages, and their motto was that magic was the most powerful thing in the world. The third team was hastily assembled and only had servants, whom everyone considered scum. After observing everyone, the girl heard Mike announce the official start of the celebration. Then the princess saw the last team's gift, a huge mountain of bows on the table. And at the very top was the most beautiful bow, with a black diamond in the center, valued as the most expensive. Everyone guessed that only the Duke could make such a gift, as he was the only one with such wealth. Monica was in shock, but not just because of that. In her previous life, she had never attended her own celebrations. In fact, she always arrived at receptions looking pathetic and only received mockery. Even for her funeral attire, they had promised to leave only her crown as an ornament. And Monica then had a single dream: to attend the ball as a normal aristocrat in a beautiful dress. Although even that seemed like a huge luxury to her, at least she hoped to have a nice bow. But at the party, the princess noticed that her name was embroidered on the bows, and she realized that her uncle had prepared them for her. Soon the moment came when the princess had to choose a gift, and the winner would obtain an evening with her. Lisa advised the girl to choose the bows, since they suited her best. Besides, there were very many of them. However, Monica knew that everyone knew whose bows they were, and the other people would feel hurt. The princess narrowed her eyes and pointed randomly, landing right on the team of mages. They started celebrating like crazy, while the others just sighed dejectedly for not having prepared such a good gift. And then Mike shouted at the top of his lungs for everyone to prepare, because the Duke wished to give a final speech. Brad on his throne looked quite stern, and everyone feared provoking him in any way. But he only said that everyone was free, and no one could object to the party's sudden end. The people didn't even try to argue, and for their own safety, they decided it was better to leave. The next morning, as soon as Monica woke up, there were already a bunch of guests in her chamber. Mike immediately told her that everyone was eagerly awaiting her, although Helen said it wasn't her time yet. However, Mike didn't want Monica to wait long, as the girl seemed a bit tired. The losers, meanwhile, looked timidly from the doorways, longing to admire their favorite. The princess noticed Jack's very pitiful face and felt bad that his team hadn't won. The knight insisted that it wasn't her fault, but Monica didn't want to disappoint them, and invited everyone to spend time together. And right then, Duke Willow suddenly appeared and protested. Because the rules are sacred, he also asked the Sorcerers Guild to spend time with the princess as soon as possible, and he invited the rest to the meeting hall. Moreover, the Duke wanted the head of the Mages Guild, Roger, to join them in the meeting. The old man couldn't believe he wouldn't get to enjoy time with the adorable princess, and his team, as they said goodbye, seemed to mock him, although they really had no bad intentions. Meanwhile, Monica noticed that her uncle no longer even wished to exchange glances with her. The girl thought the Duke was simply offended because she hadn't chosen his gift. The mages got ready to go prepare for the meeting, and Mike asked them to monitor the time. Since the princess is still small, Monica noticed that they disappeared, and the knight explained that they used teleportation magic, which only lasts 10 minutes. During this time, all mages must prepare well and wash up, so as not to cause offense. At that moment, in the Emperor's castle, the chief was being informed that the princess had been kidnapped by Duke Willow. This seemed strange to the Emperor, but the commander also reported that Brad had threatened His Majesty's knights. The Emperor viewed Monica as a mere toy, forbidden from leaving the old palace, but the Duke taking the princess was interpreted as an act of rebellion. Here everyone believes that Willow rescued Monica only to harm the imperial family. He has long demanded an investigation into the death of the former empress, his older sister, Samantha. The imperial family ignored him. The investigation was considered closed long ago. The emperor ordered the first detachment to be sent to the northern border to show his power. Although deep down, he believed the north was about to collapse on its own. He could already hear the laments in the northern temple. They could execute their plan whenever they wanted, and so began the long-awaited rabbit hunt. The emperor found it fascinating. At the duke's mansion, the mages were ready for the princess. They arrived at her room. Even their commander joined the fun, while they played with the little girl, using magic tricks. But suddenly, Jack sneezed without warning, and Monica lost her balance and flew to the floor. Roger caught the girl in midair, and then scolded his people for playing with magic that way. The old man revealed that he had been delayed by a report about his squadron for the Duke. But there was more. Brad had also ordered that, from now on, welcome parties for guests were cancelled. Helen immediately thought the Duke did this because he was furious, since his gift was rejected. But on the other hand, the mages thought it was better to pretend they hadn't heard anything about it. Now Monica was sad, as she believed she had made the right decision. But her uncle was still offended. Now because of her they cancelled the parties, although Brad was always like this, especially in his past life. In any case, the princess decided to stay on his side, as she had come so far thanks to her uncle. Then a fox approached Monica and asked if the Duke would like the princess to do something for him. Afterward, Angela showed the girl a place full of flowers and with the scent of wild bluebells. However, Monica thought the flowers were not for her uncle, and most likely she just asked what he wanted them for. But the fox kept talking about that flower and how, a long time ago, it had received the blessing of the gods. Furthermore, such a flower, which possessed divine power, could be sold for an enormous amount of money. So, Monica begged Helen to accompany her to the park, and she couldn't refuse the princess. It was late, and the little girl was accompanied by many mages to protect her in case something happened. Helen also told her that the parkland was like this after being a training ground, and the girl didn't really believe that such a plant could grow in that kind of terrain. Then they ran into knights, and Helen lunged at them, but Monica suggested they all keep walking together. Soon people noticed fireflies that seemed to greet the princess, and they took it as a good sign. But not only the Duke's Guard knights were there, they also ran into the post commander. And suddenly, everyone noticed Monica heading to one side, and for a moment it seemed like Samantha was walking next to her. The girl loved the fireflies and decided to play with them, following the little bugs deeper into the meadow. People simply admired her and understood how much she resembled her mother, Countess Willow. Even the fireflies began to greet her as soon as she appeared at the post. The commander would be willing to die without regrets, but the knights didn't allow it. He wasn't that old yet. Then they started talking about the princess again, imagining the charming young woman she would become. But while everyone thought the girl was playing with the fireflies, Monica was looking for a very special flower. The princess went to Angela, and she revealed that this flower could only grow underground. But Monica didn't understand how a flower could grow underground. That defied the laws of nature, but that's precisely why it was so valuable. And the girl kept searching, pretending to play with the fireflies. After a while, the princess noticed small mounds of earth, and upon removing one, she saw the flower itself. Right at that moment, Jack caught up to the girl and reminded her that it was time to return, that it was already very late. And before they left, Monica felt curious. Why were there so many holes in the ground? Suddenly, the princess felt she was starting to freeze and asked Jack to hug her. Back in the room, the knights kept commenting that, in reality, the Duke was crazy about his niece. Before, with his sons, he was too formal. He had never behaved with them the way he did with Monica. His sons looked a lot like Brad, and they never showed any emotion either. And the girl became curious to know what they were like, since she had never seen them. Then, the knights talked about Eddie, who was getting stronger and seemed uncontrollable lately. Even the most experienced knight knew that soon he wouldn't be able to yield to that young man. Impressive, they believed the problem was age, and hoped the boy would meet the prophet before dying prematurely. Suddenly, Rose entered the bedroom and noticed that the princess was exhausted after a long day. So she took her in her arms. The nanny laid the girl down in her soft little bed. And by then, Monica had already fallen deeply asleep. Rose noticed that the girl was holding a strange flower, but when she tried to take it from her, Monica clung to it with all her might. And so, with the flower in her hand, the princess fell asleep, with the loyal little fox curled up beside her in bed. As always, in the middle of the night, the flower began to shine brightly, so much so that Monica woke up and felt a scorching heat. She dropped the plant onto the floor, and a breeze emanated from it, blowing only around the princess. What a mystery! The girl didn't understand what was happening, and thought someone was using magic in that place. Danger lurked, but Angela explained that this breeze and energy came from a flower she found today in the clearing. Monica even got a little scared, thinking the flower was exploding, but the fox claimed it was the goddess's blessing. The princess also thought all this could be the result of the high priest's representative's action. But the fox continued, saying that flower received the blessing a long time ago, and it still kept it inside. And now the blessings began to react with each other. That's why something like this started to happen. Afterwards, Angela asked the princess to look up, and she saw above her the goddess who sent her here. The goddess greeted the little one and admitted she didn't expect to see her so soon. And Monica immediately started blaming her for the deceit, as she had promised the girl a good family. She just laughed, as the princess was supposed to have fun, although the little one didn't find it fun to constantly fear death. However, the goddess assured the princess that she would not allow anyone to kill her, as long as she remained interesting to her. Monica wanted to know more details, understanding that the goddess would let her die as soon as the princess got bored. The girl also asked why the goddess had never come to see her, despite having tried to summon her so many times. The goddess was surprised, as she hadn't heard the girl before, but understood that this is why she had plucked the flower. And she also began to tell the princess the story about the flower's blessing, and about the girl herself. But then she added that, from now on, as soon as Monica called her, she would appear without fail before her. For this, the girl only had to pluck the flower, and this would serve as a kind of invocation. However, the princess was still a little doubtful, and feared that the goddess might deceive her again. But that flower was truly unusual, and at first, the goddess wanted to wrap it and offer it as a gift to the girl. But she didn't know the best way to do it, and in any case, the flower was proof of the goddess's favor. Monica remembered the bags she had received upon reincarnation, and understood that they also proved it. The goddess confirmed the princess's thoughts, said goodbye, and thanked her for filling her with happiness every day. However, before leaving, she expressed her hope that the girl would achieve great things in her future, and that she would entertain her a lot, because, according to the goddess, Monica showed great promise, unlike someone else. The princess didn't understand who the goddess was referring to, but she didn't reveal it and simply wished her good night. Moreover, she decided to grant her the life she desired, but warned that everything has a price. Absolutely everything. After that, the goddess disappeared, and Monica collapsed exhausted on the bed, so much so that even the fox got scared. The princess feared her uncle would get angry upon seeing her room, and right then, the knights started banging on the door. They had heard a strange noise and noticed the doorknob was bent, so they worried about the girl. Then they saw Monica lying unconscious in bed and realized something terrible was happening to her. At that moment, Jack ran in and asked everyone to stand back. Seeing Monica, he decided to inform the Duke immediately. But just as the knight was thinking this, Brad Willow was already by her side, asking what was happening. Then, the Duke noticed his niece's condition and started inquiring how long she had been like this. But the people knew nothing. They had just arrived too, and the fox wouldn't let anyone near Monica. Brad bent down next to the bed and begged the creature to let him get close to the princess, that he didn't want to harm her. The fox understood instantly and backed away, allowing the Duke to take the little one in his arms and hugged her. The girl, meanwhile, noticed that her uncle had an evil expression besides shaking, and his heart was beating very fast. The princess thought the Duke was angry because he had noticed the state of the room, and Jack, for his part, determined there were no signs of intrusion. The other mages and knights also noticed nothing suspicious. However, they understood that such damage could only have been caused by someone with immense power. But Helen detected no magic whatsoever. People came to the conclusion that the princess herself might have done that to the room, although they doubted it very much. Then, Greg saw a bluebell in the girl's hand. He recognized it instantly and told the Duke. This confused Brad. How did that flower get to the princess? He ordered the head of the magic tower to be contacted. The Duke decided to take Monica to his room, and in her daze, the girl noticed how clean and tidy it was. Shortly after, Brad was informed that no one had seen the tower master since he took office, and they couldn't find him. The Duke wondered if he should go personally, although on the other hand, perhaps it wasn't necessary. The mages planned to go to the tower and capture the Duke's messenger, whom he had sent to them. Meanwhile, the tower master had to respond to the imperial family's summons, leaving behind her duties. Monica remembered when, in her second life, she wrote a letter to the Archmage before the invasion of the envoys. At that time, the mage ignored her message because he was under pressure from his vassals. The castle was taken, but despite that, the princess thought it was much better this way, because if the tower master responded and suppressed the rebellion, the vassals would use her as a puppet again. And with that, those vassals would prolong the hell and horror the princess lived in. Soon, Helen presented herself before the Duke and brought the doctor with her, whom she went to find as soon as she learned of Monica's illness. Dr. Nigel, upon examining the girl, tried to take the flower from her hand, but the girl's palm would not open. The mages started mocking him because he hadn't managed to open the hand of such a weak girl. Then Brad approached and decided to try it himself, understanding that all the doctor's efforts were useless. And as soon as he touched his niece's hand, her hand opened immediately, and the flower ended up in the Duke's hand. The mages immediately noticed that, in Brad's presence, Monica felt safe. And that's why she yielded. Opening her eyes slightly, the girl noticed that her uncle seemed a bit confused and worried. She tried to understand what was worrying him so much, but at that moment the princess didn't have the strength to say anything. Monica was sure she had given him a great gift and didn't want him to be sad. The Duke, meanwhile, remained sitting by his niece's bedside until she fell asleep again. After a short time, Monica felt completely recovered and her fox approached immediately. Angela admitted that she had never seen anyone recover so quickly after an encounter with a goddess. Immediately after, the little fox begged its mistress for some food. She hadn't eaten anything for days and was starving. Monica was amazed at how she could have gone so long without eating and discovered that she had slept for 4 days. The girl couldn't believe so much time had passed. To her, it felt like a one-day nap. The fox told her that people usually sleep for months after seeing the goddess. The princess was very lucky. Suddenly, Monica realized that she hadn't eaten for 4 days either. A huge problem for both of them. Hearing his niece's voice, the Duke rushed into her room to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Rose was also very happy that the princess woke up and immediately told her how worried her uncle was. And also that, during the entire time Monica was asleep, the Duke neither ate nor slept a wink. The girl looked closely and noticed that the Duke's jawline had sharpened and that he had lost weight. As soon as Brad took his niece in his arms, she immediately proposed they eat together. The Duke accepted, but asked her to first thank everyone who was anxiously awaiting her awakening. The girl then saw mages and knights who had been taking care of her also entering the room. The princess decided to thank them without fail, and knowing the future, she was sure she would succeed. But for now, the girl didn't know where to start, although first she had to deal with those scoundrels from the temple. Meanwhile, in the hall of the north wing of the temple, High Priest Kyle Gordon received his servants. They already knew the story of the princess and the bluebell flower, but they decided to inform the high priest. The news of the glowing flower in Monica's hands spread like wildfire throughout the north. The high priest knew it. The flower only glows if someone with divine power touches it. It's the key. But the princess not only made it glow, but instantly unleashed its destructive power. Shocking. However, Duke Willow remained silent. Only he and the witnesses knew the details. A mystery. The maiden couldn't believe it. The evil princess with divine power. Impossible, or maybe not. This enraged Kyle Gordon. The reporting priest was not blind. He knew which flower it was. Outrageous, and many in the duchy had already admired the flower he carried in his pocket. Quite a spectacle. The princess had given it to him. He couldn't refuse such a gift. What was he going to do? The high priest reminded the servants of their duties. Orders from the imperial family itself. Everyone knew that the Willows could not possess divine power. Dragon blood runs in their veins. Unheard of, the fact that the princess possessed divine power demonstrated her imperial lineage. But this family was not exactly descended from a god, although there had been births with such power. For the temple, it was an opportunity to use the princess as leverage to control the emperor. The high priest even devised a plan to get close to the girl. Moreover, the imperial family was supposed to inform the temple about everything related to divine power in its members. But they didn't, and Kyle found out through rumors, and he thought about revealing the princess's gift. To do this, the high priest needed the duke's permission, which he would hardly grant. While the servant hesitated, Kyle showed him a stone that also emanated divine power. That stone was sent to the temple by Count Clark as a gift, hoping for a good reward. Meanwhile, because Monica had been bedridden for a while, they decided to leave the city in a few days. The duke was also informed that the northern temple wished to inspect objects related to the princess. They wanted to know if they possessed divine power, and Kyle himself wished to bestow his blessing upon Monica. However, Mike was worried about this sudden inspection, although he knew that rumors about the flower would reach the temple. It's just that the knight did not expect this to happen so soon. That's why he was getting so alert. Marquis Adam objected that there was nothing wrong with it, and Mike thought he said it because he had been very busy lately. And then, the knight reminded the duke that they had to summon all the noble families to give the high priest an appropriate welcome. Brett agreed with this and ordered the knight to prepare everything. But Mike found it strange that the duke agreed so quickly. The knight even thought that Willow was going to summon all the nobles to show off his niece once again. And after a couple of days, there was already an entire mountain of gifts for the princess from nobles, knights, and even common people. The girl even felt a little ashamed that common people had to spend so much for her. And the fox dropped the bombshell. Monica is the girl chosen by the goddess, and her offerings will bring blessings. Suddenly, Rose enters the scene. She calls the princess. Uncle Brad is already waiting for her for dinner. Upon arriving, the atmosphere is cut with a knife. The girl wonders, what did I do wrong for the time? But the uncle drops the news. The high priest is here. And then, the million-dollar question. Do you want to meet him? The girl remembers Kyle as a dirty dog, selling his divine gifts to the highest bidder. And that's not all. He was close friends with Trevor and his father, and had no qualms about ordering brutal murders. After the duke's death, the north was torn apart and eventually reduced to ashes. But there is still a long way to go until then. The duke noticed the princess's attention and proposed canceling the meeting with Kyle. Brad could do it, although he had already given the green light to the high priest's visit. But Monica decides there is nothing wrong with meeting him, at least for now. We'll see what happens. As a child, she expected a bunch of gifts and toys from the priests. The duke ordered Mike to buy all the toys and pack them in gift boxes. Although Monica didn't understand why, an adorable little bunny would have been enough. And on the day the priest arrived, people could also have an audience with the princess. The line was immense, and everyone anxiously awaited meeting Monica, who did not object. Soon, Mike asked those in line to lower their heads, as boxes awaited them there, and they had to put on what was inside by order of the duke, or they would be thrown out, and he gave them 5 minutes. In the boxes, there were monkey costumes with ears on the hoods and special cuffs, so as not to harm the princess. The high priest and his entourage also had to wear these things, as it was for everyone. Kyle and his people had arrived about 15 minutes ago and were a bit in shock because they, like everyone else, had to stand in line and were not allowed to pass through as if they were VIP guests. Kyle was also intrigued as to why there were so many people, as if it were a holiday. Then the Duke came out, and the assistant immediately started complaining that they were being forced to wear that. But his temple was on Willow's lands, and the priests could not disobey his orders, nor even question them. Kai, for his objective, apologized instantly and promised they would comply with all his demands. Meanwhile, Mike continued talking about the rules. People could not address the princess directly, but if they needed to tell Monica something, they could convey it through Duke Willow. Agitation was noticeable in the line, but those who didn't like the rules were allowed to leave. Such precaution was taken because the princess was the highest status person in the place. Meanwhile, Monica couldn't wait for people to start arriving to meet her. And then the door opened, and the girl saw that all the visitors were wearing sheep costumes. Nobody understood this little show, but Helen only wanted to protect the princess from germs. The girl didn't understand anything either, and the fact that only their eyes were visible terrified her. Kyle tried to explain that all this fuss was because of the adorable and charming Princess Monica. Everyone was willing to do this and more just to see the little angel. Even those who felt antipathy towards Monica were bewildered by this spectacle. But the princess quickly got used to the costumes and even had fun greeting the visitors. Monica is a beautiful girl because her parents were the most beautiful people in the empire. Kyle even wanted to touch that adorable creature, but the Duke intercepted his hand instantly. Brad reminded the priest not to cross the line if he wanted to keep his hands intact. Then, the Duke pointed out the line on the floor to Kyle. Forbidden to cross. In the princess's eyes, the high priest looked like a creature in a zoo. Untouchable, the girl felt like a caged rabbit, but decided not to argue with her uncle and follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Kyle decided to proceed with his plan and took out the stone, pretending a simple inspection. Suddenly, the princess got a headache, but she endured it for the visitors. Without showing weakness, the priest noticed that Monica was not emitting any power and wondered, what could this mean? At the same time, the girl began to think that her strange feeling came from Priest Kyle, but she couldn't take it anymore and shouted that her head hurt. The nanny and Mike ran towards her instantly. Rose took the responsibility to call the doctor immediately, and the Duke, believing his niece was tired, ordered the audience to end. The priest threatened Mike, swearing not to forget such treatment, but the knight was only following the Duke's orders. Only the nanny, the Duke, and the knight remained, as the audience had ended, and the others had to leave. But many were furious and protested. They had invested too much time to get there. Mike went out and repeated to them that the visit was over. The girl was exhausted and they shouldn't bother her. Priest Kyle was leaving with Marquis Adam, each lost in their thoughts, and about what had happened. Then the Marquis turned to Kyle and began to ask him how the meeting with the princess had been. But to get results, they needed to conduct more tests, and Adam asked what was required of him. Kyle needed to meet with the Duke, and his interlocutor suggested that this time he try harder. Gordon had to wait while the doctor examined the princess. The Duke did not want to leave her alone at that moment. Shortly after, the high priest stood before Brett Willow, expressing his absolute astonishment. He admitted that in 30 years of service, it was the first time he had encountered such immense divine power. Kyle also wanted to take the princess away as soon as possible, but the Duke did not understand what this robed man was talking about. And the priest explained that divine power must remain in the temple to bring peace to everyone. But the Duke definitely did not agree, and to be more convincing, he threw a sword at Kyle that lodged itself in the wall next to him. Immediately after, Brad repeated in clear words that his niece was not going anywhere, under no circumstances. But then, Marquis Adam decided to intervene, adding that not even the Emperor could break that rule. According to what the Marquis said, the Duke did not distinguish classes, but he didn't care, and he stood firm in his position. Mike noticed Brad's mood and understood that he had already identified the traitor and was going to take revenge. Seeing the Duke's furious gaze, the priest and the Marquis hurried to apologize for making a fuss for no reason. Kyle understood that they could not upset the nerves of the ruler of the northern lands, and he decided to make a proposal. As a priest, he had to fulfill his duties and asked for permission to examine the place where the princess had worked the miracle. And moreover, his journey was difficult, so Kyle begged for a day off. Immediately after, the priest pulled the sword from the wall and handed it to Brad, not daring to say a word. Kyle felt the terrifying aura emanating from the Duke and knew he should not push his luck. Meanwhile, Brad stood up and approached Marquis Adam, who implored mercy instantly, knowing what was coming. But the sword whistled through the air, and the high priest's cassock was instantly stained with blood, as Adam fell to the ground. Then, the Duke turned to Kyle and explained that he had been looking for the traitor who was deceiving him for a long time. With the bloodied sword on the priest's shoulder, he smiled maliciously and ordered him to stay still. Then he called one of his knights and ordered them to prepare accommodation for Kyle and his people. Kyle, trembling with fear, the only thing he could articulate at that moment was thanking the Duke. Alone with Mike, Willow ordered them to be sent to a corner of the castle and thrown out the next day. That night, the Duke planned to personally watch them and try to find out what they were hiding. Shortly after, the priest's carriage was heading to the accommodation, and Mike had to accompany him. Kyle thought they just wanted to keep them away from the main castle, which is why they sent them in carriages. In any case, the priest decided to relax a little, and upon entering the building, he was received by the servants. They were intrigued why Kyle didn't take the princess and retreated so quickly, although they also saw the massacre. However, the priest did not forget Willow's gaze, which at that moment looked more like a rabid dog. At that moment, the Duke finished off Marquis Adam without the slightest hesitation or reflection. Furthermore, in the past, Brett was called the Mad Duke, who beheaded those suspected of the previous Duke's death. That's why the Emperor sent precisely them on this mission, and Kyle handed over a list of people he wanted to see that night. The maid glanced at the list and saw names of people from the largest assassin guild in the north. She even got scared by her own thoughts, sensing what the priest was plotting. But he had his own plan. When he was in Monica's room, the stone didn't react, and he understood that the princess already possessed the talent. That night, the princess, after a hard and long day, was sleeping deeply, when suddenly she found herself again in a strange place. But now Monica suspected it was a dream, because the cakes were spinning exactly the same way in front of her. Only now there were many more. And then the girl saw that boy from the previous dream again and asked him if he was a ghost. The boy didn't answer anything, but started approaching Monica and then grabbed her hand, which scared her very much. Then the princess noticed a shadow falling from him and understood that he was not a ghost at all. But the girl still didn't understand who he was or what he wanted, and the boy meanwhile told her to leave. Monica still didn't understand what was happening, and he started yelling for her to get out of there and open her eyes at once. The princess felt like she was starting to fall and screamed, and the very next instant she was in her bed. The fox was already taking off her blanket, and the girl, realizing she was awake, noticed a lot of smoke in the room. Angela begged her to hurry, because if she inhaled that smoke, she would fall asleep immediately, and advised her to go out the window. Then, the fox suggested the princess climb onto her back and used her powers to leave the room as quickly as possible. In an instant, they were flying out the window, where they saw many people lying on the ground in the street. Monica asked, as they approached the Duke's castle, why the knights and mages were not coming out, as if something was preventing them. The fox suspected that if everyone had fallen asleep without reacting, the outside might be very dangerous. Then she suggested finding at least one knight or mage, and just then one of the knights came to meet them. Harry was very happy that the princess was safe, but at the same time advised them to hurry. And Monica began to recount that in her room and on the street, there was a strange smell that had caused everyone to lose consciousness. And at that moment, the girl remembered her nanny. But the man in knight armor assured her that Rose had left a long time ago. The princess could not believe her nanny had abandoned her and fled. She thought this guy was lying to her, but Harry was already holding the girl tightly in his arms, moving away from the castle in the opposite direction. But the fox sensed that something was wrong, that they wanted to kidnap the princess, and lunged at the fake knight. In an instant, Harry was already lying on the ground, and Angela rescued her mistress, fleeing from there at full speed. The fox recognized the man's scent, the same scent as one of those visiting the princess's room. The girl immediately thought of the priests, and Angela decided that the safest thing now was to hide in the forest. The princess remembered Kyle, who is very ambitious, and understood that he had allied himself with the emperor to avoid being caught. And now she needed to hold on until she met her uncle, remembering how difficult it was to reach the north. Suddenly, the fox noticed someone approaching them, and soon they saw one of the mages with a staff. Furthermore, Angela determined that there was no evil in that girl's scent and that her soul was innocent. And the mage, meanwhile, began to draw something in the air using magic, and soon a passage appeared. She invited the princess and the fox to follow her, and whoosh. Peace. They appeared in a room full, but full of figs. With a cup of drink in hand, Monica remained distrustful, but the fox assured her that she saw no ill intentions. Immediately after, the mage removed her hood, and the princess discovered that she was not a girl, but a boy. Monica was a little surprised, but thanked her savior for the attention and the shelter offered. Then she began to ask the boy who he was, and how he had appeared right at the opportune moment. But he did not answer. Suddenly, the princess felt cold and decided to warm up with the tea, but as soon as she took a sip, the young man disappeared. The girl even thought he was a ghost. But Angela explained that he simply had a very pure soul, and there are very few people like him. But thanks to him, the pet's owner will be able to rest a little. The fox asked to be held, and Monica wished to return, so her pet promised to help her with that. The princess slept with the fox, and the knight searched everywhere for her, shouting her name. Distraught by her disappearance, the duke also joined the search, giving orders and paying attention to Helen's clues. The young mage detected the princess's scent with her tracking magic, and was guiding them exactly in that direction. Suddenly, Monica heard her uncle's voice, and immediately looked out the window, thinking it was her imagination. Then the girl went out and heard her uncle's voice, who still couldn't see his niece anywhere. It was then that Monica shouted towards him, hoping that would help find her faster. And at that very moment, the boy mage's spells vanished, and the duke saw his little one in front of him again. He was so happy to see her that the girl heard his deep, tired voice for the first time. That sounded so tender. At that moment, the princess burst into tears, and since her rebirth, these were her first sincere tears. She ran to hug her uncle, who only asked her forgiveness for what had happened. Hugging his niece, the duke suddenly realized he had been a horrible uncle all this time. But they had to return, and Brad ordered them to move, carrying the princess in his arms himself. Once in the room, the duke decided to personally treat the small wounds Monica suffered in the forest. The girl wanted to tell her uncle something, but he asked her not to move while he treated her. The princess interpreted this as not talking, but Brad clarified to be careful with her mouth. Then, the princess confessed that at night she felt dizzy when the priest entered her room. But her uncle reassured his niece, telling her she would never see that man again, and he promised to call a nanny before leaving. However, the girl was no longer afraid of anything. She remembered the moment Brad called her by name for the first time next to the tree. The duke saw nothing strange in calling his family by name. But then, leaning over the princess, he promised her that he would always call her that from now on. Shortly after, in the meeting room, knights and mages were debating the imminent bloody war. Furthermore, they were very worried about the princess, who would probably face something terrible. The mage Roger hoped to avoid it, as he was sick of blood and wanted to do something about it. But everyone understood that the threat to the princess had enraged the duke and everyone else. Then, Brad announced that Kyle Gordon was stripped of his power and expelled from the church for his crime. This also applies to those who help him. And Mike asked what would happen to those they had already captured. Then he suggested executing the order after they used the villains for their own purposes. Mike clarified that he was only worried about Monica, as they would undoubtedly attack after the imperial palace. In that case, the duchy would also declare total war, giving the emperor the excuse to attack the north. But Brad did not understand the connection with the princess and thought Mike simply feared war. The knight assured him that he really cared about the princess, especially since the duke reunited with her. He changed noticeably. Brad decided to change the subject and personally go interrogate the prisoners, who were already in the underground prison. Then he handed Mike a small box with cotton, on which there was the princess's blood. The duke asked them to investigate it with magic and find out how much blood had been spilled. As he left, Brad ordered the best quality raspberry cake to be brought to Monica, since he would be delayed by a long interrogation. Mike did not recognize the duke, who just a few years ago held a monster's head in his hands, and then threw that head in the face of the aristocrat who had insulted the previous duke. But now the knight felt something completely different, although he first decided to comply with the order, thinking that the duke had also fallen ill. And that illness manifested in the lord's foolishness, the love for his niece, and the total obsession with this girl. Shortly after, Mike arrived at the dining room, where the princess was already finishing eating the cake. The girl couldn't resist, and immediately boasted about the enormous raspberry cake her uncle gifted her. Then, she began to ask about the bad guys, and the knight reassured her by telling her that the Duke would punish them all. Afterward, Mike apologized for not having protected her, but Monica began to defend him. Since everyone fell asleep because of the smoke, that smoke did not require much magic, which is why the barrier did not detect it. And now the Duke was finishing fixing what he started. A plan that required meticulousness and great expense could only be the work of members of the imperial family. The princess also understood that this was the emperor's doing, and that they would not stop with just one attempt. Meanwhile, the Duke entered another cell, where the man who tried to take the princess was held. All the villain's accomplices who managed to escape were already dead, and Brad regretted having finished them off so quickly. The Duke only ordered the prisoner to nod his head, and magic would prevent him from lying. The mage already cast an energy sphere for this, but the prisoner died instantly, and he was the last one who could tell anything. But Brad was not there to find out the culprit. Simply put, Monica had suffered more terror and pain than them. Now, the Duke was only seeking revenge, and he could obtain the information from the priest Kyle. He, upon seeing Brad, put on an innocent face and tried to find out why he and his innocent people were in custody. Kyle also believed that the Duke could not dismiss him, as his appointment and dismissal depended on the High Priestess. Brad told the priest about the events of the previous night and was sure that he was involved. Then, the Duke also revealed that all of Kyle's men were no longer in the prison cells, but that they were dead. Immediately after, Brad threw several sheets of paper into the High Priest's face, on which he recognized the list of all his bribers. Kyle saw this as an opportunity to resign and decided to make a good offer to the Duke. The priest has a list of those who oppose the imperial family, and he was willing to hand it over. But that did not convince Brad Willow, and he hit the priest with all his strength, although he spared his life. The culprit for everything was his niece, and Kyle should thank her for this until the end of his days. The Duke ordered the knights to register everything that happened the previous night and send it to the main temple, requesting a new leader for the northern temple. Mike thought the Duke had forgiven Kyle so that the temple would not hold the princess responsible. But in reality, Brad did it for the good of the temple. After all, the princess would live there in the future. Furthermore, the emperor expected a failure, and the Duke did not intend to become a pawn of that tyrant. In any case, Willow only wanted to avoid any danger to the girl. That was the priority. The Duke considered the protection of the girl more important than his own anger, although he knew that their return to the main castle might have to be postponed. Mike was amazed by how much his lord had planned everything, although he was intrigued to know what would happen after Monica's return. Also, they still had to resolve the old problems of the castle, and one of them was related to the young lords. A few days later, the princess and her nanny watched from the terrace the crowd that had arrived to see where Monica would go. The girl expected to go to the main castle, and there she would tell her uncle something more about the fire dragon. But at the same time, the princess had to act naturally so that her uncle would not suspect anything. Once on the street, Monica and her fox noticed that no one was making a sound, as if they were worried about the girl's hearing. Then she asked the nanny, and she explained that the Duke would kick out everyone who made noise. The fox supposed that Brad was jealous, but not because he was worried, but because Monica might like other people. But the princess quickly corrected the creature, as her uncle was not like that, and the word jealousy did not suit him. And the people, almost in a whisper, asked the girl to return soon, and that they would all miss her very much. Then Monica called Helen and asked her to distribute all her snacks among the people. At that very moment, every person received a piece of delicious cake, although they couldn't believe what was happening. It was the kindness of the princess, which she bestowed upon the people, and they had to cherish it. Everyone began to praise the princess, holding the little cakes above their heads as if they were treasures. The sweets were all the girl could give to the people, and she begged them to take 2, or even 3 portions. Once in the carriage, the Duke asked Monica if she had saved a piece of cake for him. The girl felt bad for having given everything away so quickly, but she had one last one left, and she decided to give it to her uncle. It was a small cake that Helen had baked and put in the small bag that the mage Roger gave her. But the Duke asked what Monica would do when she was hungry, if she shared everything this way. And although the princess was happy to share, her uncle did not believe it was a virtue, and that she should be more cautious. Then he touched the flower, which was now invaluable to him, and promised to reward the little one at any cost. Furthermore, Brad understood that if she were left alone, she could be in danger, and he began to think about an accompanying person of a similar age. A few days later, they were almost reaching the Willow Castle and passing through a forest that Mike described as magical. In the center is the Mage's Tower, and the Archmage lives there, who with his power can always contact the Duke. That's why the Duke is always surrounded by a forest, and his path always connects with that forest. Monica thought that Mike was talking about the boy who helped her that terrible night. And while they were talking, the carriage arrived at the castle, which now looked desolate. The princess remembered that just a moment ago there was a crowd, and only behind the gates did she see so many people. The Duke noticed that the girl was trembling and understood her fear. Then he explained to her that they just wanted to see her, as rumors of divine blessing were already spreading throughout the north. And then Brad asked his niece to let go of her hair. The girl was embarrassed, as she had clung instinctively, but her uncle promised to hold her in his arms. The butler with servants received them again at the castle, and the Duke explained that all of them would serve the princess in the future. Furthermore, Brad decided to introduce his niece to someone else, and soon she distinguished boys of various ages. The eldest was the Duke's firstborn son, Matthew Willow, who politely greeted his father on his return. The Duke's second son, Dean, also made an effort to greet his father with sincere joy. The youngest, Russell, seemed a little embarrassed, but he also greeted his father. Then, the Duke introduced his sons to the princess, and she noticed that the first two looked a lot like her uncle, but the third stood out for his particular beauty, although they all had hair of the same black color. The girl thought her mother might have had that hair when her uncle asked Monica to greet them. Then, the Duke introduced her as the daughter of his older sister, Samantha Willow. And moreover, she was a princess of the Empire. The brothers saw the princess for the first time and greeted her enthusiastically, as expected. However, the youngest's gaze was different from that of his brothers. The girl found that look even evil, but in order not to seem scared, she simply greeted in response, ignoring Russell's expressionless face. Despite everything, he was still adorable. He pronounced the words like a child, but with that stone face it was strange. Lisa also noticed that the Duke's sons had an unusual expression and supposed they were simply hungry. Otherwise, the girl thought she had been received quite well at the Northern Fortress. And in the chat, it appeared that the number of viewers had exceeded 10,000 users. And to celebrate this event, the princess had the opportunity to level up one of her skills. She could level up Streamer or level up her divine powers, but she still didn't know which was the best option. Monica was given extra time to reflect, as she had to choose very carefully. Her destiny depended not only on her choice, but also on the future of her channel, although the princess did not understand what that meant. And then, Monica suddenly noticed that everything had gone quiet again, as if no one was happy to have her there. But the girl had already gotten used to the indifference and decided to accept it as it was. Only she was wrong. Behind her, a maid struggled not to scream out of sheer amazement. The Duke had ordered anyone making a disturbance to be expelled, but resisting that girl was almost impossible. Furthermore, it was rumored that the princess had descended from heaven, and now the maids confirmed it. Later, during dinner, the Duke explained to Monica that everything was large because of the needs of the North. But Brad promised that they would soon rebuild everything. And suddenly, Russell entered. The girl was intrigued why they would remodel the entire castle, although it was quite obvious. The Duke decided that since they were the largest family, making certain changes was essential. Brad, for his part, wondered why his niece wasn't growing. She was already 5 years old. He couldn't imagine her as an adult. Monica read her uncle's thoughts in the chat, and it sounded to her like she would be with him when she turned 15. Although in her previous life, Monica seemed small at 15, as she could never get full. The other sons joined the table, but the youngest's expression remained impassive. Suddenly, the princess noticed that the eldest was the same way, and thought that coldness was a family trait. But Monica believed that smiling would make them adorable. Furthermore, she was curious about the Duchess. The girl thought that if she had reincarnated earlier, perhaps she would have avoided her tragic end. Even so, the princess knew almost nothing about the Duchess, only some data from a report from her previous life. At that time, Monica discovered that Duke Willow had married the Duchess for convenience. But mind you, their relationship was not bad. What was terrible, however, was her health. The Duchess passed away shortly after the third son was born. And right after Monica came into the world, The girl thought that if her mother were alive, the boys wouldn't be so serious at the table. The princess's uncle was good, but too cold and indifferent, and sometimes that left her frozen. After eating, the nanny took Monica away, and Mike noticed that the Lord had never treated his children this way. Meanwhile, the girl wished she had been born earlier, keeping her memories to be able to save her parents. Suddenly, a question appeared in the chat window. Does Monica wish to save her mother? Brad, who took her in his arms at that moment, didn't even understand why his niece was startled like that. The princess was completely bewildered by the system's question, but she stretched her hands towards the window. But before she could touch it, the window closed, and she only told her uncle that she wanted to walk alone. Monica hoped that if that window had appeared once, she would surely see it again. Distracted, she stumbled into Matthew, who was walking nearby, and nearly knocked him over. The princess saw his face and understood that the boy was very angry, but she didn't understand the reason for his attitude. But in order not to worry her uncle with her suspicions, she simply asked him again to hold her in his arms. But the Duke had his own business, so he left the little one with Matthew, whom he would meet later in the office. In the eyes of the eldest son, Monica seemed like a little bird and didn't even know how to talk to her. Seeing how tiny she was, the boy thought she might break if he touched her. Then, Matthew took the princess to a new room, which seemed to her the largest she had ever seen in her life. And the bed was fantastic, so soft that Monica and the fox jumped onto it instantly. But the time came to choose which level the princess would raise, as required. By improving the streamer, a room would open where there could be even more spectators. But the girl didn't see how that could help her there, and thought it would be better to raise the level of divine powers. And then Monica noticed that Angela also had the opportunity to level up. And she liked that, because if the level of the fox's divine powers was increased, she might be ready for possible future dangers. But the girl loved leveling up the streamer more. That would give her the ability to read minds. Monica was about to choose when pop, the window suddenly opened. A breeze and a bright infantile silhouette. The princess thought it was a ghost, but how could it appear in broad daylight? What a mystery. And meanwhile, a huge hand was reaching out towards the girl, which greatly scared the little one. Out of fear, Monica hid under the pillow, hoping everything would end like a nightmare. And so it was when the princess looked, the room was silent. Nothing was happening anymore. Thinking that everything had been a product of her imagination, the princess sat on the bed, lost in her thoughts. Because of this vision, Monica remembered the children who helped her, and one of them was the boy from her dream. But she was more intrigued by the boy from the forest, and to learn more about him, the princess had to interrogate her uncle, although she could also ask the mages. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted. Dean was by her side. The princess even flinched from the surprise, especially since his face was still so furrowed. The boy called her a coward, although she wasn't one, and thought that if he faced something like that, he would also be scared. Monica already understood that it wasn't a ghost, but that boy, but she was curious why he was there. And he entered through the window. Dean believed himself brave and talented, so even climbing through the window was a piece of cake for him. And then the boy saw the fox, thinking it was a pet, but she, in turn, wanted to bite his nose. But then Dean explained that he only wanted to visit the princess, although he didn't understand why she was so tense. Suddenly, the little one stood up in the middle of the room and started running. The girl even feared what he was going to do. But he wasn't going to do anything supernatural. Dean simply decided to jump onto the soft bed. From the impact of his feet against the mattress, Monica and the fox jumped onto the bed, as if floating in the air. And then, both landed with the same agility on the soft surface, burying their noses in the duvet. The princess loved what just happened, and even begged the boy to repeat it. But Dean only wanted to annoy the girl, but seeing that it didn't work, he decided to leave. Monica begged the boy not to leave, but he wasn't going to please her and headed for the exit. Dean didn't want to be handsome for the princess, although she didn't notice when he was. Then the nanny came in and, seeing the sad princess on the bed and boot prints, she was bewildered. The next day, after breakfast, Monica was walking through a clearing in the forest with her nanny. A fox and maids. The latter could not hide their admiration for the princess's adorable face and healthy appearance. A little further ahead, they ran into Mike, who was hauling a carriage with other knights. Seeing the girl, the knight offered to carry her, and she didn't refuse at all. Mike took the princess to the statue of a dragon and told her that the Duke's mission is to protect and rule these lands. His clan possesses immense power, and everyone receives an excellent education to deal with monsters. This knight was a fantastic storyteller, and Monica remembered her father from her previous life, who used to tell her stories. While reading, the girl's father also dreamed that they would reunite with her mother, and they could all hug together. Meanwhile, Mike started showing the princess the forest and the mountains in the distance. And then he begged her never to go to that forest alone. Monica supposed there were ghosts, but the knight explained that terrifying monsters were found in that forest. That is why the Willow residence is located so close to that forest, to protect the citizens. Mike's wish was for the Duke's family to hunt those monsters. The little princess must be carefully protected. A little later, when it got cooler, they returned to the castle, and on the way, they ran into Russell in the hallway. The boy was rushing to class so as not to be late, or they might punish him, but he became captivated looking at the princess. And then, suddenly he tripped and fell to the ground, scattering all the books he was carrying. The maids rushed to help him, but he only asked them not to touch him. Monica understood that he looked so pathetic not because of the pain, but because of the embarrassment. She decided to approach and offer him her help, but Russell didn't understand at first what the girl wanted. While the boy looked at the princess with bewilderment, she explained that she also fell down and hit herself often. Then Monica extended her hand towards him, thus offering him her help to get up. The girl sincerely wished to help him and even offered to examine his hurt knee. To her surprise and delight, Russell did not grumble and pulled up his trousers, where Monica put a band-aid on him. After such treatment, the princess was sure that the knee would no longer hurt, and she smiled cheerfully. The boy, meanwhile, became interested in whether her bottom hurt, since she fell so often. But Monica felt fine, as she had already learned how to fall correctly. Then she looked at Russell and saw a beauty before her, and the boy wondered what she had noticed. The princess smiled and explained that Russell, at that moment, looked very much like a little angel. The compliment seemed pleasant to the boy, especially since it was the first time he had heard anything like it. Monica really liked his little face and thought it was the most beautiful after her own. Russell thanked the princess and also apologized for looking at her so badly during their first encounter. Afterward, he suggested that the girl come see his collection of magic books, which he was studying. Apart from him, no one else was interested, but Monica became instantly intrigued. The boy promised that he would come to see her later to show her the books, but now he had to go to his teacher. When he left, Monica couldn't believe that no one was interested in what he studied. Furthermore, the girl was worried about his poor pronunciation and even thought he wasn't older than her. Mike, who was watching everything from the shadows, finally expressed his joy at seeing the young master smile. Russell inherited the beauty of his late mother, but he was also known for never smiling. Moreover, being too vulnerable, he didn't allow anyone to get close enough to touch him. The fact that Monica managed to touch the boy was a revelation even to Mike himself. Russell had isolated himself, avoiding contact, although with the princess he extended his hand with ease. And usually the young master spends time in the library, immersed in the study of magic. In any case, Mike was very happy that this boy smiled and wished to see him do it more often. Then, the princess asked why Russell spoke as if he were younger than her. The knight supposed it was due to his obsession with magic, and perhaps other psychological reasons as well. It seemed strange to the girl that Mike knew so little about children, but now she dreamed of meeting Russell soon. The knight also told the princess that his older sons master the sword perfectly, and the middle one prefers to stay in the castle with the other knights, while the eldest always leads punitive expeditions and often leaves the castle. In any case, both are formidable, but only the youngest son had an innate talent for magic, which is why he is training to become a mage. Then, the princess understood that she was well informed about the fate of the North and the death of her uncle, but knew nothing about her cousins. Surely because they all died young, but still, it seemed insufficient to the girl, and she hoped to remember something more. A little later, while Monica was eating in her room, Russell reappeared through the window. The girl insistently asked him to use the door, as entering through the window was too dangerous. But the boy thought that was nothing to him, and then asked the princess what she was doing. At that moment, Russell saw a pile of small cakes, and she admitted that the knights had invited her. They are very kind to her. Monica, meanwhile, noticed that his sword was a toy, and the boy thought that his own knights had never brought him anything. Although he thought his gift was much better, he was still frustrated that they didn't bring him desserts. The princess noticed that Russell was starting to get annoyed, but she didn't understand why. If they lacked nothing in the duchy. The boy said nothing more and prepared to leave, just as he had entered through the window. Monica noticed that he and the middle son seemed like children who failed to receive unconditional love. The next day, the knights invited the princess to watch their training, and she found it more pleasant than breakfast. In the morning, Matthew kept looking at the girl so strangely that she hardly ate anything because of it. Uncle Brett didn't eat anything either. He just sat there the whole time with a serious face. And Monica hoped they wouldn't act like that at every meal. Suddenly, the girl felt that this place seemed very familiar to her, and then she overheard Greg talking to Helen. The knight was asking where Eddie had gone, and she learned that he had gone into the forest in the morning, and then he asked for that boy to be called. Greg wanted to introduce him to the princess, but Helen objected and said they could only call him a little later. They even started arguing about it, and Monica found it very strange. But suddenly, Helen saw the princess and ran towards her, leaving the knight stranded. The girl asked what was wrong with the mage, because she noticed her clothes were a mess. Helen assured her everything was fine, and gave Monica a bunch of special balloons. They were full of magic, so they wouldn't deflate so quickly, and that infuriated Sir Jack even more. Hilary suggested tying the balloons to the princess's waist, and she loved the idea. But as soon as they finished, Monica felt she started rising above the ground. The balloons were lifting the girl, and the knights could barely grab her so the wind wouldn't carry her far away. Then they decided to reduce the number of balloons, and it worked, while Hilary begged the princess for forgiveness. Sir Jack, furious, scolded all the mages and sent them back before they made more messes. And Monica remembered how she rose into the air, and it seemed absolutely incredible to her. Afterward, the knights proposed that the girl witness the show they had prepared for her. Just at that moment, Dean approached the crowd and asked why everyone was laughing so much. The people turned when they heard him, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more serious. The knights immediately started greeting the young master, showing their respect. And Dean, for his part, approached the princess and greeted her, and she returned the greeting. Afterward, the boy addressed the knights and decided that today he wanted to hold a group training session. But not everyone agreed with that, and they begged him to skip it, just for this time. But Dean did not yield. And although this training was not scheduled for today, the young master decided to organize it. And then the boy thought everyone was ignoring him. But the princess objected that it wasn't so. Dina was annoyed that, as soon as she appeared, everyone adored her instantly. On top of that, they give that girl things, and no one ever gave him anything. The princess, meanwhile, kept insisting that her brother play and have fun with her. But Dean refused. He was a knight of the north and could not play with a girl. Although he wanted to, his father wouldn't like it. So he pushed her, saying it was time to train, not play, and that she should leave him alone. The girl fell and barely held back her tears. The impact hurt her a lot. Dean realized his mistake, but it was too late. He didn't know what to do. Sir Jack appeared immediately. He saw the problem and ran to examine the princess. The knight explained to Dean that Monica was still weak. Her willow blood had not yet manifested, and then he reminded him of the code of chivalry. It is forbidden to behave like that towards the weaker ones. Jack had always been direct, and Dean loved that, but after today's events, he felt his support fading. He turned instantly and ran out of there, while the knight didn't understand what had happened to him. But right now, the princess worried him more, and he decided not to chase the boy. Monica convinced herself once again that those 3 boys were incredibly strong. They even left footprints on the ground. Jack also apologized to the princess, saying the boy wasn't bad, only sometimes a bit brusque. He was willing to take the punishment, but the other knights insisted that the fault was theirs. But the princess held no grudge against anyone and explained to the knights that these things happen with children. The girl also noticed that everyone cared about Dean, despite what he thought. But he didn't see it. Monica decided to immediately go after her cousin and asked the others to stay where they were. Jack tried to object, but she shouted that it was an order and they did not dare disobey her. And all the knights and mages noticed that the girl ran quite well for her age. Meanwhile, Eddie, who was still in the forest, saw a balloon rising over the forest towards the castle. He understood that someone had entered the forest, and Monica was still looking for Dean with the fox's help. Soon the girl saw him, but also noticed that she had run quite far and her legs were not tired. The princess didn't know it yet, but the natural power of the willow blood was beginning to manifest. It was enough for the girl to step on this land, and her strength began to awaken even without her knowing. Upon reaching Dean, the princess decided to pounce on him and show her power, disproportionate for her age. And in an instant, both were rolling in the snow, while Monica tried to grab the boy by the hair. When she succeeded, Dean asked her why she had followed him, instead of staying to play with the knights. But the princess wanted to play with her cousin, so she chased him until she caught up. Dean noticed that the knights acted weird around her, but Monica didn't see it that way. The princess thought they were just envious, because she had such an adorable little face. Then she remembered that, in her past life as a YouTuber, a donor always took care of her, disguising it as rudeness. And now, this boy reminded her a lot of that person, the type who doesn't know how to express affection with words. At that moment, Monica stopped fighting and, taking a cookie from her pocket, offered it to Dean. The girl hoped he would accept her gift and that they could play together for a while afterward. Dean resisted a little and didn't want to accept anything from the princess, but she kept insisting. And once again, he pushed Monica and she fell in the snow, which this time cushioned her fall. The girl took it as a challenge and decided that this time she would act differently. She immediately started crying and shouting that her cookie had fallen and her balloon had flown away. And Dean, just like before, didn't know what to do. He even clenched his little fist. And Monica thought he was going to hit her again, but Dean didn't do any of that. He just stood over the girl, and a tear began to well up in his eyes. The princess herself stopped crying in surprise and immediately approached her little brother to comfort him. Dean didn't know what to do or say, but with some hesitation, he apologized to the girl. Monica understood that the boy truly regretted his action and wanted to comfort him somehow. The princess took pity on him and told him that nothing actually hurt her and asked him not to cry. And then the boy replied that he wasn't crying, but simply his eyes were itching, because knights don't cry. Dean truly regretted acting like that towards the little one, and she proposed they return to the knights. Then he took off his glove and showed that his small wound would be enough with just applying ointment. Seeing the bruise on the princess's hand, Dean knew that everyone would hate him now, especially his father. But Monica asked him not to worry and promised that she would stay with him and give him her love. On the way back, they were already walking hand in hand, although Dean felt some discomfort at that moment. And then, he supposed they would be in trouble, since they had entered the forbidden forest. Monica remembered that Dean ran there through the magic door, and she followed him. Only now did the princess understand why the scenery had changed so much. She simply didn't notice during the chase. They didn't know how dangerous it was there, but they were still far from the gate, and they needed to reach it as soon as possible. Then Dean suddenly remembered how the princess cried over her balloon, and he intended to go look for it. It seemed to the girl that it was too far away, but he, as a knight, had to take responsibility for his actions. The boy ran off, and Monica had a bad feeling and even thought about following him. However, the fox disagreed with the princess's decision, as she also had a very bad feeling. They wandered around the forest for a while looking for Dean, but there was no trace. And the girl and the fox knew it was full of monsters. Suddenly, Angela noticed a movement and prepared to attack, while the princess, scared, she hid behind her. But it wasn't a monster, but Dean, who was holding a balloon and was surprised to see Monica there. The girl was just very worried about him, and he considered her, although small, very brave. Meanwhile, it was starting to get dark, and the children hurried to leave the forest so as not to be caught by monsters. But soon they heard something, and a large mass of snow flew towards them. Dean could barely move aside with the princess, so he picked up the little one and ran with all his might, understanding that the monster had found them. And then the children saw the beast with large horns, which approached them, and it was preparing to attack. The boy recognized the monster, called Imp. They were fairies before, but they fell and transformed into monsters. They usually move in groups, but that didn't stop Dean, who bravely lunged to fight it. The fox, meanwhile, begged its mistress to get back on its back to flee far away, and not to hinder Dean. Running along the path, the fugitive spotted several monsters among the trees looking at them with bright red eyes. At that moment, the princess lost her balance and fell in the snow, but without caring about the blows. She hurried to get up, but a huge and evil imp was already looming over the girl, extending its furry claw towards her. Monica was terrified and thought her end had come, when suddenly another boy appeared who started fighting the monster. While Dean fought the first monster, he managed to see that his relative was in danger. Just at that moment, a mysterious boy knight arrived to rescue the girl. The princess didn't know who he was yet, but Dean immediately recognized his father's pupil, named Eddie. This pleased the duke's middle son, and he refocused his attention on the battle against the monster. While Eddie fought the creature, the snow around him rose like a wall of dust, and the princess couldn't see her savior's face. But the fox noticed that the boy's energy was identical to its mistress's and was greatly surprised. In a short time, the monster was defeated, collapsing with its huge body in front of the young knight. Afterward, Eddie approached the princess, anxious to know if she was all right and if she had been injured. Just at that moment, Dean arrived, who also started bombarding Monica with questions about where she had hit herself. But the girl was unharmed, so she turned to Eddie, realizing that he had been in the forest the whole time. In response, the Duke's pupil didn't say much. He simply greeted the young master modestly. Monica, upon hearing his voice, immediately felt she had heard it somewhere before. Then she remembered her dream, in which a boy warned her about an imminent danger. But at that time, she saw neither his face nor the color of his hair, and it seemed that half of his head was covered by a shadow. However, now that the princess heard his voice, she was completely sure it was him. But his face was still hidden by the hood. And then the boy, as if reading Monica's mind, took off his hood, and she could finally see his face. But the girl also remembered that face perfectly and knew what he looked like as an adult. Although the princess didn't understand why this man was there now, Aiden became concerned about his cousin's condition. Monica sank into memories of when the leader gave the order for her execution. It was this same rebellious leader, with this boy's face, who sentenced the empress to death. That day, Monica was sentenced, and huge crowds gathered to spit on her or throw stones at her. The princess remembered with complete clarity the moment this boy pronounced her sentence. Even his expression. That man glared at her with a look full of fury on the day of the execution, which is why it was engraved in her memory. But now Monica didn't understand what was the point of the man who caused her downfall in her past life, now saving her. So the princess didn't know his name, as everyone simply called him leader. And she never thought that Eddie, whom they talked about so much, would turn out to be him. Eddie, noticing the girl's paleness, began to worry about her health. At that moment, Brad, Willow, and his squad were running towards them looking for the missing princess. The first thing the Duke did was scold his son for disobeying the order not to enter that forest. But Monica defended him, explaining that her balloon escaped and Dean only helped her retrieve it. The Duke did not yield. He was convinced that the princess was in danger because of Dean. The girl continued to defend her little brother, saying that, on the contrary, he protected her. And he even hurt himself. After those words, Brad decided that his middle son had finally adopted a knightly mentality. He even congratulated him. The boy couldn't believe it. He hadn't even had time to explain himself. However, his father suddenly stopped being angry, something that hadn't happened since Dean's birth. Suddenly, the princess protested. The Duke didn't congratulate him correctly. First, he had to stroke his head. Brad didn't argue with his niece and did everything according to her instructions, ordering Dean to continue protecting the princess. The boy couldn't answer his father, only accept his commission and fulfill it to the letter. In reality, the boy had always wondered if his father loved him, and now he finally confirmed it. And all this happened thanks to the little princess. Then, the Duke also noticed his pupil. Brad assumed that Eddie also went to look for the balloon, but Eddie denied it. He had seen a horde of monsters and came to take care of it. Afterward, the boy noticed that Dean and Monica were in trouble, and without hesitation, he ran to help them. The Duke realized this was their first encounter, and ordered his pupil to greet the princess appropriately. Seeing the girl, Eddie thought that if angels existed, they would look exactly like her. But Monica suddenly hid scared behind Dean's back, and from there thanked Eddie for saving her. The girl still had engraved in her mind the guillotine to which her current savior had led her. What an irony. The Duke thought the princess was just scared by the monsters, although she didn't seem like it on the way to the temple. But now the three children were together, and that influenced things, and Brett begged them again not to go into that forest. After that, they all returned to the castle together, taking Eddie with them as well. That boy, from his birth, had been destined to be the prophet's companion. He and the princess were already born as a pair. That's why the Duke had been preparing the boy all these years. Once in the castle, Brett spoke to the boy, and he understood that when the prophet is in danger, his heart aches. Then he remembered seeing a monster's claw over the princess's face. And he knew that was the warning. Eddie also felt a pain in his chest, and now he knew that the princess was his prophet. However, the boy didn't understand why then, in the forest, Monica looked at him with that expression of terror. Eddie couldn't understand why the companion fate had assigned him was so afraid of him. The instant the Duke rescued the princess from the forest, the knights begged him for forgiveness. But Helen suspected they would ruin her. As soon as they said they would take care of the princess, the sorceress kept reproaching them for not watching the girl because they were showing off. Monica felt sorry for them, as she didn't see their fault, and then the girl shouted that she decided to escape. But the Duke was not going to free Sir Jack from his responsibility, and he would devise a punishment for him. The princess looked at Eddie, who was nearby, and her spirits sank as he brought her painful memories. He was just quiet, not understanding why Monica was acting like that, but hoping it would pass. The girl, meanwhile, saw Dean in the distance and decided to talk to him alone without witnesses. Taking advantage of the moment, she tugged his hand, and he got scared thinking something was happening on his face. The next day, Dean invited the girl to the central garden, which she loved very much. Even though it is winter now, this garden overflowed with flowers and plants of all kinds. Dean's mother took care of this garden. They cast a spell so that the flowers would bloom all year round. Now Russell maintains the magic dome, and Matthew brings different seeds from every expedition. Dean confessed that his father wished to enchant this garden, and the princess burst out laughing. The boy didn't understand her laughter, but she loved listening to him tell stories. At that moment, the princess seemed very sweet to Dean. He even thought they had given her something special to eat. So, Monica started asking about Matthew, as he should know everything about them to save them in the future. Be that as it may, this is the first life in which the princess meets the Duke's sons. About the older brother, Dean said that he is also a knight, but he is obsessed with monsters, and he goes hunting every day. Monica had already heard that Matthew had gone on an expedition again. Besides, he could be away for months. And then the middle brother decided to share a secret with the princess and confess that, in reality, his brother is very ill. The girl got very scared for Matthew, as she had never heard anything about that. Dean put on a thoughtful and sad face, and then let slip that his little brother suffered from nothing less than that, and nothing less than mysophobia. He thought that because Matthew always washes with ice water before sleeping in the camps. And furthermore, he has a magic bag with clean shirts. The princess found it a bit strange that Dean had that opinion of his brother, as if he himself never bathed. And then he spoke about Russell, who, although a magician, is always in the library, and he also has a strange character. Afterward, Dean remembered the apprentice Eddie and reminded the princess that he was the boy who saved her in the forest. The girl decided to listen to him anyway, because the more information, the better. Although she didn't like him much. Eddie is the Duke's only apprentice and possesses incredible strength, so Brad Willow takes great care of him. Many people even say that the Duke treats this boy as if he were his own son. Dina was saddened that Willow's sons meant nothing to her, and people didn't know it. But the princess didn't believe her uncle could not love his son. He was her favorite little brother. And at night, Angela suddenly woke her mistress up, with such urgency as if a misfortune had occurred. Upon opening her eyes, the princess saw that Russell had entered her room and was holding several books. He explained that they had an arrangement, but he had been busy studying in the library, and simply forgot. Monica was happy about his visit, although he suspected she would scold him for coming in the middle of the night. The boy also remembered his promise and brought his collection of magic books with him. Then Russell threw the books into the air and they spun above their heads, and then he decided to show something else. The books opened, and different beasts began to emerge from them, but not just common animals, but also monsters. As soon as they began to appear, the princess got very scared, but the boy hurried to calm her down. It was just magic. Then he dispelled the beasts and created a small energy sphere, which lit up the entire room. Monica couldn't imagine that, at such a young age, Russell could unleash magic of such a serious level. It's just that the boy truly had an innate talent, so doing something like that cost him nothing. The girl even felt a little envious for not being able to do that, and then she asked her little brother if he liked studying. Russell noticed that the princess liked it, and proposed teaching her one of the simplest spells. So the princess asked if he had learned by himself, and discovered that the boy had a mentor named Donald. From her past life, Monica remembers this Donald as one of her worst subordinates. And recently, on the way to the temple, because of that man, her uncle got angry with the princess. She couldn't believe that man was her brother's mentor, but she noticed Russell's face darkened when talking about him. Until the very moment of her uncle's betrayal, Donald had to pretend to be a loyal servant. And then Russell decided to share his biggest secret with Monica, and the girl became very interested. The boy wanted to introduce his cousin to a very, very special friend he had. For that, they had to go to the abandoned part of the castle, but it was cold at night. And Monica proposed going the next day. Russell confessed that he himself had discovered a secret place in the mansion and wished the princess a good night. And he left. Mid-morning the next day, Monica was already heading to the agreed location, telling her nanny she was going for a walk. There, her little brother was already waiting for her for a while, preparing a special lantern for their adventure. The boy told the princess that her mother used to live in this part of the castle when she was still alive. Then he lifted the girl up, and they entered through the window on the upper floor, so as not to run into the guards at the entrance. Monica saw a portrait of her mother on the walls, and everything seemed a bit strange to her, because according to her brother, her friend lives there. Russell led the princess to the basement, which looked so gloomy that it was impossible to think anyone could live there. Although the lantern illuminated the path quite well, the girl begged the fox Angela not to stray. Russell mentioned along the way that it saddened him to be the only magic apprentice in his family. His brothers and father were swordsmen, but fortunately his new friend comforted him. Shortly after, they arrived at a room where Russell's mysterious friend was located. The boy approached a box and pulled out from behind it a small ball that fit in his hands. And when Russell turned toward the light, Monica could make out small eyes in that little ball, and pointed ears. This pet did not resemble a common animal, rather it resembled a monster, but with a friendly little face. Therefore, the princess was not scared at all, but approached and decided to introduce herself. Only the fox was a little alert. It seemed to her that something was not right, and she asked her mistress to step back. The girl didn't understand why the fox was so nervous, if it was just a small monster, but Angela did not see it that way. The fox recognized in that furry little ball a red devourer that feeds on humans. This monster hides its true essence behind an adorable appearance, only to later devour human souls. But the most terrifying thing is that this monster is of a superior rank. That is why it is so dangerous. The princess remembered them from her past life, but this one was different, and the fox said its form would soon be revealed. Angela found it strange that the boy saw it as a friend, and insisted they must get rid of the monster before it transformed. The girl saw Russell's joy and thought he was not aware of the danger. That's why he was his friend. Monica tried to explain everything to him and begged him to stay away from the little monster, as it was very dangerous. And just as the princess tried to snatch the monster from the boy, it transformed, and it began to growl. Its eyes now shone with an evil red, and instead of an adorable little mouth, it had a terrifying jaw. Russell was surprised that his friend screamed, as he was sure that this type of monster did not scream. Then, Monica explained to her little brother that it was a red devourer, and that it was actually very dangerous. Meanwhile, the monster was transforming, as it could no longer hide its true form due to the energy of the divine beast. Angela understood that this kind had already devoured too many human souls, and was now incredibly strong. This monster was even more dangerous than the one the princess saw with Dean in the forest, and it was on another level. The girl found it strange that everything had gone so far, and no one noticed the monster. If this place was guarded, and then the princess noticed that her little brother was trembling with fear, and didn't understand why his friend had become so terrifying. The monster, at that moment, intended to trap Russell, and Monica wanted to try to save him. But the fox grabbed the girl by the neck and dragged her backward, as she could be seriously injured. The monster was also blocking the exit, so simply escaping now was impossible, and the fox decided to distract it, while Monica had to bring someone to help them. The princess saw the opportunity to approach Russell and begged him to go get help, but he was still in shock, while Monica insisted that that monster was dangerous, and not his friend. The boy became sad realizing that, then, he didn't have any friend at all. The girl couldn't stand seeing her brother suffer like that, and proclaimed herself his unconditional friend. Monica promised they would always be friends, a friendship that would last until the last breath. This made Russell react, who regained his composure and decided to use magic to escape. Suddenly, Angela shouted to her mistress to be careful. The monster was approaching from behind. At that instant, Monica thought the goddess had given her the best, but she didn't have the strength to defend herself. Just then, a magic shield formed over the girl, preventing the monster from reaching her. And in front of Monica, a message appeared. The time had come to make a postponed decision. Last time, the princess didn't choose because her uncle's son appeared. Now she understood that the wisest thing was to enhance the power of the divine beast. But suddenly, a new message. An offer for the princess to change her mind. Although she hesitated a bit, Monica decided to trust the system once more and chose to level up the streamer. The girl reached the 4th level, the title of Viscountess, and an unlimited storage opened before her. Next, the app offered her items to grow her channel, only in exchange for streamer points. Just at that moment, the girl noticed that Russell was having a terrible time containing the monster's attack. However, she knew that this final window had not opened by chance and reached out her hand towards one of the vials. She had to throw that vial directly into the monster's jaws, and Monica decided to check its effectiveness immediately. Meanwhile, the monster was almost destroying the magic dome with its claws and could soon trap Russell. The boy didn't know what to do. He could barely hold on, and nothing came to mind. And Monica threw a magic vial with pepper that caused sneezing at the monster. The vial passed through the dome barrier and crashed against the monster's face. The beast began to sneeze incessantly. Tears even came out of its eyes. Seeing that the method worked, the princess asked the fox to act now, but the souls the monster absorbed began to wake up. It was useless to attack it. Angela asked the princess if she had anything left like what she threw at the monster. There was one more left, and the fox would throw it this time. But she had to get closer first. The children tried to sneak towards the exit, avoiding the monster's claws. The fox was ready to act. It jumped and threw the vial directly at the beast's face. The vial broke again, and there was a small explosion, but this time it was different. Meanwhile, the princess lost sight of Angela and started calling her, waiting for a response amidst the dust. Suddenly, the children saw a shadow, and that person began to ask what was happening there. It was Matthew, and upon seeing the monster, he drew his sword and prepared to fight immediately. The boy was very agile and experienced, but defeating that monster would cost him several efforts. His shirt got stained with blood, and the young man sighed with regret. He had ironed it recently. Russell was somewhat scared, and Monica thought her older brother was angry with him. Then, Matthew asked why such a small princess was wandering in such dangerous places. The girl didn't know what to answer, and then they noticed Russell's sadness over the loss of his friend. This enraged Matthew, who took the boy and reprimanded him. A monster like that cannot be a friend. But the boy didn't see him as a monster, and the eldest sensed that he had brought him. Monica intervened and begged Matthew not to touch the little one, or she would bite without hesitation. The girl had already verified that the uncle's 2nd and 3rd sons were normal, and she hoped the same for the eldest. Matthew let go of his brother, and the princess ran towards him, worried, to comfort him instantly. Still, he was sad to be left alone, but Monica reminded him that now she was his friend. The older brother couldn't believe that little bird dared to threaten him like that, and the princess was furious that he called her little bird again, and looked at him with evident rage. Soon the children were at the entrance of the estate, and the girl was carrying the sneezing fox. She inhaled some of the dust, and Russell promised to help her fix it with an easy spell. Matthew, who took the children home, suddenly remembered how his brother had burst into tears. It seemed quite strange to him. He had never seen that child cry before. Besides, the only person who had stayed with him was his mentor. Now Matthew wondered who this princess was that affected his brother so much. Angela noticed someone approaching and immediately informed her mistress. At that moment, they saw Donald's mentor, who greeted the princess instantly. The girl remembered his essence from her past life as he introduced himself, but Monica already knew he was a first-rank knight and mage, in addition to a renegade vassal. The girl returned the greeting, but remembered she shouldn't let her guard down near that snake. Russell also greeted the mentor, who noticed how sad his young master was. Monica managed to see fear in the boy's face, although she hoped it was her imagination. Donald explained that he felt a danger threatening the boy and rushed to help him. He also said that he is connected to his master with a kind of string that warns him of their troubles. The girl couldn't imagine that mages cast spells like that on their apprentices. But now she tried to understand how Matthew ended up in the basement if he didn't know where his brother was. And Monica was intrigued as to how Russell met the monster in the basement and started taking care of it. Meanwhile, Matthew explained that he sometimes goes there to honor his mother's memory, and today he heard screams. And he went to fight the monster. Donald became curious to know what kind of monster that was which required so much effort from the young master. But Matthew found it strange that the mage asked that first, when he should be interested in how the monster got there. The mage admitted he rushed, and the older brother proposed informing the Duke about the monster immediately. The boy believed the situation was very serious and that they must find the culprit. Or yes, Monica noticed that Donald was upset and understood that his smile hid something else. He, in turn, expressed joy that the princess and Russell were safe, although he ignored why they went to the basement. But Matthew explained that his brother also misses his mother, especially at that age, when a mother is indispensable. But Monica did not believe that Russell thought of his mother when choosing a desolate place to care for the monster. However, there was no reason to keep talking, and Matthew decided to accompany the princess to her room. And Donald noticed that his pupil was injured and invited him to go with him to receive the necessary attention. The princess felt rage, as she wanted to stop that man, but she couldn't do it just by wishing it. Furthermore, Monica had a bad feeling, but Matthew was already asking her to follow him. The boy knew where his room was, because on the day of his arrival, the Duke showed him the spot on the map, and ordered him that, in case of danger, he should run there first. Matthew also explained that sometimes flying monsters appear, and then people must evacuate, and the princess is now a priority. Although he noticed that even so, Monica seemed fragile, like a little bird. In the room, the girl saw the nanny upset, without understanding when she had escaped. Rose was worried about the princess's dirty clothes and why she was with Matthew, but she only asked for food. The young master felt lazy about explaining, and the main thing was that the princess was well. Then he decided to hand over little Rose, calling the princess Birdie again. Baffling the knights, they couldn't believe the young master called her that, while Monica asked him not to speak ill of her nanny. Rose wanted to take the baby immediately, but Matthew decided to take her to bed himself. Meanwhile, the boy tried to understand how this girl could weigh less than a sack of wheat. Then he thought that he weighed like 8 sacks as a child, and considered it the standard for the Willow family. And normal children, in his opinion, should weigh at least like 3 sacks of wheat. Matthew thought the girl was malnourished and decided to monitor her diet. Rose asked again what had happened to them and discovered they had fought. This greatly scared the nanny, who became even more worried about the little one. But Matthew didn't reveal more. Later that night, the princess still didn't feel well. She had been very sleepy since lunch, but she had to visit Russell, and Monica thought they could try using the power. She immediately ordered the unlimited shop to open, where she would choose something valuable. There the princess saw that the number of items had increased, and a magic wand called Love Whips was added. She also learned that this batch had been acquired automatically for 50% of the remaining points. The girl did not understand why that had happened, but following the instructions, she took the wand, and just then the nanny entered, announcing that young Master Russell had arrived, who looked exhausted. Monica even doubted if the infamous Donald had healed him well, but she was glad to see him anyway. The boy confessed that this time he didn't enter through the window, as always, because his mentor didn't allow it. The girl found it very suspicious and remembered the cord that connects him to Russell. The princess suspected that the cord was not for feeling danger, but for Donald to know where the boy was. Their meeting was interrupted by a knight who suddenly appeared in the room and asked why Monica wasn't sleeping at those hours. It was Mike, who immediately apologized for interrupting Russell's free time. But the knight had a mission, and he had to take the boy immediately to the Duke in his office. The princess instantly thought it was about what happened during the day, and concluded again that Donald was hiding something. And to make sure everything would go well, Monica decided to go with Russell and Mike. And even if the Duke could later express himself very eloquently, the knight simply couldn't deny that little one anything. The princess noticed that something had greatly scared her little cousin. Monica felt obliged to find out. She took the boy's hand and prepared to go to her uncle. Once there, the princess decided to take the initiative, hoping the Duke would listen to her. Brad looked at Mike doubtfully, but he couldn't deny that little one anything. And then the girl saw the instructor mage himself, Donald, sitting in another armchair. She knew that guy had already told her uncle something, and surely he had painted everything badly. Russell, meanwhile, greeted his father, who looked quite displeased. Apparently, he already knew the whole story from Donald. Now he wanted to know why his son had gone to the basement. But Monica clearly remembered that Matthew wanted to tell it first, and she didn't understand how the mage had gotten ahead. Donald must have intercepted the boy's report and decided to tell it himself, but in his own way. On the other hand, it seemed that Matthew was also hesitating, but he simply didn't know what that guy was really like. There was also the possibility that both reports were submitted, but Donald's was more convincing. The princess feared that her uncle might believe precisely his words, which undoubtedly did not favor Russell. The Duke thought that the member of the Willow clan missed his mother's embrace. That's why he couldn't handle a simple monster. Monica couldn't believe her uncle said that. She didn't understand what the clan had to do with it, even if the boy missed his mother, especially since it wasn't a common monster, but a red devourer, a first-class monster. But the most important thing was that Russell was just a child, almost the same age as the princess. The girl wanted to contradict her uncle and tell the whole story as it really happened. But the mage interrupted her. Donald asked the Duke to give him his word. As Lord Russell's tutor, the mage was very kind at that moment, and the princess simply found it repulsive. She knew that, in reality, Donald was an arrogant jerk who saw his inferiors as mere slaves. And the instructor began his account of how mages, unlike knights, must be more sensitive to manage their power well. And now all responsibility rests on him. But the Duke didn't understand what sensitivity had to do with all this. Donald thought that Russell's temperament was melancholic, and that was why his magic level was so high. But at the same time, the boy has a problem controlling his own feelings. And that's why the mage requested to be assigned this case. The mage insisted that Russell had come this far thanks to him, and asked the Duke to recognize his efforts. Brad Willow owed a lot to Donald, that was true, and the princess understood that the mage was taking advantage of it. Above all, he positioned himself so convincingly on the boy's side, flattering the Duke, that it caused her even more disgust. Monica also didn't understand her uncle's reaction, since before he was known for not being able to control his emotions. The Duke simply killed anyone he considered wrong, and that's why they nicknamed him the Rabid Dog of the North. The girl didn't understand the problem. If Russell didn't control his emotions, just like his uncle, and it seemed unfair to her that the boy had to listen to all that. Donald, meanwhile, insisted it was his fault, as everything happened because Russell hadn't been trained well. The mage even asked for confirmation from the student, and he had no choice but to nod at the master's words. The boy stuttered a little, and the Duke thought his offspring couldn't even respond as he should. Little Russell bowed before his father, feeling the guilt and preparing for punishment. In that instant, the princess remembered when she too knelt without anyone defending her. And the Duke was already extending his hand toward his son. And at that moment, the monster from the past seemed to the girl to be him. But she was no longer the cowardly princess, and she would not allow them to hurt her little brother. Chad Jipitiskazel, the little one, claimed that Russell, on the contrary, saved her and blamed the Duke for scolding without asking anything. But the Duke didn't understand why his niece thought that, since she didn't raise her hand to hit anyone. Besides, Brett was not going to scold anyone, and he asked Monica to listen to him until the end. Simply, the Duke listened to everything Donald wanted to say, and now he was going to hear his son's version. The boy opened his mouth in amazement, as he definitely didn't expect that from his father. But the Duke understood that, by listening to the story of only one person, one cannot know the whole truth. His niece had told him so a long time ago, and now he was very clear on it. Brett looked at the children, a bit stunned, and begged them to tell him how things really were. With a guilty face, the boy admitted that he hadn't been good enough, but now he was going to study more diligently with his tutor. A tear even escaped Russell, because his father took an interest in his opinion for the first time. But the princess also understood that he was only afraid of the Duke. Moreover, the boy kept looking at Donald, but Uncle Brad didn't even notice. The princess believed the mage had repressed Russell, and now he was suffering his mentor's control, just like her in her past life. They couldn't allow Donald to stay near that boy. Monica racked her brains to prevent it. Meanwhile, the Duke saw that getting information from his son would be difficult, and ordered Mike to search every corner of the estate. The search had to be exhaustive. For some reason, a monster had dared to appear there, and they had to pay special attention to the area where the princess lived. Besides reinforcing the barrier, Mike promised that, from that day on, the princess's chambers would be guarded by the strongest knights. Monica understood that it ended there, and she couldn't believe her uncle had given up on discovering the truth. In response to the streamer's wish, a window opened, and the princess saw a magic wand in front of her. She didn't understand why that thing had appeared so suddenly, but she decided to take the opportunity. For the wish to come true, the princess had to utter the magic words "Open Sesame" for the miracle to happen. But when she did, everything remained exactly the same. Nothing changed at all. Without understanding why it wasn't working, Monica started waving the wand with all her might. Meanwhile, Donald was already taking Russell away, although the girl wished with all her might to keep that boy. The girl understood that the system had made a mistake and that the instruction had been useless. Suddenly, another window appeared in front of the princess, with a message saying that the miracle had already come true. But the girl no longer believed it, and Donald and her little brother were already quite far away. Shortly after, in the office, the mage was scolding the boy, stating that the Duke was very unhappy with him. Moreover, even though he is his father, he humiliated Russell right in front of the princess. And then Donald promised to make him the greatest mage. No matter what happens, but the boy must not forget today's shame. Afterwards, the mage set about healing the pupil's wounds and reporting everything to the Duke. And on top of that, he claimed that no one would believe the boy, because in the end, nobody cares. Russell imagined his father seeing him as a pathetic being, and his siblings disowning him. But then he remembered the princess's outstretched hand, promising him friendship. She was on his side. However, Monica was far away now, and all Russell had left was to try harder in the future. The boy's master, with his magnanimous smile, seemed like the very devil come from hell today. Meanwhile, the Duke went with the princess to her room and took a long time to leave, when she wanted to go look for Russell. But even if the girl goes, she won't be able to see him, since the boy still needs more treatment. Although Russell seemed fine, the princess thought he had indeed hurt himself restraining the monster. But then Monica remembered that upon arrival, her uncle was already commenting that his son had already received treatment. Lisa, desperate, feared the Duke would glare at the princess and begged her to step away. But Monica was more worried about her little brother, so she asked Angela to go visit him. Lisa accepted the mission, but in return her mistress owed her a huge piece of meat. While the creature ran, Monica decided to distract her uncle a little, asking him why he was looking at her so much. The Duke just watched his niece's games. Right now, she was the most important thing he had to protect. The princess took it as spying, and Brad was surprised that a child knew those words. Then, the Duke thought the princess must have heard that often from someone in the palace. Then the girl asked about Russell, and the Duke remembered that not long ago, that little one didn't even reach her shin. After a while, the princess got tired, and Brad put her to bed in the crib, thinking they had treated her very badly before. The current emperor, Theodore, ascended the throne after the assassination of Duke Willow's older brother. Likewise, he acted with former Empress Samantha, Brett's older sister, by sending her to war. Everyone knew that Theodore hated Samantha, so it was impossible for them to treat the only surviving princess well. Now the Duke regretted not having arrived sooner, when he exterminated the northern nobles involved in his sister's death. Brett wondered if he was still doing things he would regret in the future, and things he hadn't thought about in recent years began to surface in his mind. Furthermore, now he couldn't get his younger son out of his head, and he felt the desire to do something for him. When the princess opened her eyes the next day, she saw Russell standing next to her bed. The girl slept until lunchtime, and her little brother began to worry that she was sleeping so much. Monica jumped up, as she wanted to ask Russell something, and he must answer her without fail. Taking the boy by the hands, the princess wanted to know if his tutor, Donald, beat him. Russell was shocked by the question, but Monica interpreted his face and body language as an answer. She too lived believing she was guilty of everything and knew how hard it was to talk about it. But now the princess knows how to open Russell's heart and confesses that she too was held in a horrible place. Monica preferred not to reveal what the current emperor did to her, training her with rods and whips. The boy couldn't believe Monica suffered the same way, but he answered that nothing like that had ever happened to him. The princess was happy and asked to learn magic with Russell alongside the master. Upon hearing about the master, the boy's leg even trembled, and he decided it was better to teach his little sister himself. Monica felt Russell was about to tell her something, but suddenly he remembered he had to return. After promising to return, the boy left through the window, just as Dean was entering through the same one. The middle brother was a bit startled by the surprise and thought the youngest had fought with the princess. But Monica suddenly lunged at Dean, asking him where Mage Donald's room was. The boy didn't understand why Monica wanted that man's room, since he didn't know anything about his brother. But Dean did know the location of the mage's room and told the princess. At the top of the tower to the east. Afterwards, he insisted on knowing why Monica needed that room so badly, but she refused to reveal it. That tower is located on the opposite side, east of the princess's chambers. And after her recent trip to the forest with Dean, it would now be very difficult for her to get there alone. Even flying on the fox's back, they would easily detect her. And Monica thought about asking her uncle or the nanny for help. But then Donald would have the opportunity to pretend he isn't doing anything against Russell. Besides, that guy might suspect something. And due to his suspicions, he cannot trust even his subjects. So, Monica decided to get more details from her little brother about Donald and his mysterious room. Even though this mage owns lands, getting a room from the Duke shows great trust. Donald enjoyed the attention, showing his dark side like the night without any shame. He loved seeing Russell suffer, so he mocked him whenever he felt like it. The Duke didn't know how to love, which is why his children also didn't know how to show affection. Ironically, the Willows, with their immense external strength, could be easily destroyed from within. Russell admitted his lack of experience, but his mentor encouraged him, saying that acknowledging it was a great step forward. It was very easy for Donald to inject his poison into the boy, disguising it as love. But he also claimed that Russell should receive a punishment, one that would only do him good. The boy remembered Monica asking him to learn from the mentor, and was grateful she wasn't there. Still, he prayed silently for the princess to help him somehow. At that moment, the princess receives a flower from the system, and must meet certain conditions to unlock the vision. She had no idea what she was supposed to see, but instantly received a preview of the miracle. But this mode had limits. Monica only managed to see Russell trembling. What intrigue! The vision cut off and the princess, furious, started cursing Donald in her mind. Dean just watched Monica's behavior, completely bewildered. What was wrong with her? And she sank into her thoughts, trying to figure out what she had to do to access the full vision. And she discovered it. She had to register a trusted assistant who knew the truth, even without seeing the miracle. Monica understood it had to be someone aware of the mistreatment Russell was suffering. That person had to be in the castle, but she ruled out Matthew and Dean. Who could it be? Rose entered the room, and the princess thought her nanny might be the right person. Monica immediately questioned Dean about whether they had a nanny, and he confirmed it. Although the boy later added that they did, the princess thought Donald had taken revenge. Shortly after, Monica asked her uncle to take her to the Academy of the Northern Duchy. The Duke himself sponsored this place, and the most brilliant students gathered there. The girl was ecstatic with what she saw, as she had never been to an academy before. Mike, at that moment, was only wondering what the princess had thought of to visit that place. The Duke ordered a good teacher to be chosen for his niece, but she wasn't there for that. Monica decided to keep Russell close so Donald couldn't abuse him. Besides, earlier, Dean told her that the nanny they once had went to that academy and didn't come back. And there she will meet Count Abraham, who is the director of this academy. He was also captivated by the princess, as if a god had given him a gift. He saw her as a blessing. The princess was a bit taken aback. Why was everyone suddenly talking about a goddess? How strange. Monica only wanted to find Russell's nanny, but she didn't even know where to start looking for her. Suddenly, a woman named Faith approached her, and turned out to be the nanny of the three siblings. She is now an excellent pedagogue, responsible for early childhood education in this institution. The girl was very happy to meet her, and her uncle confirmed that Faith was a wonderful teacher. Seeing how well the Duke treated her, the princess knew that woman must have been an exceptional nanny. Then, the girl noticed Russell's grim face and suddenly thought, what if the nanny also mistreated him? But if that were true, she would have no reason to have left the castle. What a dilemma. Because, if so, Donald would want her close so she wouldn't accuse him of his misdeeds. What intrigue. Besides, Faith seemed very kind and wouldn't have gotten that position without deserving it. Although, on the other hand, the princess knew very well how cruel someone who seems kind can be. Monica perfectly understood that you cannot trust people based only on their appearance. But at that moment, the girl needed to get to the bottom of it. And encouraged, she took Russell's hand. And suddenly, she turned around and headed towards Faith, determined to ask her everything. At that very instant, Mike lifted her up in his arms, eager to show her everything he had prepared. Monica protested, as she hadn't come for tourism or to see picturesque places. In a short time, the princess was taken to a place full of children, each concentrated on something. The night brought Monica to the telescope, and she loved observing the stars. But then the girl remembered her mission, and at that moment they showered her with gifts from students and pupils. Uncle Brett kept watching his niece, He didn't want her to go out in this cold. In winter, children catch colds very quickly. One must be very careful. After seeing a bunch of gifts, the princess decided to talk to her nanny Faith. But just then Brett ordered them to return. And Monica, throwing a tantrum again, noticed that the little girl had a fever and didn't want it to get worse. But she protested. She hadn't even found out why Russell seemed so worried. And her uncle promised to return in the summer. Monica immediately asked if her little brother Russell would go with them, and the answer was yes. The boy looked a bit confused. He didn't understand why he had to go back there. Soon they were heading for the exit, with Faith watching them at a short distance. Attentive to the children, Russell felt her gaze and turned around. It seemed to him that the nanny wanted to tell him something, but the boy didn't stop to see what his former nanny wanted, and he continued walking with his father. And Faith bid him farewell with a sad look while feeling immense pity. Days later, it turned out that the princess had indeed caught a cold, as her body was weaker than expected. Rose explained to her that children often react this way to seasonal changes. And it was the third time for Monica. During those days of illness, the girl couldn't help Russell or find a suitable assistant, and the princess needed to speak at least once with the former nanny of her cousins. One day, Monica called Dean and began to ask him about his nanny Faith, and she discovered that this woman cooked very well. Her pies and cookies were especially delicious. Furthermore, Dean, who didn't see his mother much, thought that Faith perhaps resembled her. But in the end, the nanny simply left his side. And now the boy will never know. Since the last time, the princess was extremely intrigued by Faith's sudden departure. But Dean didn't know, only that the nanny took care of Russell and left without even saying goodbye. Matthew tried to explain to him that Faith had her reasons and that they shouldn't meddle in that. Despite everything, Dean really liked that nanny, and from time to time he missed her terribly. Monica saw a golden opportunity here. She proposed visiting their former nanny together with her little brother. The boy did not reply to the princess. He also longed to see his dear nanny. To do this, they asked Jack and Helen to accompany them back to the academy. The mage was delighted, although the knight thought they should ask the duke for permission first. But Dean intervened. He didn't need his father's permission to leave the estate, and Monica was already well. The princess asked Mike to look after Russell, as she trusted him, and now they could set off. It was impossible for the girl to ignore Helen's enthusiasm for the trip, although it wasn't the most important thing for her. They soon arrived at the academy and quickly found Faith, who was overjoyed to see them again. Dean only remembered good things about that woman, so he loved being able to meet her again. Meanwhile, the nanny began to ask how the young master had been all this time, how much he had grown. Faith also remembered the late Duchess, and imagined how happy she would be to see her son like this. At that moment, the princess noticed that the nanny spoke to the middle brother with complete calm. Not like with Russell, but then Monica saw a bunch of sweets that Faith had prepared for her with full honors. After tasting the delights, the girl immediately thought that woman was good, although then she stopped short. Because if Donald offered her something sweet, the princess might also think he was a nice guy. Be careful. To accompany the cakes, Faith prepared tea without milk, since it upset Dean's stomach. And the boy was surprised that she still remembered that. But the nanny couldn't afford to forget anything about the young masters. Meanwhile, Monica remained convinced that Faith seemed like a good person. And if all this were a farce, this woman would be an excellent villainous actress. Nevertheless, the princess felt the nanny was genuine, and doubt gnawed at her. At that moment, a teacher approached the children and informed Dean that the director required him. She asked the princess to stay there, promising to return soon, and she continued enjoying the little cakes. The nanny Faith, observing the princess, noticed that her smile was very similar to that of Master Russell. And then, the girl became curious to know if the nanny had ever seen the youngest of the brothers smile. Since Faith raised the boy from a young age, she had obviously seen his sweet smile. And then, Monica asked the woman directly if she knew what was really happening to Russell. Faith seemed to be suspecting something, and the princess couldn't pressure her yet, fearing she wouldn't reveal anything. The girl described how her little brother was now, and asked if he was like that before Faith left. But the nanny considered Russell the most brilliant of all, and if it weren't for a situation, she would still be with him. Faith confessed that everything happened because her husband had an enormous gambling debt. Suddenly, the nanny realized she had let slip the tongue to the princess, and she tried to avoid the subject. But the girl couldn't leave it like that, as she was close to the truth and decided to use the unlimited shop. There the princess found a magic powder which, when sprinkled, reveals anyone's secret. She considered it very useful and immediately bought a little bag of the magic powder. Then, Monica immediately sprinkled the powder on the nanny, as she wanted to know what she was hiding. Specifically, the princess was interested in the reason why Faith abandoned the boy and left. And the nanny continued, saying that, as a nanny who had to protect her honor, she could not allow the Duke to find out about this. She had no option but to leave Master Russell, even though it hurt her deeply in the heart. At one point, Faith even wanted to keep him, despite everything, because she loved the boy. But then Mr. Donald appeared and reminded her that she could no longer be a nanny as she didn't have the necessary qualification. The mage implied that the Duke would be very worried about a nanny, with such an immoral husband, staying near his children. And to avoid being shamefully expelled from the estate, the nanny was offered to voluntarily go to the academy. Monica was only convinced that Donald always looks for people's weaknesses first, pretending to be good, and then uses it for his benefit. And if Faith hadn't agreed then, and had left, she would now be swelling the collection of pawns on his chessboard. After that, he took care of Russell, convincing him that he was the only one who truly cared about the young master. And he presented the nanny to the boy as the most irresponsible of traitors, who had abandoned him. Monica didn't understand how the mage could do that to a child, and considered him even more despicable. It seemed to the girl that not even kicking him out would be enough, seeing how Faith broke down in tears. Now Donald had completely isolated Russell, and the princess was encouraged to ask this nanny for help. The girl told everything she knew about her little brother's situation, and from the nanny's face, she knew everything, and she, in turn, couldn't understand why she told the princess everything, although she still thought Donald wasn't a bad person, because if it weren't for him, Faith wouldn't even have the opportunity to see the children from time to time. But Monica kept affirming that the mage was not an honest or good person, while the nanny thought it was all her fault. At that moment, a window appeared to the princess, indicating that she had found the right assistant, and Faith promised to do whatever was necessary. And just as she finished saying that, the Duke appeared in the room and prepared to take his niece home. The girl was even a little scared, as she came here without telling her uncle anything, but she was surprised at how quickly he found out. Moreover, the Duke promised to leave on a trip today, but it seems his plans changed. Brad, meanwhile, asked the little one about her health, and she boasted of feeling perfectly fine. But the Duke decided to argue with her, and as proof, he encircled her wrist with a single finger. Although the princess didn't see anything strange in that, after all, she was just a child. And the Duke thought at that moment that his niece was still small and needed to eat more. The nanny Faith also confirmed that the little girl was healthy, although smaller than the other children. In any case, the Duke was determined to go home and immediately picked up the princess. And Dean asked his father for permission to stay with nanny Faith for a while, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Brad agreed, but asked him not to delay until late, and this surprised the boy a bit. And the nanny noticed that, during her absence, many things had changed, even without the influence of the Duchess. On the way, Monica noticed there were few flowers, and her uncle explained that without magic it was difficult for them to grow. However, in the duchy there were lots of flowers, but that was because the Duchess loved them deeply. Suddenly, Monica asked her uncle if he loved his brothers, which took him by surprise a little. She justified it with simple curiosity, although in reality she wanted to know as soon as she had the chance. The girl simply couldn't understand how he had managed to raise his children to be the way they are now. Monica was intrigued whether her uncle loved his children, because then she didn't understand why he had raised them so poorly. And on the other hand, if the Duke didn't love them, he could at least have pretended that he did. Don't you think? The princess desperately wished that absolutely everyone in that castle would be happy. Without exception, she understood how desperate the desire of someone who had experienced immense sadness could be. Someone who, even as a child, had suffered from that feeling that consumed him inside. That nobody loved him. Now the princess was sure that the Duke's youngest son was in the same situation. Although Monica understood that Donald hadn't resorted to hitting the boy yet, but it was only a matter of time. From her experience, the mage uses fists and a whip when he believes the rival is almost defeated. That's why Uncle Brad's answer was crucial for the little one, and why she insisted so much. But the Duke had never heard that word. It seemed irritating and incompatible with his life. And if anyone other than Willow had asked Brad that question, he would have simply ignored it. The Duke's entire past life consisted only of blood and numerous battles. He also remembered how the Duchess asked him for a favor, the last one in her life. Brad did not have a warm relationship with that woman, but a simple political marriage. She was neither affectionate nor tender towards the Duke. Rather, she presented herself as a calm and noble person. Furthermore, Brad's wife was an expert in internal affairs and did not bother her husband. And also, this woman supported the Duke's desire for revenge, which made him want to live with her for his whole life. And in the end, she begged Brad that, if someone asked him about love, he should listen to that person's request until the end. Although the Duke did not love his wife, at that moment he thought he could keep his promise. He knew that the person who wanted to ask him about love must be very interested in it. Although at the same time, he understood that it was unlikely such a person would appear due to all the horrors of his life. After promising his wife that he would fulfill her request, her smile remained in the Duke's memory until the end of his days. Shortly after, Brad's wife passed away, and during her funeral, it seemed that even the sky was crying, shedding rain upon the earth. But after her death, she left a small boy, whom the Duke diligently avoided, because his smiling face was too similar to his wife's face in the last moment of her life. It was unbearable for the Duke to see his son's smile, and he wanted to solve that problem by any means. It was something he often discussed with Mike. And one day, Russell overheard his father's words. The boy at first thought he was bad at fencing. That's why his dad hated him, and he decided to try harder. At that moment, Donald appeared in the boy's life, offering to be his mentor and teach him everything. Now, when the princess asked the Duke about his love for his children, he was not quick to answer her. Evading the answer, Brad started explaining that his obligation was to protect the people within these walls. The Duke considered everyone within these walls as his family, both the children and the loyal employees. And now the princess was also his family, although he didn't like it at first. But now that didn't matter anymore. On the contrary, the girl seemed so fragile to the Duke that he wanted to find the safest place for her within the castle. Monica was anxious to hear the answer to her question, and even thought that her uncle had never felt that. And then Mike and Dean joined, and the Duke decided to show the princess something. He stepped aside with the children and showed the girl a small house that could be seen among the trees. In that little house lives Eddie, the Duke's apprentice, who recently saved the little girl in the forest. The girl didn't understand why her uncle suddenly remembered that boy, who still scared her. However, after that, Monica hardly saw him, as he dedicated much more time to training. The Duke believed that the more the boy trained, the better it would be for the princess, and soon she would know why. When they returned to the castle, the girl remembered that her uncle had called her his family, so she had to believe him. And so it was, because willow blood runs in her, and Monica dared to ask him about the previous situation. The princess reminded him that he had gotten very angry then, demanding a name, and even pushing her. The Duke was stunned by such a declaration from his niece, because in reality, he had never done that. But even so, he got angry and scared the little princess very much, who then feared him for a long time. Monica noticed how terribly confused the Duke was, feeling very guilty towards the little one. He truly regretted it, and swore to apologize for that incident until she forgave him. The princess, seeing how worried her uncle was, decided she could forgive him for that prank. At the same time, Monica saw that the Duke didn't think about his children at all, and the demonstration of his feelings was strange. The girl still wanted confirmation on whether Brett would be on her side, no matter what she said. The Duke confirmed it without hesitation, and they sealed their pact again with pinkies. Although Brett still didn't understand why his niece gave so much importance to that trust, it seemed to him that providing comfort to the little one would be enough. But he didn't think she could distrust him. Then he thought it was because the imperial family didn't treat her as they should, and they played with her like a doll. If this is the case, why doesn't she ever talk about it, even though she is safe now? Brad didn't doubt that Monica still feared imperial influence, otherwise she would share what she experienced. And so that the princess can breathe freely, Brad decided to show her how powerful the northern lands are. The Duke hoped that after this, Monica could calmly tell her sorrow. Brad also wanted the girl to understand that the North did not protest against the Emperor, only for some reasons. And what Duke Willow wanted most was for his niece to take a deep breath, remaining safe. He immediately gave Mike the order to prepare everything to show the princess the power of the northern people. To do this, the Duke proposed organizing fighting competitions at the end of the week. and a special place must be prepared. But the knight feared that the people couldn't prepare everything, because there were 3 days left until the end of the week. Then, Brad compared it to the moment an enemy attacks them who wouldn't wait for them to prepare. Furthermore, the Duke has noticed that discipline in the troops is slack, and has implied that Mike is to blame. The knight did not want to look bad in front of his lord, and promised that everything would be ready on time. Mike was not going to complain. That would mean admitting that he is not capable as an assistant. The next day, people could already read the announcement. A live demonstration was coming. Mages, knights, and aristocrats had to prepare, something that took them by surprise a bit. Meanwhile, the Duke decided to visit the princess, just as she was enjoying her favorite cake. Brad got straight to the point and told her he was preparing a demonstration of the North's might for his niece. He wanted the girl to know that this force, meant to protect her, was enormous and she shouldn't fear anything. The princess was curious. Would her brothers also show their power now that they are old enough? The Duke confirmed that they would also be there, although he planned to exhibit the strength of the knights and mages. And if the children, especially Russell, demonstrate their skills, that might give the uncle wrong ideas. Eddie will also participate in the exhibition to demonstrate how much his abilities have increased. The Duke left the princess resting, but she was saddened that this Eddie wouldn't leave her alone. In a few days, everything was ready for the start of the competition, in which almost everyone participated. The knight Jack was especially excited to be able to demonstrate all his strength, believing that knights are the strongest. But Helen insisted that simply brandishing a sword was not enough, and that the power of magic was also very important. The aristocrats commented that some years ago they barely managed to avoid the Duke's purge, but the emperor still relegated his family. Now they know that the Duke cares a lot about the princess, so their main goal is to get her attention. So everyone tried to find some talent, but there was one person who remained discontented. Donald was furious because he was very close to his youngest son becoming his puppet. But now, after so much effort and isolation, he felt the boy could slip through his fingers. It was a golden opportunity for Donald to acquire a slave with incredible strength and good lineage. He couldn't waste it, but the mage knew Duke Willow too well. That was a problem. Brad had to quickly understand that Russell was a magic genius. He shouldn't be in that competition. Otherwise, all of Donald's mentor's hard work would go straight down the drain. Moreover, the mage managed to trick the boy so easily only because of the death of the Duchess herself. And everything was going smoothly. But then that princess appeared, that meddling princess. Now Donald was ready for anything, whatever it took to prevent Russell from slipping away from him. And the boy, right before the competition, decided to show the princess how to use magic. What audacity! He arrived when she was going to bed, and Russell asked for permission to visit her a little later. The boy could only see the princess at night, because lately he had a lot of homework. On the very first day, Monica noticed something in her uncle's youngest son's behavior that worried her. In her second life, the princess was not so observant. That's why her self-esteem was completely destroyed. And now, when they met in magic class, the boy placed candles and showed his sister what to do. But no matter how hard the girl tried, she couldn't do it and decided she had no talent for it. Besides, the princess was already tired, and lying down on the floor, suggested Russell do the same. Pulling his sleeve, Monica believed that children should definitely do silly things, at least once in a while. The princess was confident that, sooner or later, everything would work out and Russell wouldn't have to please anyone anymore. And that night, Monica decided to confess to her little brother that she did have a talent. She could find out absolutely everything. Afterwards, the girl confessed that she knew how Donald tormented Russell and offered him her help. Monica couldn't stand seeing her little brother suffer and wished the villains would pay for what they did. To do this, the princess had already recruited Faith as a witness and was ready to show her Uncle Russell's memories. But this was not enough, because the moment Russell showed his skills, no one would be on Donald's side. In this life, Monica could not allow him to escape punishment, and he had to pay dearly for his misdeeds. Therefore, she asked Russell to mandatorily participate in these competitions. The boy was still small and a little scared, but the princess assured him that he was more incredible than he thought. Then Russell agreed. He would try to do everything to show his skills in this competition. Besides, the princess wanted him to stay in her room until the start, and she herself would explain everything to her uncle afterwards. The boy was happy not to have to go back to the teacher, and Monica shared her plan with him. After listening to his sister, Russell proposed adding something else to the plan to incriminate Donald. Monica convinced the Duke to postpone the trials 3 more days so Russell could prepare. The princess also noticed that when the boy wasn't trying hard, his pronunciation was normal. Moreover, she understood that the speech problems were more due to stress and pressure. The boy felt Monica's gaze, and thinking she was failing, offered her his help. Their conversation was interrupted by housekeeper Rose, who announced a visitor for the princess. And instantly, someone she absolutely did not expect entered her room. It was Donald. The girl was bewildered and angry, and Russell, out of habit, got a little scared. The tutor found out that his pupil had been there for several days and wanted to take him back. But then Donald saw that Helen and the elite knight Jack, whom he didn't get along with, were with the children. Even so, he greeted them. But the knight hinted that he was unwelcome and his visit was useless. Furthermore, Jack noticed the strange behavior of the princess, almost ready to attack Donald. And the tutor addressed Monica, trying to convince her that Russell could not postpone his lessons any longer. But the princess retorted, shouting that her little brother would stay with her until the competition itself. Then Monica smiled broadly and declared that Duke Willow himself had authorized it. Donald had no choice but to leave the room, but he wasn't thinking of leaving things like that. And if it weren't for the knight, he could still have pressured the little girl now to get what he wanted. Monica understood that the tutor planned to sabotage the competition, but she was sure he wouldn't succeed. The next day, Donald peeked into the princess's room, but Helen was guarding them, and she wouldn't let him near the children. Another day later, when he went there, he saw that the Duke was playing with the children this time, and he didn't dare enter. Shortly after, Donald approached Brad, and he confirmed that he had authorized Russell not to attend classes until the competition. The mentor had no choice but to leave the Duke's office empty-handed. Monica got bored of staying still and suggested Russell go for a walk together. Shortly after, Helen called Jack, who was surprised that she invited him to that place. And so late, the mage was going to discuss something with that knight, and her expression was quite serious. She started by telling him that the princess had been behaving strangely these past few days. The girl seemed nervous every time Donald appeared in her field of vision. Jack was shocked by the revelation, and Helen assumed he hadn't noticed anything. But the knight had noticed moments when the princess didn't act like a normal child. Helen also started reading a book on child development to better understand children's behavior. She read there that when children are afraid, they become completely tense, and she related this to Donald. She herself didn't like that guy anymore, but now she was sure something was wrong with him. And now Helen wasn't going to take her eyes off him, thinking he might have offended the princess. And if her suspicions are confirmed, she swears she will make a cutlet out of that tutor. Helen was furious because she loved that little girl very much, as the princess gave her sweet smile to everyone, except for one rude rich man. And Donald seemed unpleasant to the mage from the start, even when he smiled. And now, if he harms Monica, Helen is ready to finish him right there. Seeing how angry the girl was, Jack suggested first investigating the tutor, and then discussing everything again. The knight also asked his friend to be very cautious, but she was more than sure of herself. After the walk, the little ones got tired and lay down to sleep in the princess's room. When Russell sensed someone's mana, upon opening his eyes, the boy understood that his mentor was calling him back. The little one was terrified, but he knew it would be worse to disobey. Russell thanked the sleeping princess for her kind words and faith in his innocence, and prepared to leave. Now the boy thought it was time to break free and left the room. Soon he saw a dark silhouette, barely illuminated by a faint kerosene lamp. The boy recognized his mentor in his long robe. He had an important matter for Russell. Donald leaned over his student and insisted that he should not participate in the competition under any circumstances. According to his mentor, the boy didn't yet have enough skills and would be embarrassed in front of his admirable brothers. Moreover, Donald kept reminding him that in the entire castle, he was the only one who truly cared about Russell. The mage claimed that his student was the only one of all who deserved to become the next Duke, because at one time, he showed the nanny who abandoned him how capable he was. But now, Donald didn't think it was the right time to show everything this boy could do. Then, he started asking Russell to go with him, and the little one got confused. He had already promised the princess. Knowing the boy might refuse, the mentor tried to persuade him in another way, using flattery. And while Russell listened to his speech, Donald cast magical threads that tightly bound him. The mage thought the boy had completely forgotten who the person who helped him rise was. In reality, the mentor considered Russell an insignificance, someone who had nothing, and could not grow on his own. Unable to break free from the rope, the boy begged for mercy, while the mage only mocked him. He repeated to Russell that he was powerless, that he wasn't even capable of breaking that rope. And then he reminded him, once again, that he, a great mentor, had given himself completely to raise the boy. With this, Donald ended his lesson, allowing the student to return to the princess. But he threatened him, warning that if Russell showed up before him again in that state, he would not be so lenient. The ropes tying the boy were released, and he understood that he wouldn't be able to do anything if he kept trembling with fear. Although, what could a trembling and whining child do? It was then that he remembered the magic stone. This stone had been given to Russell by the princess, so he would have something to incriminate the tutor with. Monica explained that this object could record voices, and that recording would become crucial evidence. But the boy didn't plan to use it, as he believed no one would believe him. The night before, Monica had asked him to go to the tutor together, and that she would hide while he spoke with him. And now Russell regretted having lied to her, but he swore it would be the last time, because they were friends now. Monica got very angry upon learning her little brother had gone to the tutor alone, but he just wanted to protect her. And then the girl noticed the bruises on Russell's body, which saddened her even more. Even though he apologized, the boy would simply never forgive himself if the princess had gotten hurt in his place. The girl kept crying, and Russell could only atone for his guilt with a victory. Monica believed in him and his strength, and that he could show everyone how wonderful he is. 2 days later, many people gathered in a large stadium where the competitions were to be held. The princess was worried about Russell, as normally the instructor would heal him right after hurting him. But this time he forgot and only sent the boy medicine that he didn't want to use. Russell thought the bruises could also be a test for the princess, and he was even happy about it. And the princess, at the same time, wished her little brother would be a child and not talk like an adult. Mike pulled her out of her thoughts by noticing that her uncle had arrived, which meant the trials would start soon. Because every event at the North Castle always kicked off with the Duke's welcome speech. Moreover, Willow was a man everyone trusted and followed with complete loyalty. As the competition was declared open, the Duke lifted his niece so she could see better. More than that, he always loved contemplating the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. And it wasn't the dresses that beautified the girl, but her sweet face, although her uncle decided to sew even more outfits for her. The princess's second life followed a different script, and she was intrigued by what her future would be like now. Monica confessed to her uncle that she liked everything, but it saddened her that the flowers withered so quickly. The girl even imagined it would be better if the flowers were made of precious stones. The Duke was about to order jewels placed instead of flowers, but the princess asked him not to. So, her uncle decided to order the mages to make sure the fresh flowers didn't wither so soon. While he finalized details with Mike, Russell, ready to shine, approached the princess. Before taking the stage, the boy swore to Monica that he would prove his worth, surpassing his older brothers. That fraternal promise was crucial to him, and he was determined to fulfill it. Whatever the cost, the princess, in turn, promised to watch him closely and applaud with all her might. They sealed their pact with pinkies intertwined, and Monica noticed that her little brother was still trembling a bit. Monica remembered the past, when Donald terrified her so much that she didn't even dare contradict him in her mind. But her brother had managed to overcome that fear, and the princess couldn't be prouder. Suddenly, the little fox accompanying Monica noticed the monstrous beasts in cages, believing they were raised there. But no, they were brought so that the knights could demonstrate their might by facing them in combat. It was Matthew's turn, and he prepared to defeat a monster several times larger than him. It looked terrifying and loomed over the young knight, but he was already brandishing his sword. And in the next instant, the defeated beast lay on the ground with its throat cut. At that moment, the Duke covered his niece's eyes with his hand, and realized he hadn't considered that she was too young for such a spectacle. Meanwhile, the spectators commented that Matthew, with his swordsmanship, reminded them a lot of the Duke. The next one, although not as fast as his older brother, but equally brilliant, Dean also defeated the monster. After the victory, he proudly waved his sword towards the princess, so that she too could be proud of his strength. Monica thought he was amazing, and her uncle explained that his whole family was like that, and that she was also their pride. The girl noticed that the Duke now spoke of it so casually, but his face didn't look natural. So Monica wanted to know more about the essence of these competitions, and Mike offered to explain it to her. The main goal was to defeat the monster, showcasing your talents to the maximum, and at the end, the winner would be announced. That person will be the one who demonstrates their combat skills in the most spectacular way. The audience's reaction was key, but the verdict of the Duke and the Princess was even more so. Meanwhile, Monica's acquaintances kept appearing in the arena, exhibiting amazing talent. A little way from the princess, Donald looked visibly nervous, realizing his plans were crumbling. The girl asked the Duke for permission to watch the competition together with the vassals who were not participating. Monica had carefully planned how to force Donald to stay put and not slip away. Then the princess heard Matthew, who was behind her, call her little songbird. He explained that he could come up there now because he was done, and said Dean had gone to train. The girl noticed that his shirt was clean again and didn't understand when he had time to wash it. The girl also learned that the middle brother had gone to train. Furious at not being able to surpass the eldest, Matthew thought he looked like a monkey because he was very impatient and always ran somewhere. And then, Monica unexpectedly asked her older brother if he liked her, which was unexpected for him. But the boy finds it hard to hate a little bird, so he liked the princess very much. Afterwards, the girl started asking what Rosalie Dean thought of her, according to her older brother. Matthew believed they liked her too, and his answer seemed similar to her uncle's to Monica. Then, she needed to know if that boy would help his brothers if they were in danger, and also why he had pounced on Russell the last time the Red Devourer appeared. But Matthew simply thought he was dangerous, and besides, he was worried that his younger brother had brought that monster, because in that case, he would have to take the reins of the situation so that his brother wouldn't be expelled in disgrace. And if that happened, Russell could simply die somewhere outside the house. Since he was still too weak, Monica was still amazed by his reaction that day. She believed that, above all, he should have calmed the child. But Matthew never learned to express his feelings in any other way, just like his father. And then, the older brother decided on his own to ask the princess why she was asking those questions. Although then he noticed again how weak she was, and how she could die if left unsupervised. The girl anxiously hoped that Matthew would protect her, and that she wouldn't die so soon this time. Monica now understood how loving the person she could never meet in her past life was. A short time later, Russell entered the arena with a magic staff in hand, ready to show his power. The presenter announced that the night's jousting had ended, and it was time to see the mage's skills. They named Russell Willow as the one to open this mage's competition, and he prepared to fight the monster. A beast several times larger than him came to meet him, and Monica got scared by its enormous size. She begged for her brother to triumph, but Mike noticed that she never cheered for him like that. Then, the princess saw Donald, and was glad that Russell was not a victim of his abuse. The mentor, for his part, hoped to have achieved his goal and that the boy would never prosper. Young Willow was already fighting, and the fox feared for the boy, sensing that something bad would happen to him. Russell raised a magic shield to stop the monster's attack, but a black smoke appeared. Monica could also see that dark smoke, as the goddess had granted that gift to the girl. The princess knew it was black magic, a power totally opposed to the divine and sacred. That power could enslave a man, strip him of his soul, and turn him into a puppet. The fox didn't understand how it could happen, but it was sure the little one was in danger. And Monica understood why Donald seemed so calm, but she didn't know when he did it. And then the princess began to suspect that he had planned everything for a long time, and now only finishing the job remained. Through the fox, Monica learned that creating black magic spells could take several years. And indeed, it wasn't completely ready yet, but Donald could no longer postpone it. The mentor ordered Russell to become his slave, but then noticed that his magic wasn't flowing as it should. The knights, meanwhile, commented on the little one, who blocked the blows with as much ease as if it were child's play. After a short time, the black smoke began to dissipate, as the spell was not completed, and the monster's attacks awakened internal resources in the boy. Monica understood that no one but her could see that smoke, and decided she had to stop the competition. But just then, the fox noticed that the smoke was returning, and immediately warned its mistress of the danger. If that smoke controls the boy's mind, everything will be lost. And the princess didn't understand why her sacred animal couldn't help. But it was too dangerous, as, due to her intervention, the boy might suffer even more. The monster already felt Russell weakening, and prepared for its next attack. Monica screamed, scared for her brother, and the boy reacted, raising a shield in front of him. The princess was happy to be able to help him like that and thought about stopping the trial once and for all. But she remembered their recent conversation and knew it was a great opportunity for him. Even so, Monica couldn't stand idly by and decided to try something on her own. The girl asked Helen to make her voice heard by everyone instantly. Seeing her younger brother falter again, she begged him to remember his promise. Then the princess started clapping loudly, encouraging Russell to concentrate. The boy instantly remembered how he and his sister had sealed their promises with their pinkies. At that moment, he felt a huge surge of power and was ready to keep his promise. He created an even more powerful shield in front of him and mercilessly counterattacked the monster. The beast tried to reach the boy from all sides, but now it was almost impossible for it. And Russell jumped into the air, ready to smash his opponent with his magic staff. After the devastating blow, the monster lay on the ground, and the boy dominated it as if it were a rug. The tip of his staff was burning with flames, demonstrating the brutality of his attack. And suddenly, an immense torrent of fire emanated from him, reaching unimaginable heights. Everyone was shocked by what happened, especially the princess and the mentor Donald. But Duke Willow was also perplexed. He never imagined his son would possess such power. At that instant, the crowd rose from their seats and began to cheer the little mage fervently. Then, the fire from Russell's staff subsided, and only now did he understand the magnitude of his strength. The audience believed the boy showed teleportation magic, one of the most complex that exists. But the young fighter only heard his little sister's voice, who was amazed by him. Russell used all his strength today for the spell, and he succeeded only thanks to the princess. And the spectators kept marveling. How could he use such serious magic at such a young age? But this was the moment of the birth of a magic genius in the Northern Fortress. And Russell was happy, although in reality, he had been a genius for quite some time. It's just that now everyone found out. The princess was overjoyed by her little brother's victory and thought he was brilliant, and he was just as euphoric. Monica hoped that from now on only good things and nothing bad would happen to them. Only happiness. Furthermore, the girl hoped that her uncle would be as impressed as she was after her son's excellent performance. Meanwhile, people thought the boy found killing the monster in one hit boring, and that's why he played with it. They believed the Willows were invincible, and Russell was a prodigy at his age. Suddenly, the Duke ordered the competition stopped and sent for his younger son, Helen. The boy was a little frightened by this unexpected ending, thinking his father was angry. Russell stood obediently in front of the Duke, not knowing what to expect but ready for anything. But he never imagined that his father would ask him to take off his cape and roll up his sleeves. He was stunned. Then the Duke rolled up the boy's sleeve, and everyone saw the bruises on his skin. Being horrified, they thought he had hurt himself training, but the injuries didn't seem like training wounds. The instructor approached the Lord, asking for explanations, hoping to get away unscathed once more. Donald claimed that he and Russell were practicing spells, and that Russell might have hurt himself at that moment. But then Monica shouted that the instructor hit his student and that she had seen everything. Donald tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. He would never dare touch the Duke's son. The instructor believed she had no proof. But the girl was ready to prove otherwise. The little girl took out her little bag, from which she pulled out a children's rattle, which made Donald laugh. He thought a simple toy couldn't be proof, but he was unaware of what was hidden inside it. Monica took out a magic stone, wishing to see the instructor's face upon hearing his own voice. The princess was sure he wouldn't be so arrogant when he realized they had caught him. But Brad Willow interrupted his niece, asking her not to show the voice recording. Although the girl insisted on showing the prepared evidence, the Duke asked her to wait a moment. He wanted to hear it from his own son, but at the crucial moment, the boy froze again. Insecurity, the result of years of mistreatment, gripped him, unable to speak in front of his father and his instructor. On top of that, the boy developed anxiety. Although he had advanced a lot, he feared his father wouldn't believe him. At that instant, a system window opened for the princess, announcing that the conditions for a miracle were met. This made Monica happy, but she still wondered why the goddess had granted her that specific ability. Then, the girl remembered how in her past life she prayed that in the next one everyone would believe her words. The princess fervently wished that no one else would ever have to be sad or suffer again. And now Monica was beginning to understand why she had been granted precisely the gift of hearing people's hearts. The girl was now able to prevent conflicts, stop misdeeds, and restore broken bonds. That meant the princess could not allow the mistake of the past to be repeated, and she wished for the miracle to happen. Afterward, the system indicated that the line of destiny had changed, and Russell felt certain alterations inside him. He experienced a great sense of relief, and now understood that he no longer feared telling his father everything. The Duke, meanwhile, confessed to his son that upon meeting the princess, he realized something crucial. Brad understood that there is much in the world he still doesn't know, but he felt the pressing need to discover it, including his own son, so he begged the boy to tell him everything that had happened to him. The Duke leaned over Russell, and his face did not look cruel. On the contrary, it inspired absolute confidence. The boy had waited so long for this moment that he couldn't help but sob a little. But the words got stuck in his throat. Brad thought that his son, as usual, would say nothing, so he simply turned around and got ready to leave. But then Russell understood that he couldn't wait any longer, and calling his father, he reached out his hands to him. He understood that he could not abandon his little heir, and turned again to hug him tenderly. The Duke thought that even if his son didn't say anything, he felt he had to hug the boy and give him his support. At that instant, bravery shone in Russell's eyes, and finally the words he had held back for so long erupted. In front of his father, the boy recounted that Instructor Donald tied him up and then beat him mercilessly. After this, the boy begged his father for forgiveness, regretting not having been the son he deserved. Russell also confessed that, during Donald's torment, he felt immense pain, and even groaned. No one could believe such an atrocity, if everyone knew him as the most exemplary and kind instructor. Suddenly, Donald fell to his knees before the Duke and admitted that perhaps he went too far. Moved by excessive affection, the instructor acknowledged his very serious mistake and showed remorse, begging for a chance. Everyone knew that the Duke never cared about his son and placed all his trust in Donald. The instructor clung to his hopes on this, but then Helen raised her voice. She had something to add. The mage considered that Duke Willow should initiate an exhaustive investigation into Donald Orman. Helen spoke with Jack, who met with the young knights who recently resigned. He confessed that, upon mentioning Donald, their faces instantly paled, and it intrigued her what silenced those knights. They were surely threats from the instructor, who took advantage of their weak points. The previous Duke had created a fair system in the squad, so as not to expose subordinates to that, and those who broke that rule should be prepared for punishment for their misdeeds. Monica understood that Helen and Jack had already investigated that guy a bit. They discovered that Donald secretly exploited lower-ranking nobles and also used violence against novice knights. And the Duke, some years ago, during the Bloody Purge, established a rule forbidding looking down upon subordinates. That rule became an oath, and it didn't occur to anyone to even break it. But Donald cut off the hand of a minor knight just for fun, and also poisoned a mage for a magic experiment. After such revelations, no one rushed to defend Instructor Donald, but he shouted that it was a provocation. He would never commit such horrible crimes. The mage swore he hadn't disobeyed the Duke. He demanded that Helen's witnesses be brought. He even swore to decapitate himself if what those people said turned out to be true. Monica couldn't take it anymore. She took out the recording stone from the toy, which shone brightly. At first, they didn't understand. They thought it was magic, but soon they understood. They could hear the tutor's recent conversation with Russell when he was tying him up. Furthermore, the image of everything was reproduced, and the Duke saw it with his own eyes. The nanny Faith, who was looking for evidence in Donald's room, would bring the rest. The tutor knew that nothing would save him. He only prayed that the Lord would hear him. He kept claiming it was a lie, that they were framing him, that he would never hit the boy. And while Donald begged for forgiveness, he thought about what else he could do to get out of this. He began to insist that if the Duke punished him, all the effort invested would be in vain. Silence reigned for a moment, and the tutor thought it would work. But then Brad's sword cut the air. Blood immediately gushed out, and Donald clutched his bloody hand, groaning in pain. Even so, he continued to say that his lord should not treat him like that it was all part of the educational process. But despite his attempts to justify himself, no one supported him because it was impossible for them to do so. Russell, at that moment, ran towards the princess, protecting her so that the little girl wouldn't see that horror. And Donald was already pleading with the young master to remember what would happen if he disappeared. But the boy didn't even want to look at him. And Monica decided to add something else to the situation. The princess decided to attack the tutor with her magic wand of justice, hitting him several times. The Duke even liked the impetus of his niece, and praised her attack technique. Then, he confirmed that during training, it is sometimes necessary to resort to discipline. But Brad never gave Donald the right to use violence against the Willow heirs. And now, the instructor could only guess what fate the Duke had planned for him. But even without further words, it was clear that Donald had already committed a crime and now had to pay. However, the instructor did not want to admit his sin and continued to claim that he never sinned. The Duke was also not happy that he ordered the princess to bring evidence. No one has the right to order her around. Brad wanted no more words to come out of the instructor's mouth about what he did for the North. He now considered Donald trash, who has no place in his duchy or in the entire North. Helen stood to the side, expressing her support for the Lord and her displeasure towards the instructor in a peculiar way. Then Brad ordered Mike to bring the people mentioned by Helen, as he wanted to interrogate them himself. To Donald himself, the Duke ordered him locked up in the underground prison, as he planned to deal with him later. And there, the instructor began to threat that Brett would regret what happened today, and that he couldn't treat him like that. But the Duke listened to him no longer and simply stepped on his face with his boot, since he considered him too noisy. The nearby knights were only glad about what happened, believing he deserved it. And they even thought it was too little, and several people who had previously taken the instructor's side now visibly trembled, fearing they would also be punished. At that moment, Monica went to her little brother, as she wanted to make sure he was okay. Furthermore, the princess considered him the best in this demonstration and hugged him with pride. He, for his part, was happy to have kept his promise, and the tournaments were declared finished. The Duke leaned towards his youngest son and whispered something in his ear, causing the boy's ears to even seem surprised. Monica bombarded him with questions, wanting to know what his uncle told him to make the boy's ears burn. The princess thought Brad had scolded Russell, but he swore that none of that had happened. He then confessed to his sister that Dad congratulated him for being brave and protecting Monica. But that wasn't all. His father also said that they were all family, and the boy loved hearing that. The girl was happy. It meant that her uncle loved the family, although he still had some doubts. The princess didn't understand why. If Brad loved the family, he was so indifferent to his own children. The girl was unaware of the reason, but decided to postpone the investigation for now. It seemed to Monica that it would be much better if her uncle showed more love to his children. Once again, they announced that the martial arts competitions had ended for today. They added that, despite everything, they had indeed decided on a winner, Russell Willow. No one could deny this fact, and all the spectators cheered the victor with jubilation. The princess was especially happy. She always believed in her little brother's victory, not a doubt. Knight Jack and Helen also understood that all this happened thanks to the princess. Seeing this on the screen, Monica did not understand why those two praised her. And not Russell. Suddenly, a bright light blinded the princess, and she saw how attention points accumulated. This time, the girl managed to accumulate heaps of attention points. Now she can perform almost miracles. Furthermore, the princess could exchange these experience points for items in the store. And now, some new item with magical properties will appear every time. This is getting interesting. In any case, the girl understood that now she could relax a little and have fun. To celebrate the victory, shortly after, Uncle Brett sat the princess on the bed and asked her to rest a little after all this. The girl did not object, but she wanted to ask her uncle one more thing, and it was crucial for her. Monica longed to know if the Duke believed her, and he, tucking her in with a blanket, confirmed it. But now she didn't understand why. In that case, he hadn't checked her evidence immediately. Brett smiled mockingly, and then declared that no evidence was needed to confirm the princess's words. Furthermore, the Duke remembered his niece's words about the existence of traitors in the North, and he didn't hesitate. And if the girl had shown her evidence at the beginning, it was very possible that she would have received a reprimand. And until he found every single traitor, the Duke could not allow his niece to be in danger. Brett did not want to relive the bitterness of losing his family, but the most important thing was to know Russell's truth. Also, the Duke was disturbed that, apparently, he was not the best person for the princess and his youngest son. But the girl hoped her uncle would improve and advised him to go to Russell's room right away. Brett noticed, once again, that the princess managed his life much better than he did, without wasting it. Soon, the Duke arrived at his son's room, who was not yet asleep and was recalling today's events. Seeing his father, the boy was very happy and jumped off the bed, running to meet him. The Duke happily hugged his son and realized how pleasant it was to hug his son for no reason. After wishing the little one good night, Brett saw his eldest son in the hallway. Posted by the room, Matthew explained that he would protect his brother all night, as he still considered him a coward. Looking at his father, he noticed that he couldn't sleep after days like today. And the Duke now simply understood well that he still had much to learn in this life. Shortly after, Mike went to see Brett and reported that, after much torture, Donald had been imprisoned. Then, the Duke asked the knight if he considered his lord too cruel to his mentor. Losing the tendons of an arm and a leg was fatal for a mage. With all that he invested in the North, Mike believed that his lord did nothing wrong, and he fully supported his actions. In any case, Donald's achievements in the North do not justify his sins and crimes. Because the North is a place where people seek a happy and peaceful life, without oppression. The Duke confirmed that the North is the home of the Northerners and the Willow family, their protective shield. If the rotten flesh is not cut away, only the shell will remain of the North, as happens to royalty. Then, Brad remembered the day Monica talked about the traitors she saw in the name book. At first, the Duke thought the girl was following the Emperor's orders, but today he saw the truth. Furthermore, Brad Willow planned, starting today, to get rid of all the rot. With the utmost stealth, Mike assimilated the order, and then asked about the princess's abilities that they witnessed today. No one mentioned it due to other issues, but curiosity gnawed at everyone. The Duke also thought about it, and now he believed it was magic from the prophetess. But he would not question her, although the knight did not understand his decision. Brad explained that, until the princess wanted to tell it, he would not interfere. He decided that this way he would atone for his guilt as a tutor, or rather, as a father. That girl lit a new star in the northern sky, and everything changed. Mike was intrigued what the princess would change when she grew up, and what her destiny would be. 3 days later, Monica woke up and took a look at the item store. She saw that black pepper was missing, but 4 new items had appeared. Her points had increased after the events, but she was intrigued by those items. There was a liquid that instantly turned you into a mage, and a rattle that made flowers fall. Also bullets that terrified the enemy, and a ghost mask. Although its effect was unknown, the girl decided to discard the last item. She had no desire to see ghosts. She didn't have enough points for everything. But the princess also wondered what they would do with Donald. Monica went to see her uncle, who was about to finish the meeting, and he allowed his niece to enter. Mike was a little surprised. They had just started, but the Duke asked what Monica wanted. She immediately confessed that she wanted to see Donald, but Brad did not agree with her wish. He considered the underground dungeon too damp and dirty for a princess. But Monica wanted to check something. She remembered from her previous life having been in worse places. The princess reminded the Duke that he had believed her about the existence of traitors in the duchy. Brad thought the girl resembled her mother a lot in her stubbornness, and even felt some nostalgia for her. Then the Duke agreed, but extracted a promise from his niece that she would never get too close to Donald. In the dungeon, the stench was too strong, and Brett even suggested to the little girl that they return, but she covered her nose and refused. Then, Brett ordered Mike to gather all the knights so they could take care of the sanitary conditions of the place. Shortly after, the girls saw the former mentor in one of the cells, who now looked more like a scruffy vagrant. Monica asked her uncle to let her go, but he reminded her of the promise she had made him. The princess confirmed that she would keep her word, and that he should not worry so much. At that moment, Donald again spoke about how he was not guilty at all, and that he was completely loyal to the North. The princess was satisfied with such a spectacle, but still felt it was not enough. She decided that Donald had not yet felt deep remorse for the atrocities he caused Russell. This guy spent his time feeling superior, manipulating and using everyone. Monica decided it was time for him to taste his own medicine. All the horror he caused, and to teach him an even greater lesson, the princess had a very special little gift. She threw some bullets that instilled terror at him, and suddenly Donald saw an enormous and evil tiger. The prisoner felt brutal panic. He started screaming like crazy, begging her to stop. The Duke and his knights watched the executor writhing in terror, but they did nothing, and Monica kept watching as the monstrous tiger attacked and bit him mercilessly, without giving him a break. It seemed strange to Brad that his niece came all the way here just to see this. He suggested returning, but she didn't understand why her uncle wasn't asking anything about it. Still, she loved having managed to make Donald feel worse than ever. The Duke called another meeting and ruled that the prisoner deserved death. But he also recognized Donald's contribution to the development of the North, sentencing him to Chimera Peak. Mike was intrigued why the Duke wouldn't just execute him, especially since most of those present demanded his head. But the Duke was convinced that Donald did not act alone, and executing him and his accomplices would be like cutting off a lizard's tail. Brett would use him as bait, caring little whether the traitors were Northerners or pawns of the Emperor. He did it to protect his children and the princess, and immediately signed the order. The next day, the news of Donald's exile spread throughout the castle. The staff muttered that such a villain deserved the death penalty. Even the mages and knights advised against it, but the Duke decided to send him to Chimera Peak. This mountain is located in the northernmost part of the country and is completely covered in snow and ice, and 99% of its inhabitants were the most horrible monsters. The princess understood that Donald had been sent there as bait, or rather, as food for monsters. Walking to her room with her nanny, Monica heard someone behind her call her little bird. When she turned, she saw it was Matthew, who asked her where she was heading at that moment. When she answered, her older brother offered to help her with the cleaning, and such suddenness seemed strange to her. So Matthew suggested they go on a raid together, where he could show how good he was at it. But the princess knew her uncle would get angry, and then she determined that her brother had not approached her by chance. He tried to explain that he had simply decided to spend time with his little sister, and that nothing bad was happening. Monica didn't expect it, but decided to take advantage of the situation and ask him for something. When Matthew agreed, the girl begged him to show her the Duchess's portrait. The princess longed to see what she looked like, but the Duke's son knew they had to go to her mother's residence. However, monsters appear there very often, and that could be very dangerous for the little one. But she saw no danger in it, as she trusted her brother to protect her. Shortly after they left for there, and after wandering a bit through the hallways, they reached the Duchess's room door. Matthew didn't want to let anyone in there, so he left the knights and rose outside, and entered only with Monica. The girl immediately noticed that it smelled very good, and the boy explained that it was the scent of the Duchess's favorite flowers. The room had a special spell, so that the scent would not disappear even after her mother's death. Then the girl saw a portrait on the wall and marveled at how beautiful the Duchess was. Furthermore, the princess noticed that little Russell was identical to his mother, like 2 drops of water. Monica was curious about how everything would have been if the Duchess were still alive. In any case, whatever happened, that woman would never have allowed violence, especially against children. The princess approached and mentally greeted the Duchess, hoping she was watching everything from heaven, especially how well the little mage Russell performed in the competition. The girl also promised her that she would protect her little siblings and, of course, her Uncle Brett. Monica knew what the future held, so the Duchess had nothing to worry about. Absorbed in the portrait, the princess saw the corner of her lips move, and she was sure it wasn't an illusion. The girl got very scared, thinking it might be a ghost, and ran screaming towards her little brother. She screamed that the portrait was moving, although Matthew didn't see any of it, and everything remained the same as before. Monica kept insisting that the Duchess smiled, and then the boy remembered that his mother always smiled in that portrait. The girl believed her little brother's words and thought it was probably her imagination, and she calmed down. Matthew noticed that the little one was very afraid of ghosts and decided to tell her something else. As soon as the girl asked what it was, a chat window appeared saying she had unlocked another ability. But the girl decided she would check the new features later and asked her brother what he wanted to tell her. Matthew confessed that he didn't love hunting monsters right away, and the girl was curious what made him love it. The boy simply didn't want to stay in the castle and tried to get out by any means. Hunting monsters helped forget the gloomy atmosphere of the castle and the middle brother, always irritated. Furthermore, the youngest brother, Russell, cried constantly and was locked in his room. And also the father, who couldn't overcome his wife's death and longed for bloody revenge. This castle was never a cheerful place, not even when his mother was alive. But then it got even worse. Matthew started constantly disappearing on monster raids, and the princess noticed his loneliness. The boy found it strange that the little one knew what loneliness was, but asked her not to imitate the older ones. And then Matthew admitted that, with the princess's arrival, he began to enjoy being in the castle more. Hearing this, the girl begged him not to go to scary and dangerous places, but to play with her. Monica asked her brother to hold her, and he noticed how soft and warm she was, and that calmed him down a lot. Soon Matthew had to leave, and the princess asked if she could stay there a little longer. The boy allowed it, as this place was protected by magic, and therefore, it was safe. The very next moment, Matthew was already saying goodbye to the princess, and she was happy to be able to explore everything. Now, in the room, only Monica and the Duchess's portrait remained in a pleasant atmosphere. The girl was mesmerized by the portrait until she heard a click at the door. The little one jumped, but thought it was Matthew who had returned. But when the door opened, Mike was there, who upon entering saw the knights. He decided to check that everything was okay, and the girl explained that her brother had been there. But he left. Suddenly, the girl heard a whisper, and when she turned her head, she saw an egg on a beautiful stand. She immediately asked Mike what that was, and when he looked, he didn't remember seeing anything like it. That egg was unique in the entire vast north, and it was called the Prophet's Stone. Its ability was very simple. The stone warned of the appearance of a prophet in the north, with great power. According to the Duke's grandfather, he saw the stone begin to glow when the prophet touched it. This egg was something very important and invaluable, so Brad ordered it to be left in this room. After hearing the story, the princess asked the knight for permission to touch that beautiful thing. But in the north, no one could forbid the princess anything. Also, it was a good opportunity to check. Upon touching the egg, the girl felt that it was very soft and warm, and she didn't believe a stone could be so warm. Mike was simply stunned, because the Duke had clearly said that the stone should glow at the touch of a prophet. And before, he had already seen that the princess possessed a special power, and was sure that she was the prophetess. The knight decided he must report this to the Duke immediately, although he overlooked something. Because if a normal person touches the stone, they will think it is an ordinary stone. But the princess noticed its temperature. Due to confusion, Mike overlooked this, and now he was trying to tell his lord about it. But he didn't understand anything. After listening to him again, the Duke assumed it wasn't the correct stone, but the knight was convinced of its authenticity. Then Mike confirmed that only he had witnessed the event, and no one present knew about the existence of the stone. No one can know, because all gems, except one, are under the control of the main temples. And from the capital, the Duke ordered everything to be kept secret. He hoped to confirm the princess's prophetic power by another means. There was another child in his castle, through whom it could be determined if Monica is the prophet or not. 2 days later, the little princess couldn't sleep. Fear gripped her. When sleeping, she heard strange sounds. Lisa remembered her mistress talking about ghosts, and Monica begged her not to do it. She was already scared enough. Even so, every night she heard something, and suddenly she felt someone touching her. The terrified girl jumped out of bed, thinking it was Lisa who had touched her to scare her a little. But Lisa hadn't touched her at all. Then they both saw a shadow approaching them. The princess raised her head and saw a female silhouette above her, with flowing hair. Panic seized her. The first thing Monica thought was that a ghost had decided to visit her in the middle of the night. In an instant, that silhouette came so close that she could make out the girl's face. And it seemed very familiar to the princess. But the girl was terrified and hid under the covers up to her head, as she feared ghosts more than anything. Then it occurred to the princess that it might just be a realistic dream, like that time with Eddie. Still, she begged the ghost lady not to punish her, and she heard that she had no reason to apologize. Peeking her head out carefully, Monica saw that the woman looked quite friendly, and she even smiled sweetly. The ghost also explained that she didn't intend to take the girl, as then no one would take care of her boys. The princess looked closely and realized that this woman looked a lot like the one in the portrait. But the Duchess was dead. Just in case, Monica asked if it was Penelope, Russell's mother, and she confirmed it. Then, the Duchess expressed her admiration that the princess was as adorable as she had imagined. At that moment, the girl noticed that her fox had fallen asleep again and tried to wake it up so she wouldn't be so scared. But she calmed her down. Not all ghosts are bad. Try talking to that apparition. The girl was still terrified, clinging to the fox's tail, begging it to warn her of danger. The princess's ability to understand the sacred animal seemed an amazing miracle to the Duchess. Penelope confessed that she herself does not understand the beast's words, but she sees that they are conversing. She also said that she was not going to scare the girl, but to thank her and welcome her. The Duchess was happy that her children and the Duke were finally smiling again, which made her very happy. Brad was never an affectionate man, but occasionally he showed some sign of romance. Sometimes he gave flowers to his wife. Other times they walked in the garden, or he gave her small gifts. But after his sister's death, he lost the ability to laugh, and was sure that the imperial family was behind Samantha's death. The Duchess suddenly exclaimed. She remembered that they were talking about the princess's mother. She immediately began to beg Monica for forgiveness for having saddened her with her story. But the princess no longer felt like a child. Moreover, her mother was a very vague figure to her. They hardly saw each other since her birth. She was always missing in wars and battles. The Duchess also shared that the Duke blamed himself for not being as brilliant as his sister. And during his reign, traitors infested the north. Also, he missed his sister very much. So the princess asked if her uncle had managed to find all the traitors in the end. But if so, people like Donald wouldn't have been able to commit that atrocity against Russell. The girl was surprised that the Duchess, being a ghost, could see everything Donald did. Afterwards, Penelope thanked Monica for finally capturing that evil man. And at the end of her previous life, the girl knew little about the North and understood that the Duchess knew more. So she asked how many traitors were left. She revealed that some still remained, even after the purge, and that they had formed two enemy factions. In one of them was Donald along with aristocrats, in whom doubt towards the Duke had germinated. The Duchess could have found out who these people were, but she had little time. And upon dying, she only had assumptions. Penelope noticed that the princess was different from a common child and decided to ask her for something. Monica really had experience. Moreover, she considered herself intelligent enough and set out to listen to the Duchess. The aunt told her about the traitors she managed to identify. But being a ghost, she cannot go beyond the castle limits. Listening to the Duchess, the princess understood that she held a lot of resentment towards those traitors. In the end, Penelope even broke down crying, thinking that in life she should have talked more to everyone about love. And then the girl offered to convey something to her family if she wanted to tell them anything. The Duchess also confessed that she realized the Duke's love only after she died. Then, somewhat clumsily, she asked the princess to continue teaching Brad and the boys about love. Penelope wanted them to have no regrets after death, like her, and trusted that Monica would succeed. The young girl thought for a moment whether the Duke even knew love, or if he had ever experienced it. Now the princess understood that her uncle, even when in love, simply couldn't comprehend that he loved. She promised the Duchess she would do everything possible and begged her not to cry, especially because she couldn't wipe away her tears. Besides, they are family, and Penelope realized how much she missed that word and apologized to Monica again. The Duchess also thanked the young woman once more for helping Russell, and now she was indebted to her. It was very difficult for Penelope to watch the family, with whom she could no longer speak or touch. After that, it was time for her to leave and for the princess to sleep, and Monica invited her to visit again. Being alone, the young woman couldn't understand why she only now saw her aunt's ghost. If she knew about all of Donald's atrocities, Penelope could have come to her even that day, when the princess first appeared in her room. And then, the girl remembered the chat window that mentioned another ability. After thinking about it for a moment, the princess suddenly realized that this ability allowed her to see ghosts. Monica didn't like this, but then she thought the matter could be completely different. At first, she thought it might be a premium chat, which is distinguished by a special icon. And for now, that was all she could think of. So Monica decided to sleep and think better in the morning. The next day, the girl slept in late and arrived at lunch with her uncle looking very drowsy. And besides, the day was cloudy. The Duke paid little attention to the food due to his sickly complexion, and Monica was a little worried about this, but she assured him she was fine and also wanted to talk to her uncle. And the conversation was about to get serious. Monica began by saying that upon arriving in the northern lands, she realized there were many villains like Donald. The princess sees strange things, like a dragon named Spike, and the Duke surmises she is talking about a prophet's power. The girl realizes that he really believes she is a prophet and decides to agree with him, go along with it, but then she notices a strange expression on her uncle's face, and she thinks that perhaps she has been too direct. She tries to read his mind and discovers that he truly considers her a prophet, but that the result is wrong. Monica still doesn't understand what result he is referring to, but she perceives that he trusts her blindly. What a relief! The Duke confirms his niece's words about the traitors and asks her if she has discovered their identities. When she confirms it, Brad is dying of curiosity to know who the traitors are. But they interrupt him. Mike enters with an urgent message and whispers something in his ear so the princess doesn't hear. What a mystery! The Duke suddenly becomes worried and needs to leave urgently. He promises to continue the conversation with his niece later. Monica promises to wait for him and take a walk, although she considers their conversation the most important thing. What tension! She went with her nanny to the garden, where there was never snow and the weather was always perfect. After a while, the girls suddenly noticed that a boy, Eddie, had also arrived in the garden. He greeted the princess and introduced himself again, as custom demands, but she was still scared. Rose didn't understand what was happening, and the girl, seeing the sword in the boy's hands, attributed her fear to the weapon. Eddie apologized immediately. He was simply frustrated by the training result, so he went out for a walk. Besides, the boy had completely forgotten about the sword, but Monica still had a tickle in her throat, remembering the end of her second life. The nanny rushed to calm the princess, as the sword can be used in various situations, and it should not be feared. The girl understood that she was overreacting. Eddie is also a knight of the north, and it is normal for him to carry a sword. Besides, he was not a scoundrel like Donald. He only did what seemed right to him at every moment. Then, Monica wondered if he would kill her again if something went wrong, and she became a puppet once more. And the princess understood that this ordinary boy was her last bastion, the one who would put an end to everything. The girl approached Eddie and apologized, because he hadn't done anything to make her fear him so much. But the boy felt guilty, and then he rushed off. And Monica understood that, without realizing it, she had hurt the boy's heart. Moving a little further away, Eddie realized that at the moment of their encounter, he instinctively felt something again, and he understood that she truly was his prophet. The princess, meanwhile, decided to rest a bit and found a comfortable bench for herself and her nanny. Soon, Russell ran towards them, as he had heard Monica was there, and he hurried to meet her. The girl was also happy to see him, especially because she wanted to ask him if he knew where Eddie lived. Russell knew that the Duke had placed him in the furthest castle, and that sometimes monsters appeared there. Also, the Duke's son had heard that there was some other reason why Eddie had been placed there specifically. And then Russell called his sister, because he wanted to show her something in a way that the nanny wouldn't see. When the princess approached, he decided to create a magical barrier to hide their presence. The boy made a few simple movements with his hands, and an almost transparent mist enveloped them. Then he offered Monica a small warm stone, and she thought it was a hand warmer. But then she remembered having seen that color before, and Russell explained that it was a prophet stone. The boy also told her that the stone shines if a prophet touches it. That is why they keep it in the temple. The princess asked where Russell had gotten the stone, and he confessed that he stole it from Tutor Donald's room. He was reviewing the materials that the nanny Faith brought on the day of the tournament, and that confirmed his crimes. For this brave act, the woman was able to regain her nanny position, and Russell was very happy for her. At that moment, the princess also remembered seeing a similar stone, which looked like an egg. But the previous time she touched it, no light or glow was seen. And now the situation was the same. The stone did not glow in her hands, and she thought she was not a prophet at all. Then she remembered the result her uncle had in mind, and now understood what he meant. Monica understood that the power of these stones could turn against her, and decided to meet her uncle urgently to justify herself. The girl understood that her words, although unintentional, sounded like a lie, and she decided to tell everything. The princess immediately began to beg her little brother to lend her that stone for an important matter. Russell was a little scared, as he had taken the stone without asking the nanny Faith, and that was his secret. Monica agreed, understanding that the problem wasn't the stone, but that Mike had surely already told the Duke about that story, and they might think she is pretending to be a prophet, but if she had known about the stone, she wouldn't have spoken like that. But what scared the little girl the most was that her uncle's trust in her would disappear in an instant. Therefore, he would get very angry with the princess and send her back to the imperial palace. The girl knew how easy it was to change. That's why she got worried, but she knew every event from her previous life, so calling her a prophet is not that far-fetched. Besides, she must tell her uncle about the traitor her aunt discovered. The princess is now sure that, if she demonstrates her knowledge of the future, they will insist on calling her a prophet. A few days passed and Monica longed to see her uncle, but he was too busy. One day, two of her younger brothers invited the princess for a walk and wanted to show her a rabbit. Dean begged the girl to watch it closely so she could see this adorable creature. He also asked her to trust him completely, and then the girl had to follow him. After a while, on their way they saw a small house among the snowy trees. Eddie lives in that house, and the princess didn't understand why he lived there if he is her uncle's only disciple. She was worried that the forest was close and monsters could appear, but Matthew had cleaned them all out recently. But watch out, sometimes monsters reappeared in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Dean spotted the rabbit, and the princess instantly turned to see it. The rabbit was huge, more like a dog than a rabbit. Dean still saw it as small, but Monica understood why her uncle said she was smaller than a rabbit. The princess wanted to pet it, and the brothers started arguing about who would catch it. And while they were debating, the rabbit jumped and ran away, and the brothers after it. Monica wanted to follow them, but they disappeared so fast that she couldn't catch up. Dean was the first to reach the rabbit. He just had to grab that ball of fur. He was about to touch it when something hit the animal and it jumped aside. Russell was trying to use magic to be the first to catch the rabbit for his sister. Dean teased his little brother a bit for missing, but begged him not to complain. He also admitted that he hadn't tried very hard to catch it, fearing that the younger one would get hurt. But just as Dean had the rabbit in his hands, the older brother suddenly appeared. He appeared so unexpectedly, and he was curious to know what those two were doing alone. He had no idea what the little ones were plotting this time, and subjected them to an almost official interrogation. Dean and Russell were surprised by his appearance, as their older brother was supposed to be on a raid, but he hadn't finished cleaning this area yet, as they recently received a report of new monsters. And then he discovered that they had also brought their little sister, and this greatly infuriated him. The boys started reporting that they hadn't left the little one alone, and that there were several knights with her. But Matthew knew that all the elite knights had gone east, and his father was now in foreign lands, full of monsters. That's why the older brother dedicated so much time to cleaning, because very few strong fighters remained. Fortunately, he had almost finished cleaning this area, but he ordered the little ones to return immediately to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Monica had been waiting for her brothers for quite some time and hoped they hadn't started a fight in the middle of the forest. The knights reassured her, saying that the young masters simply decided to show off in front of the princess. Dean, for his part, was serious for his age, and most of the knights spoke highly of him. When they returned and handed the rabbit to his sister, the fox suddenly decided to chase this little animal. Angela wanted to teach it to run friendly, but the princess doubted the animal perceived it the same way. Suddenly, the fox shouted at its owner to leave immediately with the nanny, or with whomever. The girl did not understand that she had scared the fox so much, while also worrying about it, but he promised to catch up to them. And just then, an evil growl echoed among the trees, and then several huge monsters appeared. The knights were stunned and begged the nanny to flee with Monica while they bought time. Rose grabbed the little one instantly and started running, asking the princess to hold on tight. Monica didn't understand where the monsters came from, if Matthew had cleaned everything, but she trusted the fox's advice. A monster blocked their path, and the girl decided to use something from the bag to see what she could find. As she opened the window, the beast approached too quickly, ready to attack the humans. At that very instant, Eddie appeared in front of the nanny and the princess. Prepared to fight the monster, his strength had increased a lot in training, and it seemed like his sword was radiating energy. Monica was happy to see her savior, but she didn't understand why he appeared again, although she had felt for a long time that this boy was incredibly strong, much more than he seemed. When Eddie finished one monster, more started to emerge, blocking the path for everyone. The Duke's pupil begged the princess to wait while he opened a path for their escape. At the same time, the other brothers rushed towards Monica, distressed about her condition and life. Each one asked the girl not to worry, as they were ready to fight those monsters. And Eddie couldn't fight at full strength, as the princess was right next to him. Matthew covered his back, deciding it was the perfect moment to get his little sister away from there. Besides, Eddie, gaining power, began to lose his mind, ceasing to recognize his comrades, and his power was destroying everything. Using that power calmly was only possible if there was a knight capable of placating it. Matthew was that knight, but at that moment he needed to get the princess to safety. Eddie promised to take care of all the monsters, and his older brother had to return soon. The apprentice also feared that Monica would see him as weak, when she already avoided him constantly. But he couldn't get it out of his head that if he let her go now, who knows when they would see each other again. While the boy was thinking, the princess saw another monster behind him and alerted him instantly. Eddie's was pleasantly surprised that this girl called him by name. Monica was also shouting at him not to die, to join them, and he was willing to obey. At the same time, the Duke's pupil felt that his power, always furious, was now stable. But he suddenly doubted if it really was stability, and a light began to emanate from him. Meanwhile, the brothers commented that Eddie's was deliberately holding back to look cool. Immediately after, Matthew ordered his brothers to find their father at once and bring him there. Dean was a little afraid that the Duke would get angry upon learning they had brought the princess, but the older brother pointed to the glow emanating from Eddie and ordered them to get out of there with Monica. Then he repeated, urgently, that they should call their father, who was about to return. The middle brother froze, thinking Eddie was having a breakdown, and the situation was critical. Matthew explained that the boy was in the worst phase. Everything depended on his lucidity. In that state, a child can give his life to a monster without distinguishing friends from enemies. And now that the Duke is away, Matthew is the only one who can stop Eddie. The pressure is enormous. The princess, hearing everything, didn't understand what the hell that reconfiguration was. Total mystery. Lisa questioned her mistress, asking where the boy got that terrifying power from. Where from? And Monica felt she couldn't abandon them. If she left, someone would die. The premonition gnawed at her. It was her instinct, impossible to ignore, and she wished with all her soul that no one would die that day. Suddenly, a glare surrounded the princess, and it saved her. Russell thought Dean had pushed her, but he assured them he did nothing of the sort. And then both understood that it was divine power. Dean felt that light burning the princess and begged Russell to do something. But he couldn't because it wasn't magic. And only the fox was happy that its mistress was finally using the goddess's power, which seemed simply immense to it. The princess's glow only grew more intense, and Angela started thinking about Monica's future. At that moment, Eddie, whom Matthew was trying to control, lowered his sword and fell into their arms. The older brother understood that the luminous energy was now leaving the boy's body by itself. And then the Duke's student began to be drawn towards the princess, as if she were surrounding him with her radiance. Dean feared that Eddie would attack his little sister, but Matthew advised him to get the people away from there. And while the student absorbed the princess's light, the monsters all decided to run towards them to find out what it was. And very soon, the little knight opened his eyes again, and now looked much more determined and strong. As soon as he brandished his sword, an enormous force swept away all the monsters. Russell remembered having witnessed something similar. He had read it in a history book. It said that a prophet always has a companion, a knight destined to share their fate. And if that pair meets the prophet, they will obtain unimaginable power, incomparable to anything. But Matthew intervened, insisting that it was not the time for that. They had to protect the little bird. Meanwhile, Eddie continued floating in the air and quickly approached, dangerously close to the princess. Upon opening her eyes, Monica was disoriented. She didn't recognize the place and felt her body light. Then, looking around, she saw Eddie not far away, sitting with his back to her. The boy apologized to her quietly, as he absolutely did not wish this for the princess. Then Monica remembered that, a while ago, her uncle wanted to name Eddie as her knight. Fear still gripped her, but she decided it was time to forget that terrifying man. Because now in front of her was only little Eddie, the boy who saved her life. She decided she only had to remember that, and then she extended her hand to him, inviting him to return. The boy was very happy with this proposal and shook her hand, accepting the princess's invitation. Soon, the Duke's sons and the others could see Monica and Eddie returning and landing gently. The boy held her in his arms, and for the first time felt that he could control his own power. Now, he was sure that he was capable of doing anything to protect the princess. Meanwhile, Monica noticed her uncle and the knights approaching, but she was glad that everything was over. Dean decided to be the first to tell his father what had happened and how Monica shone. But the Duke had already seen everything. The prophet's light descended from the sky according to legend, and that light could be seen from afar, even from the castle. Now the knights were sure that the princess was truly a prophet, and they considered her the blessing of the north. By the time Brad reached Eddie, who was still holding the princess in his arms, she had already fallen asleep. The Duke noticed that both seemed calm, and now he understood what the prophet's connection was, and the pair from the legends. Brad also asked if his apprentice could now control his power, and he confirmed it without hesitation. Then, the Lord congratulated Eddie for finding his prophet, and he swore he was willing to give his life to protect her. Shortly, what happened, and that the princess was a prophet, was announced in all the northern lands. Absolutely all inhabitants, without exception, joyfully welcomed this little girl. The Duke even ordered Mike to designate this day as Princess Monica's Memorial Day. And furthermore, Brad Willow decided to organize a grand banquet the next day in honor of this event. Everyone began preparing for the celebration, and people looked for gifts for the princess. Each one wanted to choose the best. Thanks to all the events that occurred in the north, Monica's Memorial Day was born. Monica didn't quite understand why the celebration was so necessary, although she later understood that they worshiped the prophet here. At night, the girl couldn't fall asleep, although she had to be in shape for the party the next day. Besides, she didn't just want to stay lying down, and she asked the fox to take her to the Duchess's room. Angela was somewhat annoyed by her mistress's decision, as it wasn't a carriage, but she needed to get there. And when they arrived, Monica noticed that someone was already there, and then she saw that it was her uncle. The first thing that occurred to the girl was the fear of being caught during her nighttime escape. But Brad remained calm, and the princess understood that he would not scold her for this action. Monica started looking around, hoping to see her aunt, but she didn't appear anywhere. And then the Duke apologized to the little girl for having doubted that she was truly the prophet. But at the same time, even if it were so, he wouldn't care at all. Brad was going to raise the little girl like a treasure, much more valuable than anyone. The girl also read in her uncle's thoughts that despite the mistake, he fully trusted her. Monica hugged her uncle and assured him that everything was fine. He was on her side, and she trusted him. And then, the princess decided that it was the perfect moment to convey her aunt's words and talk to him about the traitors. She told the Duke absolutely everything the Duchess had revealed to her, and Brad didn't even ask how she knew. And the girl confessed that she didn't know this from being a prophet, and asked him if he believed in ghosts. The Duke had never thought about it, but if his niece said it was so, he would undoubtedly believe her. And the little girl's next question was whether her uncle wished to meet any of the deceased. She also suggested talking to one of them, and then asked whom he would like to see. Monica remembered that the Duke loved his mother very much, enough to avenge her death with his own hands. The girl prepared to hear her name, although she was a little scared, but Brad named his wife. The Duke longed to apologize to her, and also wanted to tell her so many things. He remembered when he went to see his wife, and brought her a gift in a small chest. The Duchess laughed happily, and then asked her husband to bring her flowers next time. It seemed complicated to Brad, but Penelope wanted him to think of her every time he saw flowers. The princess noticed that her uncle had become lost in thought, and understood how much he missed her. Looking at him, the girl confessed that she could make them meet again. The Duke did not believe it was possible, although he had never truly considered it. But he knew very well how great the prophet's power was, and admitted that he really wanted it. It turned out that Brad had many regrets, and furthermore, he realized that he had to apologize to a lot of people. The girl saw sincerity in her uncle's eyes, and considering him the best, she immediately opened the magic shop. 4 items appeared before her again, and she had to choose the most suitable one. The pressure was enormous. Looking at the ghost mask, Monica thought it was exactly what she needed for this mission. The girl was going to buy the item and give it to her uncle. While thinking about how the mask might work, the princess hoped her uncle would see ghosts like her. And she pressed the button, but an error message immediately popped up. It said that the request did not comply with the streamer's will, and the item would be modified according to the system rules. Another mask suddenly appeared before Monica, which, according to her, gave the ability to see only certain beings, and that meant the Duke could only see his wife. The girl extended her hand to put it on immediately, but Brad was not rushing to put it on, and the little girl even thought her uncle was doubting her. The Duke trusted his niece, but deep down he feared that she might fail, and that would disappoint him. Brad put on the mask and looked around, although nothing happened for the moment. Monica looked around and also saw nothing, so she decided to go somewhere else. The Duke nodded, holding on to the hope of seeing his wife, even if just once, but he noticed it was late and asked the girl to return to her quarters. Since the next day was the festival, he picked up his niece while the fox followed them. Monica also apologized for having gone alone. Brad didn't get angry, but begged her to be more careful next time, especially because Eddie was constantly watching them. The girl was very surprised, as she hadn't noticed anyone watching her. The fox hadn't said anything either, so the Duke explained that his student was acting to avoid being seen, but he would always be close to the princess. Monica thought she wouldn't be able to play anymore because of that, but her uncle suggested she play with Eddie. And then he understood that his niece was not talking about playing, but sneaking around. but the girl denied it. In the room, Monica thought that boy must be near her now, and she became curious about how to call him. So she whispered his name, and immediately the boy's shadow appeared behind the window, ready to listen to the princess. Although she assumed he might appear, his arrival took her by surprise, and she was a little scared to see him appear like that. She also didn't understand what he was doing outside and invited him into her room. Then she asked if he even slept. Eddie's duty was to protect the princess, and he watched over her positioned behind the window. But the girl believed he should sleep too. She didn't understand how he could sacrifice sleep to protect her, but his protection was much more important to Eddie. And when it was revealed that she truly was the prophet, that became an even greater motivation to fulfill his duty. The girl agreed with that protection, but first she decided she had to do something important. Eddie was ready to obey any order, and Monica commanded him to lie down on the couch and fall asleep, and she would sleep for a while too. The boy tried to talk back to the princess, and she called him a liar. He promised to do everything she wanted. He had no escape, as he really promised, so he lay down on the soft seat and closed his eyes. The next day the festival began, and almost all the knights and mages gathered in the palace, as well as other people. Eddie was also there, who was given a new uniform, and he felt a little uncomfortable in those strange clothes. Before that, the Duke ordered the boy to move back into the castle. He is now the princess's protector. Besides, his power no longer represents a danger, and Brad was happy that his niece gave this icy place a touch of spring. Long before, when it became known that Eddie was the partner of a prophet, the Duke gifted him a sword that passed from partner to partner. When handing it over, the Lord told the boy that partners often do not find their prophet, so the power consumes them. It depended only on Eddie whether he could control that power. And now, he felt that the sword had become incredibly light. The reason was that he now has a prophet, Princess Monica, for whom he lives. Now the boy will become stronger, and he doesn't have much choice either. A pair cannot be alone. The princess, in her uncle's arms, observed everything around her. She was super interested and happy. Furthermore, she loved that they declared the day in Monica's memory. Duke's congratulations included. But the princess not only enjoyed the festival and the party, now she was also planning to leave her own mark on history. She was no longer a puppet of the emperor. She didn't have to fear every shadow or expect certain death. The girl understood that she now had a different destiny, and everyone knew her not only as a princess, but as a prophet. Then, Mike declared the festival inaugurated and announced that the celebration would begin with an ancient tradition, the Oath of the White Mountains. Afterward, the knight approached Eddie and asked him to kneel, and the boy solemnly pronounced the oath before the princess. He swore that he would never betray the prophet, and that he would sacrifice his soul to protect her until the end of his days. The princess was now his mistress, and he would protect her always, no matter the cost. Monica was going to live in the north anyway, so she didn't hesitate to take the oath. Seeing this, Jack remembered that in ancient times, the prophet and their partner also got married. But Helen, who was nearby, thought it was nonsense and that her duke would not allow it while he lived. The mage could not believe that Brad Willow was going to marry off this sweet little girl. Meanwhile, after the oath, Eddie solemnly greeted the princess, kissing her hand gallantly. Only one last announcement remained, and the duke was preparing to give a speech. Then he approached Monica and took the little girl in his arms again, while the crowd applauded. Brad not only took his niece in his arms, but lifted her up slightly, as if she were a valuable artifact. And then he pronounced her full name, and that he also recognized the oath, after which cheers of honor resonated. Following the oath, various entertainments were prepared for the people, including dances, and in one of them, Helen decided to give a master class with Knight Jack, who was also a skilled dancer. Monica loved how Jack danced. She considered him cool and shouted compliments to him from a distance. He, in turn, decided it was time to test the dancing skills of someone younger. The little princess was immediately lifted into arms, and in an instant she was on the dance floor. Then she saw everyone's pleading looks, hoping for her dance as if it were a miracle. And then Monica decided to show what she was capable of, recalling a cool dance from her past life. Immediately, cheerful music began to play, and the girl started spinning on stage in her pretty dress. Many also danced with her, while the brothers, standing nearby, admired her talent. But Dean didn't feel much joy for some reason, and after giving his plate to Matthew, he set off to leave. The older brother worried about what was wrong with him, but his father gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and told him not to worry. Monica spotted Matthew in the distance and shouted for him to join her on stage. But he preferred to watch the little birds dance from the sidelines, so he politely declined the offer. Shortly after, when the dance ended, Rose approached the girl intending to feed the princess. However, she noticed Eddie not far away, wandering the path, secretly spying on Monica. Instantly, the little girl called him, and he thought the princess would also ask him to dance. But Monica no longer wanted to dance and invited her protector to play with her. Eddie didn't mind, but not because of the game itself, but because of the pride he felt at being requested by the princess. The girl took his hand and dragged him along, instantly inventing several games. By evening, when the festival concluded, the princess felt exhausted, but immensely happy. The girl had a great time that night, playing with Eddie, with her brothers, or devouring delicious cakes. Suddenly, she felt something again, and turning her head, she saw that her aunt had appeared again. The princess was happy about the visit, as she herself wanted to see her. She immediately invited Penelope to accompany her. The Duchess accepted, and as they walked down the hall, the girl tried to guess if her uncle had visited her aunt's room today. Monica remembered his words well about how much he missed his wife, so she thought he must be there today. Surely enough, the girl opened the door when they reached Penelope's room, hoping her expectations would be met. The Duke was, indeed, in his deceased wife's room, and he was wearing a mask to see ghosts. The mask was set so that Brad could only see one specific being, something very important at that moment. And there she was, a rather familiar silhouette in front of him, a person he was dying to meet again. Brad thought it was an effect of the mask, and even took it off to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. But the Duchess was still there, and he remembered how much she loved receiving flowers from him. He even regretted not having a bouquet at that moment. Seeing Penelope's specter, the Duke knew he didn't care, and they looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. The Duchess broke the silence with an almost whispered greeting, a welcome full of joy for her husband. Brad was still hesitating, unable to believe that all this was real, doubting if it was a product of his imagination. He longed to touch Penelope. He needed confirmation that it wasn't a hallucination, that she was really there. Raising his hand, the Duke brought it close to the Duchess's hair, trying to caress her as she liked. And now she had physical form. Then he confessed to his wife that a very wise little person had given him valuable advice not long ago. Brad Willow understood that he should not keep important words in his heart, words that should be said to a loved one. So he stared into his wife's eyes and told her he missed her very much. Hugging her tightly, Penelope clung to him desperately, as she had also missed him terribly, and a tear rolled down her cheek. The princess witnessed the joy of those two adults in their reunion and decided she shouldn't interrupt that moment. She silently left the room and had many pending matters to resolve. Monica remembered well that the traitors who conspired with the emperor still resided in the north. But today the princess didn't want worries, she only wished her uncle to be happy. Walking down the hallway, Monica felt her loyal knight near and saw him around the corner. The girl also understood that both she and that boy lived lives different from their previous ones, and now she hoped everything would turn out differently, especially since many things had already changed. Now she wanted to talk to Eddie, and approaching him, she asked if he knew what awaited them. 5 years passed, and the Willow Duchy still reigned in the northern lands. Fighting monsters, Monica had grown a lot, but she still lived in her room because she felt very comfortable there. She was now 8 years old. Her features were no longer so childish, and besides, she could speak normally now. One morning, upon waking, she went out onto the balcony and noticed that the day was simply wonderful. Meanwhile, the head of the mage's tower, Marty, was reading his magic book and creating new spells. He was also an expert at reading coffee grounds, and that morning, he saw an unusual design at the bottom. He had never seen anything like it before, but now he understood that the time had come to meet the prophet. Monica, ready in the morning, set off with several knights as escort toward the Duke. And the fox didn't stay behind. Angela observed the hairstyle her mistress had done, and she was intrigued why she had such a long tail. And also, in these 5 years, the number of knights protecting the princess had increased significantly. In the past, Aunt Penelope was able to personally tell the Duke about all the traitors and where to find them, so the uncle immediately ordered their identification and extermination, even of their families, without any mercy. As a result, many more terrible acts by these people, who were carrying out their treacherous plan, came to light. These traitors not only committed crimes, but even dared to traffic people and children. Fortunately, the criminal group was apprehended, but some members of their families managed to flee to the capital. The North requested help from the imperial family for the investigation, but the emperor claimed to be unaware of anything. Monica was glad that the children of the North were not sold, although she regretted not having captured the culprits. For her, these crimes were not a surprise, as in her previous life she was perfectly aware of this. Furthermore, since she started punishing criminals, her fame as a prophet spread everywhere. Upon learning of everything, the imperial court began sending countless letters demanding her return. But the duke ignored all those letters, and one day the situation escalated to the point where they tried to kidnap the princess. Now, the girl was even gladder to have more knights protecting her than before, and that reassured her a little. Her fan, Knight Jack, shouted that he didn't understand how Monica's guard could be reduced, and that he would give his arm for her. Helen was willing to have her staff broken, as long as nothing happened to the princess. Monica kept accumulating points, but one day her unlimited shop deactivated, and she stopped earning points. Monica remembered from her first life that this happened in games, and to fix it, she had to change professions. Now the princess suspected that surely the goddess had decided to give her another gift. Lost in thought, the girl arrived at the office, where the duke's sons were already with their father. They were not expecting her, as Brad hadn't told them that she would come too. Dean was especially surprised, as he had grown a lot. However, he remained the same grump. And Russell smiled kindly at Monica, thinking she was coming to see him. The duke's eldest son still called the princess Little Wren. And besides, the coming-of-age ceremony had already passed. And suddenly the duke, without giving explanations, asked his sons to leave the office, leaving everyone perplexed. Monica decided to ask why he was acting like that, and prepared to listen to his explanations. The princess thought he was acting like this because of the special classes she had been taking for some time. Because when a member of the imperial family turns 8, special training begins. The girl suspected that the imperial court planned to use this as bait to get closer to her. The duke was pleased that his niece was so perceptive, although he expected nothing less from a Willow. Monica will have to go to the palace. Her return was rejected, but during the training it might become inevitable. But the duke assured her she didn't have to go if she didn't want to. Being his family, she could stay there. Brad planned to thwart all their attempts to take her away, until they understood that the princess would not go with them. Monica feared they would try to kidnap her again, and that the duke's actions would be seen as a rebellion. So she decided she would go to the imperial palace, but only to announce her abdication from the throne. The princess is the daughter of the previous emperor. She is no longer the current one's niece. Brad Willow was her only uncle. Those words made the duke reflect a bit, although he understood what the girl was trying to demonstrate. Then he ordered Mike, the knight, to prepare everything, who was amused to see his master blush. Mike also had to inform the master of the magic tower that Princess Monica would visit him soon. Hearing about the magic tower, the girl remembered hearing that it was somewhere in the north. Furthermore, that tower used to be hidden from prying eyes by a magical barrier, and it could only be found with the permission of the mage Marty. And now the princess still needs to obtain permission from the tower master if she wishes to enter the palace. In addition, this tower master must accompany the prophet if the latter has to leave the northern domains. That's why it was necessary to contact Marty, although the duke wasn't sure if it would be possible. Brett explained to the princess that this mage is always in his own world, so surely he would have to look for him himself. Now the girl couldn't stop wondering what kind of person this master of the magic tower would be. After a while, during her walk with the knights, the girl concentrated on devising a plan to find out. And suddenly, an idea lit her up. She asked the fox for help, jumped on him, and they sped off. The knights were a bit frustrated because the princess had escaped again, but they couldn't stop it. Besides, they knew perfectly well where Monica was going, as she was already at a small training ground looking for someone. The girl looked everywhere, but the little knight didn't appear anywhere, and he was supposed to be here. Suddenly, she heard Eddie's voice, who thought the princess had lost something, and the surprise made her jump. But even so, she was glad he had arrived, although she couldn't understand at what precise moment he had appeared. He just explained that he ran to her because he missed her a lot, but she still didn't understand how he got there. If the entrance is on the other side, Eddie also explained that he felt her approach, and since he didn't want to waste time going around, he simply jumped the wall. During this time, thanks to Eddie, several kidnapping attempts on the princess had been thwarted. These attempts occurred when Monica was left without a knight escort, and the imperial servants took advantage of the opportunity. And even today, when the princess closes her eyes, it is impossible for her to forget a truly unpleasant scene. So, at the most dangerous moment of her kidnapping, Eddie appeared, who quickly got rid of the abductors. Monica didn't understand how he knew where she was, as if he were waiting for her around the corner. His answer was very simple. He was like a shadow to the princess, which never leaves its mistress. And now, upon meeting, while the girl was thinking, Eddie believed from her expression that she was about to give him an order. Monica was really plotting something and needed to find Russell, so she asked the knight to accompany her. The Duke's youngest son was happy to see the princess, assuming she was coming to him. But Dean objected that it didn't have to be that way. But the girl confirmed she was indeed going for Russell, and then asked if they knew anything about the Archmage of the Magic Tower. Matthew immediately recounted that the Tower Master almost never left it, so not much was known about him. But Russell was much more experienced than his brothers in this field, and he knew a lot about Marty. He agreed to share his knowledge. Only the Willow Duchy has a direct connection to the tower. Not even the imperial court has been able to reach Marty. So, the girl understood that only the Willow family possesses the device to travel to that tower. Furthermore, Russell is the same age as the tower's owner. But his abilities as an archmage are simply astonishing. Although Monica considered it normal for an archmage, suddenly, the mages who arrived asked the children to be quiet in the library. They came here for magic books, but as soon as they saw the princess, they immediately focused all their attention on this girl. Then, the mage Roger admitted that on one occasion, he had the opportunity to meet Marty personally. And Helen remembered well that that boy had a strange green hair color. Furthermore, he can physically feel the pressure of his power. Monica's curiosity was piqued upon hearing about the green hair. It seemed to her that she had already seen something like this somewhere. And then she remembered seeing it on a boy who helped her in the forest 5 years ago. At that moment, Monica felt an enormous curiosity to know how that green-haired boy was doing, although she didn't have a single piece of proof that the boy could be the tower owner. Just then, Russell leaned towards her and suggested that if she wanted, they could go there right away. The youngest son did not know the Archmage personally, but he could access the tower directly. On the way back, the princess went to Eddie, assuming he must be having a very hard time because of her. Immediately after, Monica explained to him that she couldn't even sleep well, as she had to be by his side all the time. She begged Eddie to rest, as the other knights also strove to protect her. The boy thought the princess believed him to be weak, and decided he must become even better than he was. The girl saw that her responsibility was extreme, and thought that the weight of the prophet's partner role had shaped him like this. She wanted to observe him more closely, but he suddenly pulled back, as if afraid of hurting her in some way. Monica didn't understand at first what was wrong, but he assured her that everything was in perfect order. In reality, Eddie simply didn't expect to see her so close. That's why he took such a brusque step. Back in her room, the princess lay down on the couch and started thinking again about the master of the magic tower. She longed to see that boy even once, at least to confirm if he was the one she saw in the forest. Meanwhile, the Duke called Mike, and they began to discuss that probably he himself would have to go to meet the tower master. The knight agreed with Brad, although something was troubling him, and he didn't dare say it. But the Duke insisted, and Mike expressed his fears. If Brad got angry again, the tower master might do something to the princess. Some years ago, there was already a conflict when Willow got angry with a stubborn archmage. But the Duke was not the instigator, especially because he understood that that archmage, although young, was the master of the magic tower. And then he added, threateningly, that if that young man did anything to his niece, the relationship between the North and the tower would come to an end. A little later, Russell went to meet Monica, as he had something to show her. And tell her, the girl couldn't believe she would see the device that transports from the castle to the magic tower. The boy confessed that he stumbled upon it by chance while exploring the different corners of the castle. Monica was a little worried that her uncle would get angry about them going there if he found out. But Russell assured her they would only look. Furthermore, he had set up a barrier that would return them to the room if anyone approached. Suddenly, Eddie appeared, who was going to go with them, and Monica didn't understand how he knew where she was. His little brother had created a magical barrier, but Eddie managed to sense the trace of the princess's movement. He also didn't know where they were going, but he felt he had to follow Monica, and she agreed. The Duke's son saw that the princess was not angry with her knight, and that everyone was ready to leave. Russell prepared himself and immediately began whispering a spell, while moving his hands peculiarly in the air. The princess felt an energetic force enveloping her, and suddenly she was floating in nothingness. Instantly, Monica distinguished the silhouette of a place, resembling a cave. And yes, it was a cave. A little further on, 3 children spotted an enormous mirror, the portal to the magic tower. Legend says that only the chosen one sees their reflection and teleports. But Monica did not see hers. The princess touched the mirror, thinking of crossing it, and instantly saw the reflection of a hand. But it wasn't her hand. Then, a green-haired boy watched her from the mirror. A cold wind raged, turning into a hurricane, and Monica felt the mirror absorbing her. Russell and Eddie, witnesses to the horror, trembled for the princess, but they didn't know how to save her. They lunged after her, but only found a normal mirror, with no trace of their reflections. Monica felt she was in a dark abyss, submerged in nothingness, and with the terrible certainty of falling. But instantly, the nothingness vanished, and the princess appeared in another world, where mountains and snow shone like diamonds. The girl didn't understand anything, but seeing a fox by her side, she was overjoyed that she was there. Angela understood that they were really falling, and that it was peculiar magic. And then they spotted the tower below. Monica couldn't believe it, as she thought a special invitation was needed to enter here. Meanwhile, the fox reproached her that none of this would have happened if they had had dinner, and if they had gone to sleep. And as they continued falling, the princess started to worry about the landing. But suddenly, she was caught by a huge teddy bear, the size of a human, wearing a monocle and a tuxedo. After setting her on the ground, he introduced himself as Hugo and explained that he was the butler of the magic tower. He knew Monica had come to visit the master and asked her to wait inside while he notified the archmage. At first, the girl even thought she had been kidnapped again, but then realized that wasn't the case. Then she thought this teddy bear was a magical creature, but the fox denied it. She had never heard of anything like that. The princess also thought about her companions. They must surely be worried. She asked Hugo if they could contact them. He confirmed it was possible, but it would be better to discuss it directly with the tower owner. Then he asked her to follow him, but warned, "Careful, there are traps for potential enemies." This scared Monica a little, but Hugo insisted, "Follow him closely and don't touch anything." This scared Monica a little, but Hugo insisted, "Follow him closely and don't touch anything." Further on, the girl noticed several dolls dancing, as if they were alive. And then she saw tin soldiers, guarding the tower, who silently saluted the princess. Moving forward, they reached a corridor with portraits of other archmages. How impressive! Hugo explained that the interior of the tower adapts to the character and peculiarities of each owner. The bear loved the current decoration. It seemed much cozier and more fun to him. Monica was intrigued by which mage would design such a tower. Besides, she didn't see any other mages anywhere. Hugo didn't know how to answer, but he showed the princess the carriage that would take her to her master. He promised it would take her straight to him, and the girl felt like she was in a fairy tale. Inside it was beautiful, soft, and cozy. A very courteous butler wished them a good journey. The carriage took off. Monica was amazed, but it didn't seem strange to the fox. She was flying too. Angela added that if the princess took good care of her, she would also learn to fly. Monica remembered that the archmage hated people. She didn't understand why he would receive her. Shortly after, the carriage stopped, and the princess found herself in front of enormous doors. It wasn't easy to open them. The girl had to strain to create a crack and be able to enter. Suddenly, before her eyes, a dense green forest appeared, unlike any the girl had ever seen. Not even in pictures. Angela inhaled the air, and the scent felt very familiar, and the forest itself seemed familiar to the princess. Moving a little further and observing the surroundings, Monica soon heard a whisper not far from where she was. Turning around, she saw an enormous tree that was literally glowing, and beneath it was a person in a robe. Without uttering a word, this individual, who possessed magical abilities, immediately raised his staff upwards. The princess felt weightless again and feared they would transport her to some unknown place again. But it brought her closer to the hooded person, who then removed the hood, and she could see his face clearly. Monica instantly recognized who was in front of her. It was that same boy she had seen 5 years ago. Back then, the girl wasn't feeling quite well and didn't notice how incredibly handsome that boy was. Furthermore, It seemed strange to the princess to see such beauty after her cold older brothers. And Eddie, so she asked if the green-haired boy remembered her. They had seen each other before, but then she remembered that 5 years had passed. Perhaps he didn't remember that fleeting encounter, but the boy remembered that night very well. And her voice, how pleasant it was to hear it. The girl sensed that he knew her full name and thanked him for saving her 5 years ago. Suddenly, he stepped back sharply. Monica thought she had scared him, apologized, and asked what he was doing there. He didn't beat around the bush and explained that he loved that forest. He simply loved it. Then, the princess decided to ask him where the tower owner was. She didn't know that he was the archmage. When Marty admitted it, the girl remembered the descriptions from the mages and her uncle with his sons. But he was different. The princess decided she must reintroduce herself, but this time properly, and told him how happy she was to meet him. Marty also greeted Monica, and gratefully bowed to her with the utmost respect. To show his hospitality and courtesy, the boy invited his guest to have tea with something delicious. The princess accepted, and whoosh! With a wave of the archmage's hand, a table full of delicacies appeared. Monica, stuffing herself with pastries, noticed that the tower owner was quite good at what he did. He, in turn, asked her not to be so formal, and she proposed the same in return. Seeing how relaxed the princess was, Marty asked if she wasn't afraid of him, since there were rumors about him. But the girl wasn't afraid of him at all. On the contrary, she was very grateful, as she had wanted to meet him since he rescued her in the forest. Suddenly, the girl remembered her brother Russell and the knight Eddie, who were still in the cave following her disappearance. Monica knew they would be worried, but hoped everything was fine. The princess understood that she had to contact them as soon as possible to explain everything and calm them down. Meanwhile, Marty conjured another plate with some delicious pastries into his hand. Irresistible. He was also intrigued if the princess knew that he commanded a sacred animal, especially a fox. It was a titanic feat. Angela didn't even flinch at the question. She simply continued, devouring her delicious gingerbread cookies. Meanwhile, Marty insisted that if Monica managed it, it meant she was truly exceptional. But the princess didn't care about any of that at the moment. She was anxious to contact Eddie and Russell. However, the girl asked the archmage for something else. She needed to go to the palace and hoped he would accompany her. The boy became curious to know why she needed to go there, and she explained that the time had come for her training as a princess. Marty already knew that Monica was not only a princess, but also a prophet. And then he suggested playing with him instead of going there, and that if she was afraid of the emperor, the tower could protect her. But Monica felt she had to clear things up with the imperial family. She didn't want the northerners to suffer the consequences. Above all, the girl didn't want her friends to get hurt. And Marty deduced that she considered him her friend too. The princess accepted the friendship, but wanted to know why he left right after saving her 5 years ago. The archmage was somewhat perplexed, not knowing what to tell his guest at that precise moment. But just as he opened his mouth, the butler Hugo entered with an urgent matter. Miss Ka reported that the Duke had arrived in the vicinity of the tower and was causing a scene. Monica instantly understood that her uncle had found out about her disappearance and was now putting all his efforts into finding her. This news annoyed Marty, as he had told the Duke not to dare bother him. Then he asked the princess to stay where she was, and he went to receive Willow. Ignoring Monica's objections, the young woman understood that the conversation between them could be more than serious, and she didn't want anyone to get hurt. So she questioned Hugo about exactly where the tower owner had gone, and she knew probably to the landing in front of the tower. The princess immediately resorted to her sacred beast, as she now needed its help. Riding at full speed on the fox, Monica headed without hesitation to the indicated place, hoping to arrive in time. At that instant, the archmage teleported and appeared above the dukedom's knights, immediately addressing Brad. Marty reminded him once again of his past warning, to stop bothering him once and for all. The duke believed the archmage was trying to break the pact with the north, an agreement passed down from generation to generation. The mage, for his part, thought it was Brad who had broken the pact by bringing a huge number of warriors with him. Suddenly, Eddie shouted, claiming that Marty had kidnapped the princess and was now trying to make them look guilty. The archmage didn't quite understand what he was talking about, as he hadn't kidnapped anyone. He hadn't even thought about it. Besides, anyone who had permission could enter the tower, and he had known Monica for a long time already. Sir Eddie still believed that green-haired boy was lying, and promised to take care of him if anything happened to the princess. This threat seemed ridiculous to the mage. He didn't believe he could defeat him, if he wasn't even capable of controlling his own madness. The Duke interrupted the conversation, recalling that the Archmage ignored his attempts to make contact. But Marty didn't see it as the main cause and asked them to remember who caused the death of his mentor. Archmage Peter, from the previous generation, died because of an impossible mission ordered by Brett's father. Together they had to capture a very evil dragon, but excessive use of magic cost him years of life. Brett replied that Marty's mentor chose a dangerous path, and his father atoned for his guilt his whole life. About the boy, the Duke thought he was disgracing his mentor by acting in such a deplorable manner. Marty insisted that he did not kidnap the princess, but that she went to play with him of her own free will. While they were talking, Eddie didn't believe the Archmage's words and prepared his sword to confront him. Without hesitating another second, he launched the attack, seeking to deliver a devastating blow from the start. As he attacked, Eddie shouted that he would defeat him quickly and rescue the princess without further delay. But Marty was sure he wouldn't lose against an opponent who couldn't even control his own power. Meanwhile, Monica rode the fox, who didn't understand why there were so many stairs in that building. Then, sensing a strange energy outside, Angela decided to run even faster and asked her mistress to hold on tight. After some time, they reached a door, but it seemed to the princess that it wasn't the same one they had entered through. Upon opening it, the girl and the fox came out onto the street, and Monica immediately saw a bright green glow not far away. She perfectly understood the origin of that glow and realized that the Archmage was fighting her knight. Understanding that this could end very badly, the girl hurried towards them to try to stop it. But when she had almost reached them, she suddenly hit her forehead against something transparent. She realized it was a magical barrier wall and began to beg her uncle to stop the boys. She shouted at the Duke several times, but he didn't react and understood that her voice couldn't penetrate the barrier. The fox sensed at that moment that her mistress's friend Eddie was in immense danger. He was trying his best to contain the Archmage's attacks and attempting to counterattack. The Archmage's power was overwhelmingly superior, and Eddie knew he could lose. Suddenly, Marty prepared for his final attack and raised his staff high. A torrent of energy surged from the tip of the staff, reaching the sky itself. Then, the Archmage unleashed his weapon in fury, and Eddie barely managed to block the blow with his sword. Meanwhile, Monica did not stop shouting for them to stop fighting, hoping they would listen to her. She believed the dispute was a misunderstanding, and that they should stop and talk it out. Not knowing what else to do, the princess, desperate about the situation, began to pray to the goddess. She silently begged her to stop this senseless fight in whatever way possible. And right then, the girl saw a beam of energy pass through her knight, without even daring to scream. The princess was terrified for her friend, and now prayed that he could at least survive this. Then she tried to send her thoughts to the Archmage, begging him to stop and not kill Eddie. In an instant, both boys froze in the fight, and it seemed to Monica that the green-haired boy had heard her plea. But then, Eddie tried again to split his opponent's weapon with his sword, and softened it with all his might. At that moment, he only thought about the princess being safe, and was ready to go all the way. Furthermore, he felt her presence even through the magical barrier, and decided to look at her one last time. And then, Eddie dropped his sword and fell to the ground, completely exhausted, with Marty standing over him. The magical barrier disappeared, and the Duke, seeing his niece, asked how she was. Seeing her tears, Sir Jack, meanwhile, rested Eddie in his lap, and the princess hoped he wasn't too badly injured. In reality, her knight was much stronger than she thought, and then Marty approached with a guilty look. The girl looked at him, and now she couldn't understand how someone so cruel could become an Archmage. With a confused voice, Marty tried to explain something to the princess, but all the words got stuck in his throat. Although Monica understood that her green-haired acquaintance was also just a boy. At that moment, he had a shy and frightened look, very similar to the one Monica had in her past life. Then, the Archmage was finally able to murmur a few words, in which he tried to apologize to the princess. But Monica only asked how he was, and also wanted to know who started the fight. Afterwards, she understood that the misunderstanding had arisen from Eddie and her uncle, and that they had attacked first. Suddenly, the Duke appeared in front of her, shielding her with his hand and threatening the Archmage not to touch her even with a rose petal. Then the girl begged her uncle to stop him and explained that the green-haired boy was also her friend. Marty was so shocked that he even stuttered. But if he himself had asked her to be his friend, especially because this boy saved the princess once, and she could never forget it. Marty was very happy with this outcome, as his dream was for Monica to be his friend. The princess noticed his confusion, and it even amused her a little. She hoped he wouldn't act like that again. They returned to the castle together. The Duke invited the Archmage to go with them, and then called the children to his office. The princess tried to convince Marty that now everyone was friends, and he should promise her not to fight. The boy, happy that everything turned out well, and that Monica was not angry, agreed without hesitation. Eddie, now recovered and with almost all his strength, remained distrustful and demanded the mage not to touch the princess. But the little knight also forbade him from fighting and reminded him that she had become friends with the tower owner. Then the girl suggested going to eat cookies with Marty. Eddie had to stay, but he also wanted to be her friend. Monica noticed the Archmage's age and realized he should be the same age as Eddie. Then she asked Marty again if he could go with her to the palace and received an affirmative answer. It seemed strange to Monica that he agreed so quickly, but now they were friends after all. And if the princess had any request, he was willing to fulfill it. Then he asked when they planned to leave. Soon the children left the Duke's office, and Mike, who stayed with his lord, couldn't believe what had happened. He also wondered why it wasn't easier for Marty to remove the magical barrier from the tower. Instead of sending the princess, the Duke explained that it was impossible due to the kidnapping threat, and that the entrance was forbidden to all mages associated with the temple. He also asked Mike not to worry, reminding him how shy that always insolent boy was in front of the princess. Furthermore, Marty swore never to betray her, which seemed even stranger to the knight. The explanation was simple. The girl had the ability to attract human kindness. The Duke even recalled that he himself changed a lot after meeting his niece. And now, thanks to Monica, the dukedom managed to avoid useless disputes with the magic tower. Now only dealing with the imperial family remained. And for that, they had to prepare well. The next day, Monica met with the Archmage again, as he promised to go eat cookies with her. However, the Duke decided that one Eddie wouldn't be enough, so he sent another guard mage with her. Eddie was convinced that this happened because of his weakness, or the princess wouldn't suffer so many difficulties. Observing the little knight, Helen determined that he could control his power perfectly. She knew the pair was very loyal to their prophet, but she didn't know if previous pairs were as sensitive. Helen saw that Eddie seemed to be at a higher level, which gave him many more chances. They soon arrived at the tower, and the Archmage was happy to receive the princess as his guest again. She, in turn, also thanked him for the invitation, while Eddie and Helen bowed respectfully to the tower owner. Then, Marty asked the girl to stay a moment, as he still wanted to do one more thing for her. Suddenly, a magical thread began to emerge from his fingers, which immediately started to wrap around the princess. Monica didn't quite understand what that was for, as she remembered how Donald and Russell were connected by a similar thread. Then, looking at the princess, Marty confirmed that now he was truly connected to her. The girl initially wanted to ask him why he did it, since she no longer saw any threat in him. She wanted to ask the Archmage about this, but she also noticed that Eddie and Helen didn't see that thread. At that moment, the butler Hugo approached and offered the princess some cookies that the master had prepared for her. The girl noticed they were with fences and was even a little surprised, since the season for these fences had already passed. And soon, everyone was sitting at the table, eating delicious cookies, especially the fox lunged at them. The princess, seeing her, begged her to eat slower or her stomach might hurt. Then, Marty asked the guest if anyone else, besides her, could hear the divine beasts. He knew that only someone blessed by the goddess could hear the sacred fox. And besides, no one in the entire north suspected that Angela could converse like a person. There is also another child with that blessing, and Marty became curious. Can he hear the sacred beasts? Marty told this to the princess, but from her face, he saw she had no idea. Monica was surprised that someone else had that gift, but the Archmage didn't know all the details. He once heard a mage from the far west of the empire say that a blessed child prodigy lived there. Hearing about that child, the first thing the princess thought was that this little one had reincarnated as her, especially since the goddess had hinted at something like that, saying that Monica had more hope placed in her than anyone. The girl thought that one of those children was now in her same world, but she didn't want those innocents to suffer. Then Marty confessed that, being near Monica, his headache diminished, and he even slept better. The princess was happy to hear that, although she couldn't understand what connection it had with everything else. Furthermore, the Archmage sensed in Monica an energy that resembled neither magical nor sacred. The girl instantly thought he was talking about the chat window. Then he added that something seemed to be blocking that energy. Marty explained that he saw her flow as if curved, and that something prevented it from flowing at its full potential. Now Monica was sure it was because the points of interest had reached their maximum and weren't going up anymore. But her strength was still there, and now that she knew the reason, she would find a solution very soon. And Eddie, in all that time, barely said a word. He only watched the princess, as if jealous of her new friend. A few more days passed, and the time came when Monica had to leave for the palace. That morning, the girl woke up quite early, and at first felt a bit restless. She didn't even know what had woken her up so early. She could have slept longer, since departure was at noon. So Monica decided to look out the window, and upon opening the curtain, Russell was there. The fright made her shudder. It was a bit cold outside, and the princess, fearing he might catch a cold, quickly invited him into the room. Russell couldn't sleep that night because she was leaving for the palace, but Monica assured him that she would return almost immediately. The girl saw her little brother trembling, fearing losing her and begging her not to abandon him. Now she was with the Archmage, and he feared that a mage as small as him would be useless to her. The girl decided to reassure him. He was by her side, not just because he could be useful to her. She remembered when Russell accepted her as a member of his family, even when she was useless. Although the boy seemed very capricious at that moment, Monica, on the contrary, found him very cute. So she suggested sealing their friendship with a pinky promise, swearing they would be family forever. She hoped he would mature by then, but noticed he was still a stubborn child. Soon it was lunchtime, and after eating, the carriage was ready for the princess to return to the palace. But suddenly, Dean threw a monumental tantrum, demanding to be taken on that trip too. Matthew approached the Duke and promised him he would take care of everything, so he wouldn't worry, and return to the palace in peace. Brad looked at his son and made a final decision. He couldn't take him with him. He deeply regretted it. He also explained that he would feel calmer if he looked after the fortress in his absence. Trusting his judgment, Dean decided not to continue opposing and accepted, apologizing to his father for his childish behavior. Mike, who was near the princess, noticed that the relationship between father and son had softened, and Monica confirmed it. Then Matthew begged his little sister to be careful and promised her that a gift would await her upon her return. The princess loved gifts, even the smallest ones, and promised to return as soon as possible. Immediately after, the girl boarded the carriage and waved goodbye to her little siblings through the window, wishing them a good trip. The Duke did not take many people on this trip, only elite knights accompanied them. The Archmage, who was also traveling with them, used magic to maintain the warmth, making the carriage much cozier. And although the princess trusted herself, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It had been so long since she left the north. Moreover, her uncle hadn't forgotten the expedition against the dragon Spike, in which he was supposed to receive a mortal wound. But thanks to the princess, he had to postpone his plan, and now intended to discuss it with the emperor upon delivering Monica. Because if they managed to defeat the dragon, all his incredible riches would pass into the hands of the conquerors. But the Duke, without hesitating for a second, gave up the long-prepared expedition, choosing his little niece. The expedition under the banner of the imperial palace failed. The entire troop perished, and Spike hid deep in the mountains. Now the girl understood that the future had changed, and her uncle would not die, as in her past life. And now, thanks to her, something completely new awaits them in the future, and she believed they would live happily now. Furthermore, Monica hoped that all her matters in the capital would end well. The girl firmly believed that she would not stay with the imperial family, which she hated so much. Under no circumstances, as she perfectly remembered how the current emperor had ruined all her relatives, and to other people too. That despicable man was willing to make any sacrifice in order to achieve his goal. And now, sitting in the carriage, the princess hoped that the next meeting with the emperor would be the last. In her thoughts, the girl looked out the window, where unexpectedly Marty hung upside down, clinging to the roof, startling Monica. The Duke noticed and angrily reprimanded the boy, reminding him that his job was to protect the princess, not to scare her. Their journey to the imperial castle continued for several days, and during that time, they didn't even stop to rest. But they still had to stop, and the night Jack asked the Duke to take a look at something. A little further down the road, a carriage could be seen, stuck and looking like it had been abandoned. It seemed strange to Brad that the knight asked him to look, but he believed that carriage belonged to the temple. There were still people there, and those clerics seemed extremely exhausted, and the fox supposed it was the work of monsters. So the Duke ordered the carriage and the people to be checked, and if they asked for help, to tie them up, and brought them before him. When the clerics were already tied up, Jack approached the princess, explaining that these people wanted to greet her. Brad remained suspicious, but Monica, still, begged him to let her get closer to those people. One of them immediately introduced himself as a cleric named Richard, and sincerely greeted the princess. He also perfectly understood why they had been tied up, taking security measures, understanding what the temple could do. Then Richard confessed that, currently, the temple had split into two factions. In one of them, they venerate the very existence of the prophet, who has finally revealed himself, and the other longs to monopolize the prophet, as if he were just another possession of the temple. Hearing this, the Duke ordered Mike to get rid of them so they wouldn't tell anyone else about the princess. The girl understood that her uncle had to be cautious, as these people appeared suddenly. And on top of that, they gave a detailed report, and she feared that her stay in the temple could turn out just as terrible as in her past life. And if nothing has changed, Marquis Thomas, who was one of the henchmen, will be there, along with Donald. This meant that there are now complete villains in the temple. But the girl saw a good opportunity in this too. She asked why the priests revealed that information to them, as it could put them in a very bad light before the church. But that temple was isolated, and they punished all sorts of heretics there so that internal matters would not become public. It's just that precisely these priests praised the princess and longed to meet the great prophet. They also wanted to avoid misunderstandings with the Duke and explain that not all clerics try to take Monica away. Brad still didn't trust the words of those shameless ones, but the girl asked him not to worry, as she didn't believe them either, and she decided to imprison the priests and disembark them in the nearest town at dawn. The princess had a feeling that Richard was a good person, and his words did not sound like a lie. But overall, the situation was too suspicious, and Monica hoped the temple wouldn't attack her. She proposed observing all this, and when they reached the town, the scene they found was not encouraging at all. The town was desolate and destroyed. Moreover, all its inhabitants lay lifeless. It was not yet clear what had happened there, but everything indicated that the people had been attacked by monsters. Jack suggested it wasn't a good idea to leave the clerics there, besides which they themselves could run into a horde of monsters. The little ones, peering from the cart, were curious to know what decision the Duke would make. The priests were tied to the tree, and Monica decided to talk to them once more, followed by the others. Richard seemed quite scared, especially since he no longer expected to see the princess again. She approached him, hoping to get some information about the goddess, but he didn't know much about the goddess or the god, and the girl understood that they had not been ordered to kidnap the prophet. Moreover, his faction considered this unforgivable, and the princess's intuition told her that this man was not lying. It also seemed that this temple had not yet fallen under the influence of the evil Marquis Thomas. Monica also understood that only the high priest could answer her about the god, and she planned to meet him. The next morning, they were back on the road, and the priests were ordered back into the carriages. The princess looked around, observing through the window, and noticed that they had not taken this road yesterday. It was also revealed that the village was indeed attacked by monsters, and Helen burned everything there. Since the corpses had monster rot blood, the fox, attentive, revealed to her mistress that monsters had devastated nearby villages, leaving no trace of life. After hearing Angela, the princess understood the reason for their change of course. The situation was serious. Such a massive monster attack seemed strange to her, although village assaults were, unfortunately, frequent. That night, they decided to camp outdoors. Impossible to reach a village in those conditions. Helen and Jack made sure dinner was abundant and delicious, a feast in the middle of nowhere. The Duke, implacable, ordered the clerics locked and tied in a separate tent, under strict surveillance. The princess, with Eddie and Marty, decided to take a walk to inspect the area and visit the priests. Upon arriving, Monica noticed an unsettling silence and asked the archmage to sharpen his hearing. Something wasn't right. Without hesitation, the archmage obeyed the princess, waving his staff with quick movements and precise. Then he leaned towards the young woman and confessed that he could make any wish she had come true. Monica found it incredible, but she also loved having such a capable friend. Suddenly, Eddie appeared behind the Archmage, and with a severe voice demanded that he move away from the prophet. The Archmage turned, and with a slight mocking smile, asked what would happen if he refused to do so. The princess noticed tension emerging between the two boys again, and that terrified her. While Eddie explained to the mage that the circle of people who could approach Monica was limited, she tried to calm them down. Suddenly, one of the priests was heard yelling at Richard, accusing him of having ruined everything possible. Marty put a finger to his lips, signaling the princess to be quiet and trust him. Then, the Archmage decided to use his magic staff once more, and immediately reached out his hand to grasp it. Immediately after, Marty aimed his weapon towards the tent where the screams came from, and the words began to be heard more clearly. The princess praised the Archmage for his skills, and even considered him the best in that field. Eddie, hearing all this, became visibly embarrassed. He himself wanted to be the best for the princess. And then they heard Richard deny that it was because of him, that only thanks to him their heads were still in place. The other priest, named Quentin, stated that his mission was to find out the princess's route and report it, but Richard insisted that Monica was chosen by God, and he still opposed harming the prophet. Now the young woman was convinced that the rumors about the two factions among the clerics were not lies. Quentin, struggling with the ropes, thought about going back himself and reporting. But Richard believed that insulting God. He also couldn't expect to cause a scandal and ask for help. Quentin had a weapon that man gave him. The despicable cleric even confessed that they managed to cut off the road and silence any sound they made. Meanwhile, the Archmage was satisfied to have quickly resolved that sacred magic. At the same time, the princess noticed that Eddie was very discouraged. Although she saw no reason, Monica also suspected that Marquis Thomas might be behind everything, which would mean he has already taken action. In that case, the boys must find the clue that shows the connection between the Marquis and the temple. Meanwhile, Quentin kept insisting that there was nothing special about the princess. Monica, a little tired of the argument, and knowing he wouldn't say anything more important, proposed returning. The next morning, the princess decided that the first thing she had to do was talk to her uncle. The Duke, who had barely had time to wash his face, noticed his niece nearby, and he knew she had something important to say. Monica proposed a plan to catch the tail and thus get to its owner. Immediately after, she shared with the Duke all the information she had managed to find out during the night. Brad confessed that they had created a communication channel through Helen, so they heard everything too. That's why he didn't purposefully post guards. Now the princess understood why she hadn't noticed anyone guarding the tents that night with her friends. Afterwards, she confirmed the Duke's suspicion. This story might be connected, in some way, to the future. Immediately after, Monica shared plans with her uncle, who approved them, and soon they brought the prisoners to him. The princess also noticed that Quentin was getting tangled up in ropes again, while the Duke questioned about the night's conversation. While the others kept silent on their knees, Richard confessed that, indeed, he had something to tell the Lord, but the Duke no longer intended to listen to his flattery, which he didn't trust. But then Monica intervened. She explained that Richard was really on her side, and recalled more people from the palace who cared about her without asking for anything. Not many of those faces remained in the princess's memory, and that's why she didn't want to abandon this cleric. So the girl began to beg her uncle to take pity on that man and offer him some kind of help. The Duke did not rush to decide, and asked the prisoners if they knew why they were there at that moment. Then he explained that Monica did not wish to see bloodshed, and so he would give them a chance to escape. And he also added that, if he crossed paths with them again, he would not hold back at all. The clerics immediately bowed before the Duke, relieved not to lose their heads that day. But they also had magic imposed on them that prevented them from meeting again. And then the knights took them far away. Only Richard, by order of the Duke, was brought back by Knight Jack. And he didn't understand why. The magic on those priests was secretly imposed by the very owner of the magic tower. And now all that remained was to wait for the rest of the clerics, as a trail, to lead them to their master. The princess, seeing that Richard was not well, asked Marty to heal him, and he agreed immediately. The cleric suddenly felt an energy enveloping him, and his well-being noticeably improved. Then he confessed to the Duke that it was all a trap, and that his goal was to kidnap the princess, or at least harm her. Monica also confessed to Richard that she knew everything, but she didn't understand why he was collaborating with them. He revealed that another faction kidnapped him, and threatened to expose information about his family. After that, they planned to make him the scapegoat for the kidnapping or harm to the princess. By confessing everything, Richard knew his family might die, but he hoped God would calm their souls. Furthermore, the person he follows and who takes care of him is the high priest named Connor. The princess knew this man, and the fox determined that Richard had amazing divine power. Angela also suggested that if they made him their subordinate, he would be very useful in many aspects. The priest began to apologize to Monica for everything that happened and wanted to ask her something. Richard asked the princess for permission to offer a prayer to the Lord. The girl did not object, and then the cleric directed a cluster of divine energy towards her. Richard only wanted to show his best intentions with this, but Eddie and Marty monitored his actions. Furthermore, the Duke was furious that the man dared to touch his niece. Eddie and Marty were ready to act, while Mike thought that under these conditions, it would be difficult for the princess to get married, especially since she had 3 more guards, her cousins, who protected her diligently. Richard didn't understand why the Duke was so worried. If he wasn't trying to harm the princess, the cleric knelt at her feet again, begging her to forgive him if his actions had scared her. He and his faction were sure that the prophet was an envoy of God, and that he should not be under the control of God's servants. Richard had no such intentions, nor did he understand why the princess had decided to heal him. But despite being with those who threatened her safety, Richard wished to swear loyalty to her. Helen intervened, thinking that the priest was talking nonsense kneeling before the princess. She immediately used her magic, and Richard was enveloped in magical chains with which she intended to neutralize him. But Monica intervened, begging Helen to stop this madness, because she trusted him. Afterwards, the girl asked the priest why he had decided to swear loyalty to her, and the Duke added that they could no longer trust the temple, and thought it was a way to gain the princess's trust. Then, Richard was willing to swear by the name of God, explaining that if he did not fulfill his oath, death awaited him. While the others thought about it, Monica insisted with her uncle, saying that the cleric could be trusted. Moreover, they had already decided to save him to find out who was involved in all this. But the Duke reminded her that he had only promised to think about it. On the other hand, Brad Willow knew that his niece had never been frightened by the forces opposing him. He didn't know if her calmness was because she was a prophet, or if the constant betrayals in the palace had forced her to mature too soon. In the end, he decided they could get information from Richard, but they also cast a spell on him in case he betrayed them. The Duke also wondered if they would get any information about Marquis Thomas. Even during dinner, Brad couldn't stop thinking about his niece, who was easily cutting a huge piece of meat. Furthermore, the Duke couldn't quite grasp that feeling of pity she felt for certain people. But despite everything, Brad was not going to hand her over to any guy he himself didn't trust at all. For an instant, the Duke thought it would be better to whip him. And Monica was a little horrified to read her uncle's thoughts, especially since she is only 8 years old now, and she doesn't understand why her uncle imagines her fiancé getting a beating. Monica didn't know if there was anyone capable of defeating her uncle, at least until Eddie or Marty come of age, or that the inexplicable happens and somehow the princess's mother, whom they call a heroine, suddenly comes back to life. Now they were in the village where they said goodbye to Richard, who warned Monica to be very careful, since the priests deliberately appeared in the forest suddenly, planning explosions to scatter the Duke's squadron. Thus, everyone would be distracted by Richard, like an exposed criminal, and the priests would attack from both sides. The priest spoke of few servants in the factions, and the princess will demand that the high priest cease the kidnappings. He was a silent observer. Yes, but to control Marquis Thomas, he must remain alive. Moreover, the Marquis will try to murder him, and, if we do not intervene, their internal struggle will continue ceaselessly. Immediately after, the girl decides to test Richard's good intentions and grants him an opportunity to act. In 5 days, the Duke's squadron arrived at the gates of the capital, which seemed enormous to the princess. A storm of feelings invaded her. They would soon be in the palace, but she forced herself to maintain composure. At that moment, she felt her mother's ghostly hand on her shoulder, transmitting confidence to her. The princess looked around, but only saw Helen and thought, "It must have been her who called me." Helen did not speak to her, but Monica was sure she had heard another voice. An unmistakable voice. Suddenly, the princess receives a message from the system. The administrator is reviewing the streamer's archive chat. The princess interpreted it as finally being able to obtain a new skill. And just in time. Then, everyone started organizing and preparing to go to the palace, deciding who would travel in which carriage. The Duke suggested to his niece that she travel with the Tower Master, and Monica did not object at all. Suddenly, Mike noticed they were approaching another carriage, which ended up blocking their way. Monica and the boys immediately looked out the window to understand what was happening. The knight quickly began to explain to the newcomers that they were escorting the princess, and demanded that they clear the way for them. The actions of Knight Mike seemed very brave and impressive to the Archmage, and he even expressed his admiration. Suddenly, he then asked if that type of appearance, like Mike's, was what the princess preferred. This question took Monica very by surprise, but she admitted that she liked handsome ones, who are kind and have a nice smile. The Archmage turned and instantly began massaging his face, trying to determine how adorable his smile was. At that moment, Andrew, head of the Holy Knights of the Central Temple, blocked their path. He clarified that before entering the palace, the princess had to mandatorily visit the Central Temple. The Duke intervened, threatening Andrew, who swore they were not enemies. They were only conveying the Emperor's will. Brad didn't understand why a simple emissary presented himself with a sword, ready to draw it at any moment. The Duke issued a final warning that the temple should not try to join the Emperor's total war against the North. Suddenly, Andrew bent over in pain, and spheres of energy that had attacked him were seen around him. The emissary understood that he should not oppose the Duke, at least not at that precise, delicate moment. Helen, who was next to her lord and had used magic, was ready to continue attacking if he moved. Andrew did not understand the Duke's rebellion, but the latter did not believe that a temple was above his niece. Brad decreed that no one in that empire had the right to obstruct the princess's path, not even the Emperor. And then, in an even more threatening tone, he repeated that the princess must not obey the temple. Immediately after, the Duke drew his sword and Andrew knew arguing was useless. So he apologized. Monica, watching everything from the carriage, couldn't stop admiring how great her uncle was. Now she felt even happier for not having allowed this man to die. Suddenly, the princess felt a presence behind her again and thought someone was talking to her. Upon turning, she only saw the boys, who told her they hadn't heard anything. Monica didn't understand what was happening. She was sure it wasn't her imagination, and it had happened before. Meanwhile, the Duke was thinking what to do with those who dared to block his niece's path. At that moment, Richard appeared, who had witnessed everything, and asked permission to say something. Although they had said goodbye to the priest a short time ago, their path was the same, and he accompanied them for a while. Richard believed that if the Duke only sent the Holy Knights, the temple would use it to harm the princess. And then the priest proposed getting rid of them, as this result would be better for everyone. Richard is now loyal to the princess, and believed it was right to punish those who could be her great enemies. Monica also understood that it would be difficult to wage a war in the capital, even if the temple had plans for her. Suddenly, Angela approached her, noticing that the cleric was becoming, in a way, demented. The princess was also shocked by how he had changed in such a short time, because he wasn't like that before. The Duke, however, after listening to Richard, decided that he would not allow the princess to suffer. Then he ordered Mike to capture one of the Holy Knights, and Monica only understood his plan afterwards. The entire process of how the Holy Knights blocked the way, and decided to take a member of the imperial family on their own, was magically recorded. The girl was happy that Marty had thought of that, and the Duke confirmed his proposition. Finally, after some time, they arrived at the palace and Richard headed to the main temple. The girl saw the familiar walls and everything around her, but she didn't want to go back there for anything. Then they proposed that she change clothes and then go to the audience hall. A simple chamberlain received the group, a clear sign of the emperor's contempt. Theodore deigned not to do anything else, despite a princess arriving at the palace. Afterwards, the girl heard whispers that the northerners only wore animal skins and drank the blood of living deer. Someone else said their fingertips were black. That's why the northern people didn't even smile. And another person proposed conducting a check on the appearance of the northerners upon entering the capital. The girl understood that those people, although speaking ill, were holding back for fear of harming her. But she didn't like that, and approaching the emperor, she greeted him loudly and authoritatively, calling him the great golden lion of the empire. The people around were shocked to hear the princess's bold and direct speech, but Theodore only smiled scornfully, thinking that they had locked her up, which is why she hadn't come. Monica understood that the emperor was trying to maintain composure in front of his subjects. But she didn't care. She only apologized for her long absence, remembering how in her past life she feared contradicting him by a single word. For an instant, the girl felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly recovered, because she was not alone. Then Theodore noticed that the Duke and the mage, who rarely left his tower, were accompanying her, and he assumed they had come to intimidate him. Brad contradicted him, explaining that they had no intention of intimidating the imperial family. And Marty just let out a chuckle. At the same time, Monica perceived her uncle's mood and understood that at that moment he was incredibly furious. Next, the Duke explained that they had come to the palace because they had received orders regarding the princess's lessons. Theodore understood that the ministers had taken care of it, but first he suggested the visitors rest a little, and then, mockingly, told them not to drink the blood of living servants. Only educated people can be in the capital. The Duke, although furious at those words, restrained himself and did not provoke a fight at that moment. Shortly after, Monica and Marty were walking through the palace and came across an armored door. It looked like a huge safe. The princess instantly knew it was a vault, where the most valuable objects were guarded. The girl also supposed that the name book must be there, and only the emperor could touch it. That book was the emperor's treasure, something he valued even more than his own life. So, the princess thought that Marty could try to open the safe and manage to get the book into her hands. Because if that happened, Monica would no longer have any reason to obey the emperor. But for now, she decided to go to her room, which was not only rich, it was dreamy. Helen, who was also accompanying the princess, could not help but admire such a spectacle. Monica thought she hadn't been here for a long time, but nothing had changed. Not even her toys had moved. She also remembered the people from her second life, who were faithful to her, even though she ended up dying alone. An artisan made a figure for the abandoned princess, and the blacksmith suggested that she undoubtedly needed a crown. All those people died trying to help the princess and were also friends of her mother. Now the girl spent a long time in the north and knew nothing about them, so she decided to find out what had happened. At that moment, Marty asked Eddie how he felt now, referring to his restart. The little knight didn't understand why he was interested, but he wasn't offended by such indignation. The archmage just wanted to make sure Eddie could protect Monica, as he himself had to be absent for a moment. The knight wanted to ask Marty something else, but a light appeared around him, and then he simply disappeared. Then, the princess asked her uncle for permission to go with Eddie to explore the palace, and she noticed that not a single hallway had changed, and one building remained desolate, just like always, except when the emperor had to reprimand her in the past. Suddenly, Monica felt something strange, as if she had forgotten something extremely important. Eddie snapped her out of her thoughts, as it seemed to him that someone else was in that building. Then a richly dressed boy appeared, who was even surprised that the princess had not died. Monica heard his words behind her, and that voice seemed very familiar, a voice she had heard before. When she turned around, she recognized the boy, even though his features had changed a bit over the years. Moreover, now as before, he called her useless and that enraged her, but she held back. In front of the princess was the only son of the emperor, a prince named William. He was born with golden hair and astonishing beauty, which earned him admiration from the first moment. Monica had completely forgotten him due to the suffering the emperor caused her, who did not attack her directly. The princess did not feel aversion towards him, which surprised her, while he noticed that she had grown quite a bit. William was intrigued as to why she didn't greet him first, forcing him to seek her out himself. Monica regained her composure and realized that this guy hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, Angela appeared, startling the mistress a bit and asking what they were talking about. Monica had never seen a fox nearby and was curious to know when it had appeared. William noticed that the princess was distracted, which annoyed him, so he decided to give her a lesson in etiquette. With a severe voice, he threatened to force her to look at him if she wasn't capable of doing so herself. The prince even tried to grab the girl, but Eddie intercepted his hand instantly. Bravely, he demanded that the prince not dare touch the princess without her permission. While William tried to figure out who this insolent brat was, Eddie asked Monica for permission to deal with him. The girl couldn't imagine that someone would dare treat royalty like this, and William ordered the guard to remove his knight. But then he decided he would finish off the princess in front of that boy, and that reminded Monica of a tyrant. Just then she noticed that Eddie, who was still holding the prince's hand, was shining with a dark light again. She understood that if in a fit of rage he killed the crown prince, it would turn into a big problem. At that moment, by order, the guards rushed to capture the princess and her knight. Suddenly, Angela turned to her mistress and begged her to look ahead. Behind the boys, the girl could distinguish the ghostly silhouette of a woman who seemed very familiar to her. At that same moment, Monica also began to radiate energy and asked Eddie to stand behind her. The knight dared not disobey the princess's order, even though he was beginning his restart. And William just smiled scornfully that he, like a lapdog, followed all her orders. The prince was also displeased that this companion dared to interrupt his lesson for his younger sister. The girl just apologized, but that angered the prince even more. She was defending a knight, not him. William reminded the princess that her family was not that guy hiding behind her, but him, the crown prince. Lisa noticed that the emperor's son was not angry. He was simply jealous of Knight Eddie. Monica thought so too, but she rejected the creature's offer to protect William with her back. Still, the princess tried to understand why the prince was now saying things he had never said before. She also didn't know what to do in such a situation, when suddenly, Marty appeared in front of her again. He still didn't know what was happening, but seeing Monica's confused face, he thought she missed him. But then he realized the atmosphere was strange and decided to find out what was going on. Seeing the newcomer, he understood from his clothes that he was someone from the imperial family, perhaps the crown prince. Then a guard, also an aide-de-camp named Bobby, approached Marty demanding composure. But the mage noticed his own lack of manners and didn't understand why he should be different. So he decided to remind those insolents what good manners meant. And he used magic. Bobby was tied up with magic threads, hanging upside down, and Marty explained to him that it was for not greeting. The archmage was also annoyed that the guard dared to raise his voice in the presence of the princess. William knew it was better not to mess with that mage and decided to let them go, but he swore they would pay. But Marty suggested that the payment be immediate, if he was in such a hurry, lest he turn him into a frog. The prince didn't fully understand, but he was furious and about to attack, though he managed to control himself. To the princess, William threatened that it wouldn't be their last meeting, and that next time the talk would be different. Immediately after, he and his guards hurried away from there, before they also got physically hurt. Monica was glad to avoid the catastrophe. The emperor would have ravaged the north. The crown prince is his treasure. If something happened to him, war would be inevitable. The princess looked at her friends and thanked them for their valuable help. She also discovered that Marty had a secret meeting with mages from the magic tower. Now he rejoices in having returned sooner and being able to boast to Monica. The master of the magic tower cares little for formalities, except with the emperor. Suddenly, Monica called Eddie and whispered in his ear how grateful she was, especially today. The little knight felt guilty for putting the princess in trouble, and she wanted to cheer him up. Eddie knew that, even if he wasn't a mage or had the duke's power, the princess needed him. And he gave her a sweet smile, assuring her that she had nothing to thank him for. It was his duty. At that moment, Monica noticed that his smile shone brighter than ever, so much so that she was left speechless. The next morning, Mike decided to visit the princess and ask if she had rested well. Monica did not expect to see that knight so early and thought something must have happened. He, smiling, explained to the girl that, unexpectedly, many frogs had appeared in the city. He wanted to let her know. It seemed very strange to the princess, and then she remembered that the archmage had mentioned frogs the night before. The girl ran out of the room instantly. The knight didn't understand what had happened to her. On the way, she ran into another knight and asked him if he had seen the tower owner. Upon learning that he was near the garden fountain, she ran there, hoping he had nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, Marty was showing Helen how he could fly using his magical energy. At that moment, the princess appeared, and with a serious face, announced to the mage that they needed to talk urgently. Marty tried to excuse himself, saying he had an important meeting with Helen, but Monica insisted on talking, and when she explained her concern, the mage admitted to having briefly punished those wrongdoers for their bad behavior. The princess kept thinking she had acted badly and demanded that he disenchant them immediately. Marty obeyed her order and snapped his fingers instantly, and instead of frogs, people fell to the ground, still croaking out of habit, but then they realized they had transformed back into humans, and the only thing that made them happy was being alive. The princess immediately addressed them, trying to explain that an absurd misunderstanding had occurred. And instantly, The people took the girl for some kind of saint, and, kneeling before her, they apologized for not recognizing her immediately. In response, Monica only asked them not to spread rumors about what happened, and Marty threatened that if they started whispering, he would turn them back into frogs and throw them before a snake. The princess could not stand such mockery and pinched the archmage, who did not respond at all. He only understood that he had been too abrupt. After everyone left, Marty sincerely apologized to Monica, but she was grateful to him. The girl understood that the mage did it for her, only he didn't want to cause her trouble. Then, the princess begged her friend not to do it again, and that if he decided to punish someone, he should consult her first. Afterwards, throughout the day, the owner of the magic tower followed the princess everywhere, which astonished others. The mages whispered in secret, guessing that he might have dark intentions, but they also understood that they were still children and probably just playing, although they opposed the princess's marriage. Meanwhile, Monica felt relieved that the story of the frog's conversion would not spread. She also wondered why the prince hadn't called her again, and then Eddie approached her, who had been meeting with the duke. However, the girl didn't want to return to the empty palace, as that might sadden her uncle, besides unleashing rumors. And then, the owner of the magic tower winked at the princess and confessed that there was a way to sneak out unseen. Monica looked around, checking that no one was listening, and thought it was better to ask for permission. But the duke was busy, so Marty offered to help her so she could do it. The girl did not object to going, and asked what plan the mage had devised to achieve it. He wasn't going to complicate things. He knew the simplest method, and pointed his staff towards the vixen. Angela immediately began to transform, taking human form, and soon looked a lot like Monica. The princess couldn't believe it. It was like looking in a mirror. Only the fox ears betrayed her. Marty commented that if the divine beast hid under a blanket, no one would notice anything. Monica understood that it would go well and left with her friends, leaving the vixen, who hid her ears under her hair. And to top it off, Angela reminded her that she owed him at least 100 pieces of meat for all this. Soon the three children were moving away from the princess's bedroom, and the vixen just watched them leave. The girl noticed that if they got into trouble, the four of them would do it together. But they were already on their way and crossing the park, and the princess still couldn't believe she had escaped. Since they were outside, Monica thought it would be good to see the architect and the blacksmith. As she remembered, they should be nearby, and she pointed the boys in the direction they should go. Suddenly, somewhere along the way, Marty and Eddie tensed up, as if sensing something strange. The archmage explained to the princess that he felt something familiar, although he wasn't sure yet. The little knight felt something similar, and admitted that it was the first time he felt that. Then, Monica remembered that in her past life, she used to hide there when she felt unwell. But she explained to the boys that the palace resembled the northern castle. That's why it felt familiar to them. Then, the girl saw some bushes behind which the architect's house supposedly was. Suddenly, Eddie realized they were not alone. There were people nearby. The princess was a little surprised, because this place was not so pleasant for walking. And then the three of them clearly heard human screams, and even thought for a moment that a monster had appeared. And then the three of them clearly heard human screams, and even thought for a moment that a monster had appeared. A boy was sitting on the grass, and near him were older boys shamelessly bothering him. The princess was instantly enraged, because she had never liked seeing the weak being abused. Marty noticed her mood, and suggested turning those villains into frogs. But Monica decided to handle it herself. Still, the princess asked the owner of the magic tower to make those boys unable to move. The mage waved his staff, and the mischievous ones instantly found themselves tied with ropes and suspended in the air. They didn't understand what had happened to them, and upon seeing the girl in front of them, they wanted to scold her. But then they noticed the color of her hair. The boys also examined her face and her furious expression, and then they realized that she was the princess herself. The boys' faces were also familiar to Monica, and she thought she remembered them from the throne room. Then, one of them began to explain that they were only teaching a lesson to that boy who, according to him, had been disrespectful, and that boy was just sitting with an offended and innocent expression, not daring to say a single word. But Monica was not going to give in so easily, and she decided to teach those bullies a lesson, since they hadn't respected her. The leader of that gang, Stan, felt terrible panic before the little princess, realizing it was due to her prophet power. Meanwhile, Eddie watched with interest what Monica was planning, ready to jump in to help her any second. At the same time, he noticed how confident she was in herself at that moment, and that she looked a lot like her uncle. The boys decided not to look for more trouble and immediately bowed their heads to her. But it seemed too little to her. Monica thought that to teach others, one must first be more exemplary themselves, and she thought they had education problems. Then the princess decided they should tell their parents, but they got scared, and they begged for forgiveness. The boys admitted their mistake and begged Monica not to tell their parents anything. Seeing this, the archmage could not resist, and again suggested to the princess that he turn them into toads or spiders. The girl even liked the idea of spiders and stood thoughtfully looking at the culprits. And then, suddenly, it occurred to her that it wouldn't be bad to apply the crown prince's tactic in this situation. With an unfriendly look, she threatened that if they dared to touch that little one again, she would make every member of their families pay. She also reminded them that their families were in no position to allow such behavior. Terrified, the youth swore they would never teach anyone a lesson again. And as soon as Monica allowed it, they ran away. Eddie, at that moment, noticed that the princess had handled the situation without letting anyone open their mouths. Then Monica approached the boy they were trying to lecture and asked him if he hadn't been very hurt. Zach, he finally gets his voice back and immediately thanks the princess fervently. She, in turn, praises him for his bravery. It was clear he was in pain, but he didn't shed a single tear. The boy explains that his father always taught him not to give in to violence and to stay strong in adversity. The girl instantly remembers Architect Monroe from her past life, who also taught her that violence is never justified. That man was not with her for long. However, he was executed for his frankness. The princess wonders what happened to his family. Now, Monica praises Zach's father and promises the boy that that gang will bother him no more. He can leave calmly. The boy is genuinely grateful to the princess for saving him and for her kind words. And when he goes his way, Monica realizes that, for a moment, their paths coincided. But Zach soon disappears from her sight, and the princess with her friends shortly after. They are in front of the entrance to the old palace. The girl leads them to another entrance, one through which they can sneak inside undetected. The plan is underway. Upon entering, the boys noticed a small map of the entire floor stuck to the wall. Monica, taking a look, decided that it would be best to pass through the room where she used to hide when escaping. Architect Monroe had shown her that room, as he wished for the girl to rest in a cozy place. And suddenly, a young man appeared in front of the princess, whom she recognized instantly. And she couldn't believe what she was seeing. While she reacted, he introduced himself as the court architect Monroe and greeted Monica. The girl was also very happy about this meeting, but she didn't understand how he recognized her. Since he had seen her so small, Monroe explained that the princess strongly resembled the deceased empress. And emperor, that's why he recognized her instantly. The architect already worked for her family, but now he was a little ashamed to be in a place like that. Suddenly, soft footsteps were heard, and the princess saw Zach heading towards them. The boy immediately protected his father, begging Monica not to be angry with him. And the father understood nothing, but Zach was sure that the princess was still upset because he hadn't greeted her correctly. So Monica explained that she wasn't angry at all, but rather came to praise a great architect like Monroe. Right after, the girl turned to the owner of the magic tower and asked him to prepare some delicious cookies. When the package of cookies was in her hands, she gave it to Zach, asking him only not to rush eating them. The princess also remembered how, in her past life, the architect also offered her cookies baked by his wife. Meanwhile, Monroe became curious to know how Monica knew about him, and she explained that she had heard several stories from his father. The architect was a little surprised that she remembered that, as she was very small then. But she remembered something else. In her past life, he gave her a map of secret tunnels in case something went wrong, and the princess could use it to escape. Besides, no one else knew about these maps and tunnels, except him and his mentor. Monroe believed everything would turn out fine. But a few days after the architect handed them over, he was executed. Now, the princess only wished he would remain such a wonderful father. Monroe promised he would fulfill her request without fail, and that she shouldn't worry about anything. He added that, at the time, Monica's parents told him the same thing, and it was an honor for him to fulfill it. The princess felt satisfied that she had been able to help Zach, and hoped this life together would be successful. In turn, she regretted not having that blessed card now. It would have helped her reach the name book faster. But right now, the princess couldn't ask Monroe. Only he and his mentor knew of its existence. Monica feared he would misunderstand her. Besides, it wasn't just for that reason she was looking for him. There was more at stake. She still had time to be there, and she could also make sure the architect was relocated to the north. After this, the princess wanted to find the blacksmith, but circumstances conspired against them meeting. Upon returning to the room, Monica saw that the vixen was very distressed. She had been delayed on her way, but when the princess gave the animal the promised meat for dinner, she completely forgot her anger. After dinner, both got into bed, feeling very tired after a busy day. In her dreams, the girl heard someone calling her and asking her to wake up. And at first, she thought she was dreaming, but then the princess felt someone gently tugging at her sleeve too, and she understood it wasn't a dream. Opening her eyes, Monica noticed a little knight leaning over her near the bed. She didn't expect to see him, and she was even a little scared. But he also didn't expect the girl to sit up so abruptly. The princess, however, asked what brought him at this hour and what he had done to wake her. Eddie explained that the architect she had met during the day was looking for her because he had something important. The boy recounted that Monroe stealthily approached Marty, who was patrolling the garden, and conveyed his wish to see the princess. Monica understood that he couldn't have done that without reason, and asked the knight to bring that man to her. And when Monroe was in her room, she noticed he was tied up, which enraged her. But the mage explained that he seemed suspicious. The girl ordered the architect to be untied, and he only apologized for daring to interrupt her sleep. The princess wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was very curious about what had brought him to her. Monroe felt a little ashamed, and then confessed that he had brought her something very important. And at that moment, he extended to the girl that map of secret passages that ran through the interior of the imperial castle. Monica couldn't believe what she was seeing, and even thought she was still sleeping. But then she began to examine it closely. Furthermore, the girl was intrigued as to why the architect had decided to give her that item, which was extremely secret. Monroe confessed that he had recently had a revelation from the goddess herself, and now he had to do it. The girl found it strange, as he was not a priest, but he himself was perplexed. And then the architect revealed how, in the middle of the night, the goddess appeared to him and ordered him to give the princess the map of the secret passages. The light was so intense that he couldn't make out her face, but her voice was powerful and authoritative. Monica reviewed her encounters with the goddess, but she had never heard her speak with such force or command. This visit seemed strange to the owner of the magic tower. He even suspected that Monroe was a puppet of the temple. Meanwhile, Eddie suggested that the best thing would be to report everything to the Duke. The princess checked the map in her hands and confirmed it was not a forgery. Then she asked her friends to keep the story secret, not to tell anyone. The boys couldn't disobey the princess and agreed to fulfill her request. The girl turned to the architect, confessing that she believed his words, as he seemed sincere when talking about her parents. He felt grateful and confessed that he also greatly missed the former emperor. Moreover, the little princess had pleased him so much that he simply couldn't leave the palace. Monica noticed that she had never heard those words from the architect in her previous life. She felt grateful and decided she would definitely return all his favors. Suddenly, behind the architect, a not very bright shining ring appeared, like a portal. And when the archmage left with the architect through the portal, Monica was surprised how easily she obtained the map. Eddie also left the princess's room, and she, with the fox, returned to bed to examine the map. This time, the girl did not doubt that she could fight, being in the very palace of the emperor. The next day, the princess already had an action plan, but then she realized that not everything would go well. Shortly after waking up, she noticed some commotion and decided to go see what was happening. Then, the girl saw that her uncle was not in a very good mood, and in front of him were several knights with Helen. Monica asked what was happening, and while Mike hesitated, the Duke allowed him to tell everything. Then, the knight revealed to the princess that there would be a reception in the imperial castle. Furthermore, this reception is in Monica's honor, and it will be tonight. In fact, the banquet has already begun. The princess didn't quite understand how they could organize a reception in her honor if she wasn't there. This also greatly annoyed the knights and mages, as no one from the northern delegation had been invited. While Helen wanted to destroy everyone, the girl felt guilty, but her uncle assured her it was not her fault. He admitted that he really wasn't expecting any invitation and that they could manage on their own. Then, the Duke offered his hand to his niece, as if inviting her somewhere, and she knew he was plotting something. And as soon as Monica touched his hand, her nightgown began to transform into a beautiful formal dress. Then, the Duke took the little one in his arms and decided to take her himself to the lavish reception. There he noticed many guests who had come to the party, and also a quite abundant amount of snacks. Brad explained to her that it was a welcome reception in her honor, and she understood that her outfit had changed thanks to the Archmage. Helen and Jack were already there, now in a good mood, and happily greeted the princess. Everyone understood that this palace was her home, and hoped the girl would want to take good memories of her arrival. Then, the Duke lowered his niece to the floor, and the rest of the people began to greet her solemnly. Here, in this place, only Northerners who wanted to have fun and then go home gathered. Brad, seeing that his niece liked the idea, decided to invite her to dance. The others didn't wait either, and began to enjoy the dance with pleasant music to the fullest. Then, Monica decided to eat gingerbread, which the Archmage had conjured again for her. The Duke, for his part, asked if his niece had liked the party they had organized. Meanwhile, the servants informed the Emperor that a reception was being held in the palace, organized on the Duke's initiative. But Theodore was not interested in the party. His mind was elsewhere. Meanwhile, the princess was happy about the celebration, forgetting her sorrows. And while the little one was enjoying herself, a little way off, on a tree, the ghost of her mother watched her. Samantha felt happy to see her daughter so cheerful and carefree. After the banquet, the Duke showed the girl the other guests and the garden decoration, without noticing that two young men were spying on them from the bushes, hiding. These two began to whisper, discussing the next steps of their plan. Furthermore, the princess received a tender gift, an animal-shaped balloon, and the two spies returned to the emperor and reported that the banquet was in the garden. One was the imperial chamberlain, and he explained that the Northerners had thrown their own party. This infuriated the emperor so much that he threw a porcelain cup at his subject. Fury began to invade Theodore over the audacity of the Northerners for doing that behind his back, and the emperor's blood boiled that his servants did nothing to prevent this celebration. Meanwhile, after enjoying the party, the princess returned to her room accompanied by her uncle. The girl was sincerely grateful for his concern and for having organized all that. But the Duke loved the little one deeply and would do anything for her, ignoring the emperor. Brad was very happy to see that his little one was doing very well and hoped it would continue that way. He remembered that his sister used to tell him those same words when he cried in his childhood. The princess understood that her uncle was talking about her mother and felt curious to know why he remembered her now. But the Duke confessed that he hadn't sought out the little one before due to guilt, and now saw that it was an empty excuse. He was happy that his niece behaved so well today and wished her good night. When the Duke left her room, the girl tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. The girl began to recall the image of her mother from memory, from stories and photos she had seen. At that moment, the princess felt an immense desire to see her mother, even if just once. For 1 minute, and then Monica decided to call Marty and Eddie, because another plan had occurred to her. The two appeared instantly in her room, as if they had been waiting behind the curtain. The princess immediately shared her intention to see the records about her mother, and asked for their help. The boys didn't fully understand what was being asked of them, but they didn't object either, and they agreed to help her. Immediately, dressed in robes, the three friends set off on a secret mission, and Monica carried a map of passages. Eddie and Marty were worried about the princess leaving the room at night. It could be dangerous, but the boys were sure that, whatever happened, they would protect Monica. However, the map itself worried them. They feared it might be dangerous on its own, but the girl assured them there was nothing wrong with that map. And she unfolded it instantly, and as soon as she did, a glow emanated from the book. Then, a separate sheet appeared in front of the princess, on which lines began to magically appear, and the boys understood that those lines showed the exact location of secret passages that would help them reach the desired place. Afterward, the glow ceased and the princess, with a smile, proposed to her friends that they follow her forward. The lines on the map led the children to one of the empty walls, where there were no doors. But the girl understood they were going in the right direction. She also understood that it was necessary to press one of the bricks for a secret passage to open in front of them. And soon the three friends arrived at a small hall, on the opposite side of which was another door. Marty understood that, without using high-level magic, finding such a passage was quite difficult. And moving a little further, the princess knew they had reached the right place, the Imperial Archive itself. The boys began to examine everything carefully, but the Archmage noticed something else. Something disturbing. In this section hung the portraits of all the past emperors. She remembered that her master had already shown them to her. In one of those portraits, the princess recognized the image of her father and stopped in front of him, wanting to observe him better. Just then, Eddie approached her. He had found something and felt that Monica should see it. The little knight handed the princess several envelopes sealed with the imperial emblem. Monica immediately opened one of them and understood that it was a letter from her father, written for her mother. He told her that he felt a great emptiness inside during her absence and that he missed her very much. He confessed to her that he had seen her image in the sky, among the stars, and that's why he had decided to write to her. And the thought of naming one of those stars after his beloved wife also tormented him. In response, Samantha also wrote to him that, despite all the work, she missed him very much. And their daughter. Furthermore, she promised to return as soon as the expedition was over, although she didn't understand which star they were talking about. To Monica, this correspondence seemed like a conversation between a great romantic and a realist, but the girl also knew that this was the correspondence of her parents, from which the whole story of their love could be known. Then, the girl understood that if she had written something like that, and someone had intercepted the letter, she would feel very uncomfortable. And suddenly, near the princess, a system window reappeared notifying the unlocking of new abilities. Now, the girl could obtain the eyes and ears of a ghost, which meant the ability to see and hear the dead beings. Furthermore, the princess could now borrow certain abilities from the deceased, but she still had to meet some conditions. And suddenly, Monica could see a very familiar face in front of her, which even surprised her a little. Now, right in front of her was none other than her own mother, who was also very happy to finally be able to speak with her daughter. While the girl was still in shock, Samantha couldn't believe how big Monica had gotten. Her mother also noticed that she now looked very much like her father. It was incredible, and the princess still hadn't processed what she was seeing, although immense joy flooded her inside. She remembered seeing that face in a portrait, where Samantha was represented as a heroine. Now, inexplicably, she feared uttering the word she had repeated thousands of times in her mind. The girl didn't know how she would explain this to Eddie and Marty, but the little knight still had something else. He extended his open hand towards the girl, and there on his palm rested a small shining pearl. Marty explained that it was a recording stone and begged the princess to squeeze it tightly. The archmage clarified that, by doing so, there could be stored memories, secrets of the past revealed. Monica listened and felt an energy run through her as the stone lit up with an intense light. Her mother, who was next to her, also felt the power of that stone and saw the memories. These were times the deceased empress deeply longed for, moments that were very dear to her. Back then, she was training with the princess's father, Dorian, in a small forest clearing. The emperor wanted to demonstrate how strong and skillful he was handling his sword. Samantha didn't make it easy for him, because she knew he had to try his hardest. The princess's father did not give up. He was confident in himself, but he also didn't want to hurt his beloved, and the instant he hesitated, he received a rather strong blow from the redhead. The next second, he was already lying in the grass, with his sword stuck in the ground. Defeated, the maids tried to hide how much they were amused to see the empress win once again. But fighting Samantha was like flirting with the god of war himself. She was much stronger than the emperor, and he knew it perfectly well. He was no match for her, but he always kindly offered his wife a handkerchief to dry the drops of sweat from her face. And she, in turn, was glad that the emperor could be proud of his favorite knight. It's just that Dorian wasn't only proud of his wife for her fighting talents, he loved her sincerely. Together they were simply a magnificent couple, and it seemed that nothing and no one could ever separate them. Even all the servants rejoiced in their love, as if they were absorbed in a great romance novel. At the same time, Samantha loved her husband so much that she was very afraid of losing him. Although she understood that, in war, anything was possible, the princess, seeing all this, was even paralyzed for a moment. It was so pleasant to see her parents happy. At that moment, it even hurt her greatly that they were only memories, as she wished her parents were still alive. But her mother was glad that the little one could see how, at one time, they had been able to enjoy their happiness. And right then, Monica woke up noticing her friend's concern over her strange behavior. The girl understood that they could not see her mother, and she didn't know how to explain the truth to them. Then, she turned to them and confessed that she could see ghosts, and that her mother was right next to her. While the boys listened silently to the princess, she told them more details about her powers. Now the archmage understood that strange energy he felt near Monica lately. The girl found it strange that they believed her so easily, even if she said she could tame dragons. Furthermore, the princess was very curious to know what the true prophets were like. But then she decided to introduce her mother to the knight accompanying her, and also to the owner of the magic tower. Suddenly, Samantha realized that as soon as she met her daughter, she had to hand her over to others. At the same time, the mother noticed that Eddie was very talented, and that, when he grew up, he would be even brighter than her. Looking at the Archmage, Samantha saw in him an immense amount of mana, and if she were alive, she would gladly fight. Then, Samantha turned to her little daughter and determined that the appearance of her chosen one's face was crucial for her. She also confessed to Monica that she herself married her father because she was captivated by his beauty. The girl tried to prove they were only friends, but her mother interrupted her, regretting being dead at that moment. Samantha felt deep sorrow for not even being able to hug her own daughter, whom she hadn't seen for so long. The next day, the boys with the fox waited for the princess to get ready, while her mother sat next to them. The girl constantly recalled the events of the previous evening, and everything seemed like a dream. The fact of now having the eyes and ears of a ghost. Afterward, she went out with her friends and confessed that the night before she wanted to look for information about her mother, but it turned out to be training as well. Immediately after, the princess explained to her friends that this time she plans to steal the Book of Names from the hiding place. Martin then understood that if Monica got hold of that book, she would no longer need to obey the emperor's orders. She had the perfect opportunity. Her uncle was always busy lately, and today he also went out on business. But that wasn't all the princess wanted. She also longed to avenge her parents. Upon hearing these words, Samantha became saddened. She didn't want her daughter to suffer from all this in the future. Monica replied, her mother already knows that Theodore and his henchmen are complete villains, and she wants to punish them. Samantha couldn't refute that, and she even saw a glint in her daughter's eyes, the same one she and Dorian had. The princess inherited her character and bravery from her parents, as well as her sense of justice. The deceased empress understood that she could not dissuade her little one, no matter how much she tried. And then Monica proposed to start carrying out that task right now. But just as she decided that, a message appeared. Another streamer ability has been unlocked, merging ghost eyes and ears traits. Now a renewed chat window opened for the girl, where she can find hero-level subscribers and mythical creatures. And if the princess manages to make these subscribers happy, she can borrow their strength. Monica loved this possibility. Now she would truly be able to protect the people around her. And the first heroine she saw enter the chat was none other than her mom, Samantha. In the chat, the Empress wished to protect her Monica and was sure that nothing would stop her. After that, the system began to fill with even more points, which fell like shining coins. Although the girl didn't fully understand what that was, she didn't have time to analyze it deeply right now. She still had to resolve something else, and she turned to her mother, ready to tell her something important. Waiting for nightfall, they all went together to the place where the precious book was kept. Meanwhile, the Duke still hadn't returned, and the princess understood that he had many important matters. Just in case, Monica thought about putting Angela back in her place, but she no longer agreed. The little fox had a strange premonition, and if her mistress went for the book, she had to take her along. The princess insisted for a while, but the fox did not give in and remained firm in her position. Seeing Angela's attitude, the girl thought it would be better to do what was planned another day. But she also knew that her uncle rarely left, so she had to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, the current emperor could call her at any moment, and that would affect her plans. Samantha also told her that there shouldn't be many guards patrolling the street that day. So the princess agreed, and together they set off to make their great idea a reality. On the way, Monica remembered when she was going to tell Samantha's mother about her plan. She listened attentively to her little daughter, and the plan seemed quite good to her, although a bit dangerous. The Empress believed that if the owner of the magic tower helped open the safe, everything would turn out well. Soon they arrived at one of the walls, where the secret passage to the Emperor's rooms was located. When the passage opened, an empty space was revealed, barely illuminated by some torches. It was the Emperor's unofficial study, and Monica immediately pointed to one of the walls with books. The princess knew well that the Book of Names had to be kept in that place at night. Then, the friends saw an enormous chest that was completely covered in massive chains. Those chains were joined by a huge padlock, the key to which the princess did not have, and she didn't know how to get it. So, it was the Archmage's turn to use his abilities, and he extended his hand towards the padlock. Marty whispered a spell, which was supposed to help them open that ancient chest. And instantly, several fragments of the protective barrier flew out of the chest. And now they could attack the padlock. But Martin didn't know what to do now, and the princess decided to take care of the matter herself. The lock had a digital code that Monica did not know, but she decided to try her luck. She saw the emperor open the safe. She tried to guess the combination and succeeded. But suddenly, a couple more passwords appeared. The girl didn't remember there being so many. This greatly complicated the mission. It was terrible. The princess even doubted if she could open that lock, but she didn't want to give up. Hope is the last thing that is lost. The archmage approached and offered his help, thinking this problem could be solved with magic. A glimmer of hope. Marty moved his hands over the lock again and read an incantation, and it opened instantly. Incredible. The friends rejoiced that the matter was progressing and that the princess would soon obtain the desired book. They were very close. Only the last lock remained to be opened, which she was going to open alone, as she never thought she would open that safe one day. Especially in those times when she was covered in scratches and bruises. She couldn't even dream of something like that. How harsh. Monica said it out loud unintentionally, and everyone was surprised that someone dared to harm her. What an injustice. Her mother was the most furious, but the princess promised to tell her everything later. Now, the girl had to unlock the chest quickly to get the book of names. But no matter how much she tried, no password worked. Opening the safe was impossible. Monica was a little desperate. She was one step away from her dream, but it was unattainable. The princess knew that the password was passed down from emperor to emperor. She couldn't believe it had changed. Suddenly, a whisper at the door and the jingle of keys indicated that someone was about to enter. The friends turned towards the door. They knew that if they didn't hurry, they would be caught. Then they heard that the servants, by order of the emperor, were going to collect some documents from the study. And while they were struggling with the door lock, the princess kept trying to guess the code. She prayed it would work. She could already hear the servants inserting the key into the lock. Suddenly, a fox approached Monica and begged her to allow it to try to open that chest. Angela suspected it was lost metal and decided to use her powers to try to open it. There was no time for further explanations, so she urged her mistress urgently. And instantly, the padlock in the princess's hand opened, giving hope of recovering the book of names. As Monica opened the door, the fox explained that in ancient times, that metal was offered to a divine beast. Only those beasts can see what is inside. And now the princess finally held the longed-for object in her hands. Then, the owner of the magic tower approached the safe and decided to cast another spell. In the blink of an eye, an exact replica of the copy appeared where the book used to be, so that no one would notice its absence. The princess decided it was time to return before they were discovered, and soon they were on their way to the exit. But a new obstacle arose before them. The secret passage they entered through would not open now. The princess didn't understand why the mechanism was failing, and the boys knew they could get trapped. Monica did not give up. She insisted again and again, pressing a book that was supposed to open the passage. The girl thought it was impossible. She was sure that everything should work perfectly. Besides, she knew very well that the emperor was unaware of the existence of the secret passage map. At that moment, the friends heard that the main door was about to open, and they would be found. Marty realized that the windows also had a magical barrier, and he didn't have time to remove it. The princess started thinking, as it wasn't strange that she used this study in her previous life. Suddenly, light dawned in her mind. She pointed to another wall where there should be another passage. In an instant, part of the wall opened before them, and they could see the way to their salvation. As soon as the passage closed, the servants entered, complaining about how many locks they had opened. And then, for a moment, one of the maids thought she heard something, but looking around they noticed nothing suspicious. Meanwhile, the princess and her friends were already outside, celebrating having avoided trouble. The girl was also glad to have remembered another secret door she found in her past life. But staying put was also not safe, so the girl proposed they hurry to get out of there. At first, the way seemed clear, but they all knew that a guard could appear around any corner. And soon, indeed, they saw two walking back and forth, looking around. The children hid behind one of the stelae, but 3 more guards were passing by the next corner, as if they knew someone was there. Samantha saw that her daughter could be in danger and started thinking about how to help her. She told the princess that these knights were well trained, so they should avoid encountering them. Samantha had also heard that every night guarding the study was a member of an elite squad. So Monica turned to the Archmage, who could do something, but in that case they would surely be caught. Although Marty suggested turning them into frogs, Monica knew that if those knights disappeared, everyone would go out looking for them. At that moment, a fox approached her mistress, and she had already devised something to help in this situation. While the princess tried to understand what Angela was planning, she was already going in another direction. Using her abilities, the fox did not yield to her mistress's pleas to stop, as she sincerely wanted to help her, and she was sure she could do it. Just before disappearing around the corner, the fox managed to shout that they would meet in the room, and that Monica should return. Angela decided to distract the knights and ran close to them, hiding in the shadows, but in such a way that they would chase her. The guards thought it was a wild animal and decided to catch it, believing they were mages conducting some experiment. Eddie, meanwhile, calmed the princess, assuring her that the knights would not be able to catch the divine beast, and that they themselves should take advantage of this opportunity to return to their room and not be discovered by anyone. On the way, the Archmage assured Monica that the beast was super fast, so they wouldn't catch her. Upon reaching the room, the children fell to the floor, exhausted after running at full speed. Monica remained worried, hoping nothing bad had happened to the little fox. The next morning, the princess saw a familiar little paw open her room window. And then the fox entered, intact, acting as if nothing had happened. But Angela noticed her mistress's strange expression, who confessed to having not slept a wink all night. Monica hugged her pet tightly. She was so worried, she almost crushed her. Now Angela was safe in her arms, and the princess thought she could finally relax. Suddenly, she remembered that, with all the fuss, she had ignored a chat notification, and it opened by itself. Besides, there was a new item in the store. But Mike interrupted her review when he decided to visit the princess. He instantly confessed that a gift had arrived for her, sent by Melanie, the head of the blacksmith's clan. The princess immediately knew that this was the blacksmith she had been looking for so much. Along with the gift, Monica received a letter that Mike handed her without delay. In it, Melanie regretted having to welcome the princess through a letter. Then she wrote that she was an old friend of Samantha, Monica's late mother, and that she had waited a long time to meet her. But she was forced to leave quickly, keeping the only jewel she would now give to the princess. Melanie also apologized for not being able to deliver that gift in person. And when the girl opened the box, she found a pendant, a miniature staff, and a tiny sword. The first thing the princess examined was the pendant, which seemed very familiar to her. Then, Monica remembered that in her previous life, that pendant was worn by the evil Marquis Thomas. And all these treasures were supposed to be offered to the deceased emperor, but it couldn't happen. Furthermore, this pendant possessed the ability to heal any wound of its owner, even if it were mortal. And depending on the carrier's abilities, that same pendant acquired the faculty to heal others. Then, the girl understood that the staff and the sword were probably for Marty and Eddie, and she gave them to them as gifts. The boys couldn't believe the princess gave them this, as these things seemed really valuable. Monica was informed that these objects were connected to each other, and she supposed that by using them together, they became even more powerful. Monica and Eddie immediately felt their strength become, indeed, much greater. The owner of the magic tower also felt something similar, and even liked that sensation. The boys began to sincerely thank the princess for such gifts, and she was glad they liked them. At that moment, the Duke entered her room with a serious expression, as if something had happened. He didn't beat around the bush. He just asked his niece to get ready, as the emperor was waiting for her. Monica did not expect it to happen so soon, although she knew Theodore could call her at any moment, and seeing her uncle's face, the girl sensed that the emperor had noticed the disappearance of the Book of Names. But the princess couldn't do anything else, so she obeyed her uncle, and soon they were walking down a wide corridor. Even so, Monica was glad to have visited the study yesterday, and was confident that she would think of something in the meeting. However, upon arrival, the princess noticed that they were stopping in front of the dining room door, which surprised her a bit. The Duke explained that there were people he needed to meet before seeing the emperor. That's why he had asked his niece to get ready quickly, so they would have time to stop by here. In that room, the girl saw several people who, with joy, began to greet her immediately. It was a great honor for these people to meet the great prophet and the respected princess of the empire. Monica remained immersed in confusion. Without understanding why they had brought her there, two men approached, introducing themselves as Counts Logan And Jonathan. Then they revealed to her that all the people present wished to swear allegiance to her. Monica knew she was the daughter of the overthrown emperor, and that a large part of his vassals had been killed. The simple name of the prophet would not be enough for the aristocrats to overcome and oppose the current emperor. That's why the princess didn't understand why her uncle had gathered all those people. But now she understood what he had been busy with. The Duke explained that they had increased their influence because of her, and that everyone present would be her assistants in her plan. He wanted the northern region to play an important role in the capital, and now these people would be allies by contract. According to him, in exchange for the transfer of the right to trade monster byproducts from the north, they would side with the princess. The Duke understood that he couldn't do everything alone and didn't want to feel the regret he felt when he lost his sister again. For this reason, Brad planned everything to have the chance to raise an indestructible barrier. Suddenly, the girl saw her mother, who never wanted her brother to feel guilty about her. Monica drank tea, and with the sudden appearance of her mother, almost choked in fright. The girl heard her mother call her brother bro, and repeated it, leaving the Duke totally perplexed. Brad continued telling her about the emperor's politics. While she thought about how to tell him about her mother, the Duke explained that these people would be her power in the meetings, and they would follow her blindly. But the girl only longed to choose a path, the path that most attracted her attention in the world. She did not forget her cousins, and burned with desire to return to the north as soon as possible. The Duke understood. He wanted that too. But first, they still had to resolve quite a few matters. After meeting with her new allies, Brad and his niece left to meet the emperor himself. Thus they arrived at an immense hall, with a round table, equally gigantic, where almost everyone was already gathered. And those on the emperor's side, without exception, had unfriendly faces. With that, they showed their contempt for the northerners. But it also seemed that the disappearance of the Book of Names had not been noticed. Theodore turned the people whose names were written in the book into slaves, and then he gave them to the nobles. And to get slaves, the nobles strove to show their loyalty to the emperor, which only strengthened his power. Furthermore, the Book of Names had the power to control members of the imperial family. Therefore, the princess had to snatch that book from the hands of that tyrant emperor, one way or another. At that instant, Chuck announced that the meeting was starting and asked everyone to prepare. The first one who wanted to say something was the Duke, as he had something to tell the emperor. Theodore looked at Brett annoyed and thought that, if it wasn't an urgent matter, he could listen to him later. But the Duke insisted. His speech was crucial. He couldn't postpone it. Even with an unfriendly face, the emperor gave in, begging him to be brief. And then Brett dropped the bombshell. From now on, the North would protect the princess. Theodore did not expect this at all, and those words infuriated him. He authorized nothing. The Duke explained it was the princess's request, but Theodore's minions only became more indignant. He replied that the real disrespect was interrupting the emperor himself, because it was Marquis Thomas who dared to interfere while Theodore was giving his speech. The emperor reminded the Duke that a law existed, and his declaration transgressed it. Then, the Duke handed him a document with nobles supporting the North, asking him to review it. Theodore saw that the list of those who wanted to protect the princess was, indeed, huge. Some of them, pay attention, were seated at the table, awaiting the emperor's move. But Theodore took it as a challenge. He thought the Duke was threatening him. The Duke insisted the princess desired it, and besides, she was not a direct descendant of the emperor. That meant she was not obligated to stay in the palace or inherit the throne. And there was William. The prince, upon hearing it, saw an opportunity for his own benefit. Theodore, astute, decided to ask the princess directly to hear her response. The girl, upon hearing the emperor address her, tensed up. He always terrified her. But no more. She declared that, from that day on, she would be a person of the northern lands. Theodore, hoping his past threats would help him, saw his plan fail and erupted in fury. The princess finished it off. If she could renounce the imperial family name, she would do it without hesitation. But the girl did not understand the point. She was still her father's daughter, after all, and no emperor can reject her as a prophet. She insisted on returning to the north, although she had to remember she was a princess, and called Theodore uncle with some audacity. Soon everyone left, only the Marquis and Cardinal Vincent remaining to advise the emperor. Theodore remembered the princess's words. She wanted to go to the north and would not change her mind. The advisors insisted to the emperor that he could not allow her to do such a thing. The cardinal claimed that, With her title, Monica would be a danger to them. He even suggested that, united with the North, the princess would want to take the throne. Theodore understood, but he knew they could not start a war against the northern nobility. Nor did he understand how the Duke managed to attract so many aristocrats to his side. The emperor addressed the cardinal, asking what the temple thought about it. Vincent thought a war was unwise, but he saw no other viable alternatives. Then, Marquis Thomas approached Theodore with advice: to pretend to detain the princess. The emperor did not understand the suggestion or the need to pretend, but the Marquis continued. According to Thomas, if the girl couldn't be useful to them, it would be best to get rid of her. The cardinal tried to object, as they were talking about a girl, although he was no saint either. The Marquis interrupted Vincent, knowing that the temple already had a replacement for the prophet. Thomas added that, recently, he had discovered a dangerous substance in his lands. He ordered his loyal mages to investigate it, revealing an immense explosive power. The Marquis admitted to sharing the information with the cardinal, who should be aware. Vincent realized that the emperor was interested and promised to prepare his subordinates immediately. The Marquis continued, explaining that the substance should be applied to the face of a servant who could approach the Duke and the princess. This way they would eliminate both at once. But if something went wrong, that servant would only reach the girl. What a disaster! Furthermore, there will be a strong explosion, and the carrier of the dangerous substance can use it to annihilate the princess. This plan really captured the emperor's interest, but he still hesitated, as something could hinder the move. And then, the Marquis swore that, in that case, he would do everything so that nothing pointed to Theodore's implication. I swear it, the emperor had always trusted Thomas and had never disappointed him, so he decided to trust one more time. Soon the day came to return to the north, and the princess was infinitely happy, preparing her belongings. Finally, but she also decided to visit the architect, and with him his son, as she had something to propose to them. What a mystery! For this, Monica now officially asked her uncle for permission, promising not to stray from Eddie and Marty. Word of honor. Monroe thought the girl was saying goodbye, but she proposed that he come with them. She knew of his talent as a teacher and offered him to work for the good of the North. The architect happily accepted, but asked to bring his family and students, and Monica nodded. Then, Monroe swore allegiance to the princess once more, promising to give everything for the northern lands. The princess was glad, happy that such a man was no longer on the side of the evil emperor. On her last night, the princess tried to sleep, but she felt Eddie and decided to get up. The girl asked him why he wasn't sleeping, if everything was fine, but he couldn't fall asleep. The boy could not gather the courage to ask her a question that tormented him, but finally, he dared and confessed that he wished to be by her side until the end of his days. Eddie wanted to say that he wanted to be with her not only as a knight, but as a close friend and loyal. Just then, the owner of the magic tower interrupted their conversation. He also wanted to be friends with the princess. The girl looked at both of them, and for a moment believed they were competing for her friendship. Meanwhile, Marty seemed somewhat pleased, but Eddie looked furious at the appearance of the archmage. Monica knew another fight could break out and tried to use her power, but this time it didn't work. Then, the girl noticed that she now had 2 magic threads in her hands, something she hadn't seen before. Then, she extended her hands in front of her and understood that one connected her to the archmage, and the other to Eddie. Now, the princess remembered having seen the red thread connecting her to the night before. It wasn't the first time. Then, the girl looked at Marty again and understood that this thread did not connect them by chance. Furthermore, the princess understood that Marty was also her mate. He admitted that he had discovered it recently. He also remembered how he wished to help her since their first encounter, and how much he had dreamed of meeting her. The master of the magic tower understood why he felt all that. After all, there was a compelling reason. Monica hesitated for an instant, because she, like the mage, knew that the prophet should only have one mate. But it seemed perfect to him, as he wished to be by her side his whole life and submit to her without hesitation. For a second, the princess froze, not knowing what to say or do at that precise moment. And the archmage continued his speech, affirming that he was now happier than ever, because he had the luck of meeting her. Although his feeling was very different from the princess's, he did not want to give further explanations about it, especially when Marty felt the jealous and furious gaze of the knight Eddie again. And he didn't want to fight now. The princess also approached both, to prevent either of them from losing their temper and starting a fight. Then she proposed they stop thinking about bad things and all sit together to enjoy cookies with tea. The next morning seemed more than pleasant to Monica, as the time had come to return home. Her mother was also going with her, and the little one asked if she wasn't sad to leave the palace. But Samantha did not regret it. She would be happy anywhere with her daughter by her side. Suddenly, the princess saw the prince in front of her and thought he was coming to bother her one last time. The girl prepared to defend herself, mentally reviewing all possible witty remarks. But he was intrigued why Monica was leaving the palace. After all, it was her home. The princess replied that her true home was the north, not this golden cage. Besides, she didn't believe William cared at all where she decided to go. At these words, the prince felt his temper reignite, but he restrained himself. The boy simply told the princess that, if that was her decision, he came to say goodbye. Then he turned around and, without another word, left in the opposite direction. Monica didn't understand what was happening to him. She didn't recognize him anymore. It was as if another man approached. Also, the young woman noticed that the prince seemed on the verge of bursting into tears at that moment. Then the archmage approached her, who also felt like the prince had changed. But Monica couldn't explain anything. The princess didn't care anymore and proposed they settle into the carriages. Knight Jack, who met a sweet girl in the palace, also said goodbye. Since she couldn't travel with him, the duke watched him from the window, but trusted his knight and knew he wouldn't do anything foolish. And shortly after, their carriages were traveling the forest road towards the northern lands. On Monica's lap, as always, the fox settled down, sleeping peacefully during the trip. Meanwhile, the princess remembered that they would soon discover a dangerous substance in Marquis Thomas's lands. Later, that powder would be called blue apple, because crushing it would cause an explosion as huge as gunpowder. But the powder had an even more nefarious effect, surpassing in horror even the most fearsome magic spell. The girl also understood that she had to act quickly before they discovered that substance. Monica knew she had to tell her uncle everything, and to do that she would have to resume the role of prophet. While traveling, some individuals secretly watched them with the intention of stopping the carriage. And soon, those subjects burst onto the road, blocking their advance and preventing them from continuing. Due to the sudden stop, the princess's carriage shook, waking the fox and startling the girl. The duke immediately got out to find out what was happening and resolve the problem that had arisen. Mike instantly informed him that they were priests who had come to pay homage to the princess. Brad Willow didn't understand what priests were doing in the middle of the forest. And why were they stopping them right there? Marty and Eddie looked at each other, as the situation also seemed quite suspicious to them. They quickly approached the duke, ready to lend their help in battle at any moment. From the window, Monica distinguished that among the priests there was not a single holy knight in armor. The duke also noticed it, but he didn't understand why so many clerics had come. It was very strange. At that moment, the leader of the priests came out and explained that they had come to greet the princess. They only knew she had left the palace, but the duke didn't understand why they came just for that. The priest added that there were many of them, because there was no limit to those who wished to greet the prophet. Angela, peeking out next to the princess, also sensed something suspicious about those people. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, the archmage appeared at the window, intending to create a protective barrier. The boy confessed that he felt a strange magical energy around him. A truly unusual energy. Martin knew that energy was dangerous and decided to investigate, promising to return shortly. He also placed a protection mark on Monica's hand. It will resist any attack, regardless of its power. The archmage would create an anti-dragon barrier, but there is no time. This seal will be of great help. After the boy left, the fox calmed Monica. She will protect you. Besides, she herself possesses powers. Meanwhile, the duke ordered the priests to line up and wait if they wanted to show respect. But Brett Willow, giving orders, did not sit well with the leader of the priests. He planned to do everything quickly and easily. Then he would claim that the duke was seeking bloodshed. The leader shouted at the other priests, who drew swords from their robes, ready to attack the duke. And his knights. The princess, seeing the commotion in the street, became terrified. She thought the clerics had gone mad. Bredd shouted at his loyal knights to protect, above all else, the princess's carriage. A small army of priests ran towards him, ready to destroy everything. The young knight Eddie prepared to fight with everything and even die, just to protect the princess. His attacks were quite strong, and he knocked several priests down with a single blow. At the same time, the boy understood that the battle beginning would not be easy and would have unpredictable consequences. He barely managed to shout to the princess that, under no circumstances, should she leave the carriage.